We come up for a second? Yeah, all right, so I'll get us started, right? Okay. We just you, obviously. And then, do you want to introduce each of these speakers?
I'll do
Sarah, okay.
Don, are you going to introduce the next speaker? Don, or should I? Are you going to introduce the next speaker when I finish my update, or do I?
I can introduce me.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, yeah, definitely. Sorry about that. Good to see you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me all right? Stina, is this good? All right, we're good. All right, wow, they quieted down fast. So, yeah, when the professor talks, people will be quiet real fast. So welcome to Lawrence Technological University and our Regional Stormwater Summit, brought to you by the Water Resource Commissioner's Office, Lawrence Tech and Oakland Water. For those who don't know me, I'm Don Carpenter. I am a professor of practice here at Lawrence Tech. I'm on the board of POW and principal with Drummond Carpenter. So we've been doing this now for, we've lost track, 12 years? 12 years. So we're at year number 12. And so real quick show of hands as people are still coming in. How many people have been to at least 10 of these? All right, that's actually not too bad. How many people have been to, let's say, at least 5 of these? All right, so almost half the room. How many people is your first one? Wow. Wow, that's awesome. That's amazing. So the first one for a tremendous number of people. So the people that this is their multiple attendants are probably still getting coffee because we don't need to hear Don and Jim and talk. We're going to get our coffee. We'll get over there sooner. All the new people are showing up ahead of time looking for those brownie points. So I think I've got enough people in the room we can start. I'm even going to say it now. This is record-breaking. We had 280 registrants, or 290 or something like that. So it is going to be a full house at lunch, full house in here. So fill in those seats as you're coming in. Do us a favor and try to fill in those seats back there because we got a lot of people today. We're really excited. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elin Jensen, and she's going to say a few words on behalf of Lawrence Tech.
Thank you, Don, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to Lawrence Tech. I am the department chair for Civil and Architectural Engineering, and I have had the pleasure to be very much involved in the hosting of this event for at least the last 5 years. And as Don said, this is a record, and we are very excited that you're all here, and we hope that you'll take the time to maybe take a little tour, walking around campus. It is a beautiful, I would even call it a fall day now. And we have some great installations here. As I mentioned to Don Carpenter, the project of the wetland that we just had installed here last year behind us, that is already showing excellent impact impact on the downstream river conditions. So everything that you do is absolutely fantastic, and I am looking forward to learning about all the new things. So I believe the next up is gonna be Jim. So again, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's always great to come to this university. They've been leading in efforts of sustainability, alternative energies for as long as I've been coming here, and that's over 20 years now. So it's a great place to have this event because they're so into what they're doing, what we're doing. My office here, I have a whole bunch of my folks here because we're working on these things every single day with communities in all across Oakland County and the region, because this is always going to be a regional problem. No borders get in the way of water. Pretty much nothing gets in the way of water. So we have to make sure that we're working together to do these things. Now, Pure Oakland Water is a sponsor of this. We have been from the very beginning. Pure Oakland Water does scholarships at this university, Oakland University. We do internships at the watershed festivals that affect Oakland County. All these things are bringing people into this system, bringing people into this industry, because without water, sewer, and stormwater, you really don't even have a society. You're having basically just everybody doing their own thing, and there's nothing that can work together. We have to make sure that we are keeping our infrastructure up to date. We do that all the time, making sure that we're doing everything we can to protect the environment, the health and safety of our citizens. That's our mission. That's what we do as an industry. That's what we do as a nonprofit. We do watershed festivals at Cranbrook. We do it for the Rouge River. I'm sorry, for the Clinton River. And for the Rouge River, we do it, we do it at Oakland University, for the Clinton River and Cranbrook Science Institute for the Rouge River. We bring almost 3,000 kids every year, 4th and 5th graders, to learn about the environment, to learn protect water, all the things that we do. Then they take it back to their families, they talk about that, and we get into this population, the ideas of why we do this, protecting our environment, because we all depend on the environment. So what we do here today is trying to make sure that we all understand what we're doing. When we started this 13 years ago, actually, we only had 12 of these because of 2020, which, killed everything. But 13 years we've been talking about this. The first time, it was all kind of, what can we do? What does this mean? What is green infrastructure? How can we approach this? Through these 13 years, we've been installing them. We've been doing this at Lawrence Tech and all over the place. The Detroit Zoo is doing a massive project to keep all their water, stormwater, on that land up to a 100-year storm, and then using a lot of that for their own uses rather than using clean water out of the system. It's going to save them money. It's going to save the GWK area money. All these things are the kind of things that we can do in the future, and we've started it already. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for being interested in this, and I hope you take this back with you, and we all work together to do this in the long term. Our children and our grandchildren depend on us to start moving in that direction. So thank you for being here. And I'm going to introduce Sarah Rubino. Sarah is one of my attorneys. She does policy work in Lansing, here, all the things that we're doing to make sure that we can do this properly and legally and make sure it's done right. So Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Sarah Rubino, and I am a government policy attorney for the Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner. Before I begin, I just want to take a moment to recognize and thank Commissioner Nash for creating this incredible opportunity for all of us to be here today. In my role, I spend a lot of time up in Lansing, meeting with lawmakers, with people from Eagle, with different professional organizations, and they all say the same thing about addressing our stormwater challenges. And that's that we need regional collaboration, right? I'm sure you've heard that before, and I'm sure you would agree with that. But Commissioner Nash was really ahead of the curve. He knew that we needed regional collaboration more than a decade ago. And not only did he know that we needed it, he did something about it. He started this event to bring together industry professionals, scientists, engineers, leaders, people from all over the region to really start this discussion about how we can blend science and technology to address stormwater challenges and really improve our region. So thank you, Commissioner Nash, for your leadership and for creating the space for us all to learn and be together. And thank you to everybody today, too, for showing up here and being part of this discussion as well. So before I begin, quick show of hands, how many of you have heard that a stormwater utility is illegal? You can't do it. Anybody? Yeah, okay, great, don't be shy. I'm not gonna call you out about this. We're gonna talk a lot more about this. So before we dive into why some people think this or why you might have heard this, let's just talk about what a stormwater utility is. So at a high level, this is a tool for municipalities to charge and collect a fee for the stormwater services it provides. It operates like other utilities. It generates revenue through using user fees. Those are often based on the amount of an impervious surface on a property. An enterprise fund is used to manage the funds and ensure that money is invested right back into the stormwater system. So it can go for maintenance, repairs, operations, pollution control, and regulatory compliance. This allows municipalities to rely less on general funds and grants to sustain their system. So as you can see, stormwater utilities are a really common tool that are used all across the country. And in particular, they're a lot used in the Great Lakes region. So why does Michigan only have about a dozen of these? So this is because of constitutional concerns. Going back in history a little bit, in 1978, Michigan's Constitution was amended to include the Headley Amendment. Among other things, the Headley Amendment required local governments to hold a public vote before implementing new or increasing existing taxes. So what does this have to do with stormwater? Well, historically, many communities use general fund tax dollars to support their stormwater system. With the Headley Amendment, there were less tax dollars and more competition. So this might not have been a problem right away, but fast forward 20, 30, 40 years, and stormwater management is becoming a higher priority for many communities. Infrastructure is aging, regulations are increasing, and storms are becoming more frequent and intense. But the general funds are not sufficient to make the needed upgrades and improvements to these systems. Switching to a stormwater utility could ensure that there was funding to better manage stormwater and improve our systems. But it wasn't this simple. Okay, I'm sure you've all heard of the Bolt case. So in 1998, the Bolt versus the City of Lansing was decided. In this case, the City of Lansing imposed a stormwater service charge on all system users for a capital improvement that was only going to benefit about a quarter of the system. The plaintiff in this case claimed that the charges were not a user fee, but they were a disguised tax, and that was in violation of the Headley Amendment. Ultimately, the Supreme Court agreed and found the charge to be an impermissible tax. But the court did not ban the use of stormwater fees or stormwater charges into perpetuity. What the court did was that they established some criteria to help distinguish the difference between what would be considered a permissible fee and what would be considered an impermissible tax. And I'm sure you might be familiar with these. A fee should serve a regulatory purpose. It should be proportionate and necessary to the cost of the service being provided. And it should be voluntary to the extent that the payer can refuse or at least limit the use of the service. So this case really opened the floodgates, pun intended, to challenge fees charged by local governments. And that included stormwater fees. Oh, got a little ahead there. So what happened then is that there was some legal uncertainty over the next 25 years. So many cases were filed, but the courts did not uniformly apply these Bolt factors. So some determined that fees were valid, some determined that the fees were invalid, and sometimes when these fees challenges were filed, communities would settle because it was often more cost effective to settle than continuing to litigate. And I can say that with a couple of our attorneys in the audience here today. However, some more recent cases have been trending towards upholding and finding that these stormwater charges and fees are valid. So there are two notable cases, two coming from Detroit and one from Ann Arbor. So the Detroit cases were filed in 2018 and claimed that Detroit's drainage fee violated the Headley Amendment. The Ann Arbor case was filed in 2021, and the same thing there, the plaintiff alleged that the city's stormwater charge violated Headley. Factually, these cases are different. Detroit has a combined system, and Ann Arbor has a separated system. And the way that they determined their fees and use their rate method is different as well. But procedurally, both of these cases ultimately were referred to a special master. And that special master conducted discovery and was asked by the court to make some findings of fact. So in August 2023, the special master for the Detroit case and the special master for the Ann Arbor case both released very detailed reports. These are about 20 plus pages long, and they go through analyzing the fees very carefully and applying the fees to the bolt factors. And what these special master reports concluded was that both Detroit's drainage charge and Ann Arbor's stormwater fee were regulatory, proportionate, and voluntary to the extent that they needed to be. So what happened then was you have these special master reports, and ultimately the Court of Appeals adopted those reports into an opinion. However, the plaintiffs in the case wanted to appeal that decision. Now, they didn't have the right to appeal it, so they had to ask the Michigan Supreme Court for leave to appeal. And that request sat before the Supreme Court for several months. And just about 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court made a decision. It denied the request for leave to appeal. So what does that mean? That means that the Court of Appeals rulings upholding both Ann Arbor's stormwater charge and Detroit's drainage fee stand for now. So there's one last Hail Mary that the plaintiffs can do, and that's to file a motion for consideration. The deadline to file that motion to challenge, again, the fee is quickly approaching. So we should have some finality on these cases soon. If that motion is filed and denied, or if it's not filed, this means that the opinion in the Ann Arbor case, which was published, will become law. And so that's great. We have a law saying that that fee is valid. For the Detroit case, that opinion was not published, which means it doesn't set a precedent, but it can be persuasive. I did hear that there was a request to have the Detroit case published. I don't know if that will be granted or not, but it's possible that that could become law as well. So again, we appear to be close on some settled case law regarding stormwater utilities. I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about what's been going on in Lansing. So for years, there's been legislative efforts to clean up the uncertainty in the case law by introducing a stormwater utility bill. The intent of this bill is to help support communities that want to establish a stormwater utility by codifying both. This would create a roadmap so communities would know what to do without having to sort through dozens in case law to figure out what might be permissible and what might not be. There have been a lot of different versions of this bill. It's been introduced 3 or 4 times over the past decade. But most recently, the bill was introduced in 2023 and then again in 2025 by Senator Rosemary Bear. That would be Senate Bill 660, and the current bill is Senate Bill 441. So Senator Bear worked with a stakeholder group to update and streamline and revise the bill so that it would reflect what the existing case law was and fill in those necessary gaps. So despite bipartisan support over the years, the bill has been introduced by both Democrats and Republicans. The proposed legislation has just never passed out of committee. Right now, Senate Bill 441 has been introduced, but it has not yet received a committee hearing. Now that the state budget has been passed, more policy bills like this one might start to receive committee hearings. So again, we'll wait and watch to see what's happening with this bill. So where do we stand now? Hopefully before two permeable pass here. So many communities are looking for clarity regarding stormwater charges. The question really is whether this is going to come in the form of legislation or in more settled case law, or potentially it could come in both. We don't know quite yet. In the meantime, municipalities should remember that, again, the current law does allow for the creation of fee-funded stormwater utilities. BOLT does not prohibit them, and it's possible to comply with these requirements. Okay, so a few quick takeaways. So again, stormwater utilities are viable and legally defensible. Even though there are not many of them, you can still do it. BOLT governs, but courts may be more consistent now in how it's going to be applied. Legislation could further this process, but it could be slow and it could be uncertain as well. As my good friend Chuck Hersey said, you might ask for an elephant and get a zebra. So what's introduced might not always be what's passed. And we might see more communities feeling confident in the direction that the law is going and start to establish more stormwater utilities. We may also see more guidance from stakeholders that are going to provide some best practices, model ordinances, or case studies based on the law. Local government should always consider utilities as part of a sustainable funding strategy, but remember, there's no one size fits all. Always, always, always work with your attorneys and engineers. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions about either the current case of the state, the law, or the legislation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for the updates. Positive news at this point. Getting there, fingers crossed, right? Fingers crossed. So I get the pleasure to introduce one of our keynote speakers for this morning. I'm going to maybe get out of the way here a little bit while she pulls that up. So Matt Sharver is the Director of Watershed Programs, and so Matt graciously agreed to drive up here from Cleveland, so the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. And we had a really nice dinner last night, even talked a little about baseball without getting into blows, so it worked out pretty well. So, and that, I'm going to let Matt take it away.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the division championship. We appreciate it, but hope you beat Seattle tonight. So you can keep rolling into the ALCS. So great to be here. Really, the sewer district, Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. We appreciate the opportunity. Seems like a great event. This is our first time here, so welcome to be here. Jim and Sarah's comments, great comments. I think some of that will transition into my presentation. Congratulations. Hopefully it's not premature that you all will be able to start to use stormwater utilities. I'm going to show you how we do it in Northeast Ohio. Hopefully there's some lessons learned there as you continue to set up your programs. But I'm going to take us through about 30 minutes of might be a whirlwind tour of all of our different programs at the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District, just to show you what we've been doing over the past decade or so. And I'll get into a little more insights into the regional stormwater management program that we have. So we do two major things, sanitary and stormwater management. We have 63 member communities. City of Cleveland is our big community. We have 4 counties. It's mainly Cuyahoga County. There's 48 communities in Cuyahoga County that are in our stormwater and wastewater program. And then we have some communities that are in counties that are adjacent to us. We have a board of 7 trustees, and that's how we're governed. And they're represented across our region. We have big dollars at the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. Some of you may deal with some of these big dollars. I don't understand all the big dollars, but they're big. So $190 million in operating expenses, $276 in capital expenses this year, and we're throwing about $115 million at our debt service. I think we're in the hole about $1.9 billion. So we have a lot of debt. Our rate structure right now, 4.2% rate increases. In the past decades, it's been somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 double-digit figures, so it's coming down. We're right in the midst of our rate study for the next 5-year period. We do them in 5-year periods. Forecasts are about showing us will be about a 1% rate increase for the next 5 years. So this is our service area. We have 2 service areas. We have wastewater service area and a stormwater service area. So if you can see the legend up on the top left, our wastewater service area is colored in green. That black outline shows us our entire service area. It's about 363 square miles. Our stormwater service area is a little bit bigger. It's 374 square miles. We have a couple communities that liked our stormwater utility so much that they weren't all in terms of their wastewater covering their entire community, that they came all in. So that's why our stormwater service area is a little bit bigger than our wastewater service area. Oh, and I'll mention all those blue lines that you see on the map, those are our regional stormwater streams. So anything that drains 300 acres or more is part of our regional stormwater system. That's part of our regional stormwater management program. So we're in charge, we don't own those streams, but we're in charge of operating and maintaining those streams. And I'll show you how we do that in a little bit. So in terms of infrastructure, gray infrastructure, we have 344 miles of interceptor sewers mainly that deliver all those communities' wastewater to our 3 main wastewater treatment plants. The local communities have about 3,500 miles of stream. You can throw on another 4,000 miles of local storm network into that equation. So there's a lot of infrastructure in Northeast Ohio, just like here in Michigan, to maintain and operate. So some challenges and opportunities. We're still cutting away at our combined sewer overflow program. We still need to knock down 4 billion gallons going out to Lake Erie. We're heavily involved in assisting our local governments with public health, as Jim mentioned. And the stormwater program addresses regional flooding and regional stream bank erosion throughout that 489 miles of stream network that we operate. And we're doing this in response to more rain, greater depths, more frequency, and then we're still trying to accomplish building affordability into our programs and having a resilient workforce. So I wanted to touch base a little bit, and Jim mentioned this in his comments about mission, vision. Obviously, all organizations have mission and vision statements, but we visit ours frequently. We don't change it, but we visit it regularly. Regional management of sewage and stormwater. For our litigation, when we went all the way to the Ohio Supreme Court and were victorious in getting the ability to have regional utilities, stormwater utilities, that word "and" was crucial to our case. So that's why it's emphasized there. And then our vision, we want to be the environmental leader in Northeast Ohio. And you have to have values. Again, we look at our values. This is what we deliver as public servants to our customers. Our customers are our ratepayers and our member communities. And so we focus on our values consistently. All right, just like Michigan, Ohio, we have great natural resources, a lot of streams, wetlands. We also have a lot of problems, combined sewer overflows, like many communities in the Midwest and throughout the United States. We also have regional flooding, stream bank erosion, and my cousin Jim's effort to install the washer-dryer stream bank stabilization methodology back in 1985 that didn't work out so well. So, you know, past efforts, because people knew they had problems, but they didn't have a utility to help them solve those problems. And so we've been able to do a lot of work with a lot of folks to address that. So as I mentioned, we have 3 major wastewater treatment plants that we own and operate. 77 billion gallons of wastewater treated last year. Project Clean Lake is our consent decree program to control combined sewer overflows. It's a $3 billion effort over a 25-year period. And then we have the Regional Stormwater Management Program, which is a much smaller program from our wastewater program. It's about $58 million a year in terms of its annual revenue, and that addresses our flooding and erosion, and that's impervious fee based. And I'll show you a little bit more about that in a few minutes. So just gonna spend a little bit of time on Project Clean Lake. Early 1970s, 9 billion gallons from the Northeast Ohio area going out to Lake Erie, not good. Invest about $5 billion over the next 40 years, you knock that down to 4.5 billion gallons still being discharged annually to Lake Erie. Consent decree put in place in 2011. Your goal is to get down to 500 million. We're going to be below that We're showing a 98% capture rate by 2036. Our new projections are showing that we'll be at 99% capture, and that'll be the highest capture rate in the country. And it's mainly driven by where we sit close to Lake Erie. We do this through heavy gray infrastructure, 7 major tunnel projects. You can see there, 100 million plus each. I think our largest diameter is 25 diameter, 18-foot diameter is our smallest, a couple miles in length. That's going to help address the volume issues with combined sewer overflow. A lot of plant upgrades. This is a shot of our Easterly wastewater treatment plant on the east side of Cleveland. So we invested a lot into these plants to make sure that we can address the CSO issues. This is the shaft for our shoreline tunnel. Now this is where the boring machine was put into place. So it's big infrastructure, big dollars, but we have a big problem to fix, big volumes to address. So that's what drives that. We do implement green infrastructure. It's not a big part of our equation because it's really our combined sewer overflow is driven by large volumes. We just can't get those volumes in our combined sewer service area, but we still implement green infrastructure to try to address that in areas that we can. So we've gone through a lot of stages, and we've put together sound project management, value engineering, solid design, good construction management, and a tremendous community presence to deliver what the customers have asked us to do. We also have put together complementary projects or programs. We have a green infrastructure grants program where we offer dollars to organizations, watershed groups, municipalities, private businesses in partnership with their local communities to install their own green infrastructure through a reimbursement grant program. And so we've pushed out about $15 million since 2014 into that program. Right now our annual grant pot is $2.5 million, so we've steadily increased that over the years. We capture and treat about 40 million gallons of stormwater runoff in the combined sewer area of our 71 square mile combined sewer service area to help complement our consent decree. It's not part of our consent decree, but it complements it. And it's a great way to, again, spread the word, spread the mission of stormwater management in the combined system. So now I'm going to transition to the regional stormwater management program. You may have seen a graphic like this before. We've been using this graphic for about 15 years, and it's really simple. My 5th grade son can understand this, but the number that I want to point out on the pervious side is that 10% number in the middle. Once we get to 10%, over 10% in impervious cover, we start to see our streams unravel. So we want to stay below that. So that's really important, and it's really hard to do when you have a service area like this. So I mentioned we have about 370 square miles of service area. We've got about 130 square miles of impervious area within that. So we're at 35%-ish impervious cover. So a lot of our streams have a lot of problems purely because we have all this impervious cover to deal with. So if you're going to set up a stormwater utility, I would recommend that you start with stormwater master planning. It's probably not news to you, but it's really important because it laid the blueprint and the foundation for all the work that we're doing now. So we split our area up into 4 major watersheds. Cuyahoga River is our major river in Northeast Ohio, so we have a Cuyahoga River North and South. You can see the number of problem areas in those different watersheds, the dollars that have been identified in terms of the problems. So we went to all of our member communities. 57 of our communities are in our stormwater program. We went to all of them, sat down at the table, talked about their problems. They told us what they wanted us to work on and fix for them under the regional stormwater management program. We put the blueprint together, and you can see it's about $1.4 billion worth of an investment that we identified. And so you can't do this now without thinking about these things: climate change, more depth, more volume. How are you going to handle that? We're excited for Atlas 15 to come out. I think last I heard early this summer, the Trump administration was still allowing that to be funded. Expect that to come out in 26, 27. I think for Ohio, Atlas 14 based on 1999 storm events that came out in 2006. So with Atlas 15, I think it's going to be up to the 2023 rain events. So we expect our design storms to shift. We want to get that shift underway so that we can build that resiliency into our planning and our project delivery. Stormwater design and construction comes next. You can do all the master planning and modeling that you want, but if you can't deliver good projects, you don't have customers that are happy and ratepayers that are happy. So we do projects like this. I know you all do things like this. It's not uncommon. This is in the cultural arts area of the city of Cleveland, stream bank erosion next to a parking garage. Remeander the Dome Brook through there, add floodplain, and off we go. We also do projects like this, which I know are common here in Michigan. But this one, I just want to emphasize a few things as we look at this. So this is in a residential neighborhood, again, developed, impervious cover, and then we can do things like this, same location. So it's traditional, good, natural stream channel design. But if you look at this graphic, you can kind of see the stream there, and I should have drawn a blue line for you to follow it, but you can see the 90-degree bends in that stream. And there's homes that sit right up on top of that stream, and we call that unsustainable development, and we're not afraid to call it that. And so under our stormwater program, we have voluntary acquisition, and so we spent about $27 million over the last 10 years just property acquisition. So if you're gonna have a stormwater utility, I would plan to have dollars set aside to do property acquisition, because what this did was free up space for us to deliver a project like this. So folks were flooding here, a couple foundations were up along the stream bank, showing signs of instability. So they wanted to get out, we bought them, they got out of our way. We were able to reestablish the correct meander pattern and floodplains for Hemlock Creek. This is another example of a problem area. Lots of our problem areas have multiple issues. We break them down into phases. If you're gonna do stormwater master planning, plan to do advanced planning after that and stormwater model updates as you refine your standards going forward, and we've done that. This is a good example. This is our Delhaven Basin project. The purple area that you see is the 100-year flood extents. Heavily residential area in the city of Parma. Parma is our 7th largest city in the state of Ohio. Totally impervious, not a lot of room to work with. So we needed a regional basin to grab about 21.5 acre-feet of storage to address a downstream intersection. We captured the 100-year event in the basin. We raised the level of service at the intersection close to the 25-year event. But that doesn't solve all the issues for us. This is a shot of the construction underway. The basin is actually just getting finished up here this fall. But we still have the downstream area of those 100-year extents. You can see all the residential properties in that purple ribbon that drifts off to the right of the screen. What are you gonna do about those folks? Well, we can't solve all their problems. We can't raise this area to the 100-year level of service, which is our standard that we go by. So we start an acquisition program. We voluntarily buy folks out. They're flooding, they've been flooding for decades. They're tired of the city not doing anything for them. It's not the city's fault. There's just not enough money in municipalities to tackle these issues. You need a regional program. We have a regional program. We set aside money for property acquisition. We'll just buy you, get you out of our way, and then you're off to a better place. And now we have space to build floodplain and stream bank erosion control. We love projects like this also, where we have space. So this is a municipal golf course in the Mill Creek watershed, lots of space. This was all gabion basket walled for the golf course. Tore all that out, remeandered the stream. Now we got a nice floodplain riparian corridor reestablished. All right, so here's some of our successes. As you build a program, you got to keep track of things because you're constantly selling and marketing. So we've delivered 90 projects, and off we go, captured a lot of floodplain. And just good numbers to have, and it just shows that you can get things done, and they are meaningful. If you're going to have a regional utility, and I know you all know this, you have to have the component of maintenance and inspection. You need to get out and inspect your entire system. We do that on that 489 miles of network that we have. We're constantly maintaining and operating that for our member communities. And you really need to do that because we're controlling and handling conveyance. Mainly we're dealing with large woody debris and sediment. We don't take all the woody debris out because we're big into ecological uplift and habitat. But you also have to have a component, or I would recommend that you have a component for urgent storm response. So our municipalities rely on us to make sure that the system is ready for the next storm event to convey. And after the storm hits, and we let it subside, we're immediately out there to help deal with new debris, new sediment issues, so that we can avoid any back-to-back storm event issues. So our member communities greatly appreciate that help. And we have a lot of culverted streams in our network, and this picture shows you that, you can have woody debris way up in a culvert, and it's quite challenging to get that debris out sometimes. So you need to have a pretty robust inspection and maintenance program. This is in Broadview Heights. This is the I-77 corridor, similar to the I-75 corridor. On the left, that's debris that came after a storm. Chippewa Creek's very flashy, somewhat forested watershed, brings a lot of timber. And then on the right, that's after our cleaning. So that critical infrastructure needs to be maintained immediately after a storm. All right, here's the secret sauce to our program, community cost share. So I would encourage you, if you're gonna build a regional stormwater utility, think about a community cost share program. It's been very beneficial for us. So what that means is 25% of our fees, our impervious fee that folks pay into the program is set aside in a community cost share account for any particular municipality in our program. So right off the get-go, 25% is pulled over in an account. We operate that as a reimbursement grant. So the local communities, municipalities, villages, cities, townships can apply to the district for a project for any of these items here, and we'll pay them back. So they pay, do the project, invoice it, we verify it, we pay them back. So they submit applications to our watershed team leaders. We have a team leader assigned to all of our municipalities. We turn those applications around in about a day. It takes us 24 hours. We enter into an agreement with them. They execute the project, we pay them back. It's been great. You can buy street sweepers, leaf cleaning equipment, Vector trucks. If you have local storms or culverts, you can repair those. We'll cover that cost. If you want to implement green infrastructure in your communities, we'll pay for that. Things we won't pay for, we don't want you culverting streams, but if you have existing culverts, you can repair them. We don't want you filling wetlands and floodplains, so we don't approve funding for that. And we don't want you transferring any problems from flooding or erosion downstream. But what we've been able to do over the past 10 years is push out about $55 million to our local communities, in addition to operating the regional stormwater program that's taking care of their big problems for them. So this has been a great partnership and is a really good tool to leverage goodwill amongst the regional program. How do we do all this? Well, we have an impervious fee. We have equivalent residential units, 3,000 square feet. And we kept it simple. Single family residential, two classes, single family residential and non-single family. Non-single family is commercial businesses, institutions, and industry. And so here's our fee structure over the last few years. We have a robust GIS department that maps all this impervious cover for us and billing system. So you'll need that when you're operating your utility. And here's our rate structure. We broke the residentials into tiers, which is helpful because usually residents are upset. They don't like it. You're taxing us. Why are you taxing us for the rain that falls on us? It's not a tax, it's a fee for service. But those initially, when we launched the program in 2013, the phone was ringing off the hook. Today, the phone doesn't ring at all. People understand the need and they see the results. When their streets aren't flooded anymore and their basements aren't filling up, they're happy and they're content and they understand why a utility is needed to address those issues. This is just a commercial. If you want to get into it, you can talk to me afterwards. I'll explain how we break down, but we have a declining block where we give some immediate relief to businesses, commercial, institutional facilities to lessen their burden on the fees for their impervious cover. So another program area that I just wanted to mention is a member community infrastructure grants program. This helps address and rehabilitation of the local sewer system, which is a problem for all of our communities. And so here you are, grandma and grandpa in the basement again. This is the 8th time they flooded. So sanitary sewer backups, basement backups, septic, home sewage discharge, illicit discharges, and we have common trench in Northeast Ohio, which is really the scourge or the next level after combined sewer overflows. Common trench is, we built our local sanitary and local storm in the same trench, oftentimes over-unders or side-by-sides, and so it's quite problematic in terms of cross flows. Again, planning is critical. We did sewer system evaluation studies through our engineering and construction department. That, again, laid the foundation for the communities to understand what they needed to do. So now we push out $25 million annually for that specific problem. Member communities apply for these grants. We provide the grants, a little bit of oversight, but they drive the projects, and then that helps us deliver on our goals for managing our 3 wastewater treatment plants. And this just gives you a show of, in 2024, it's a regional program. Everyone gets to participate. We pay 75%. Member communities put in 25% match. When we do that, the district, we deliver $102 million over the last few years of infrastructure improvement. Because of that match by the local communities, they chip in another 104. And so you got about $206 million worth of investment in the local system there that again complements our regional system. And that's all on the wastewater side. But here's our results. You know, knocking off 4,000 basement backups is awesome. You can pull out some sanitary sewer overflows. We even captured or eliminated a combined sewer overflow with this program. Cleaning up some remaining wastewater treatment plants. Home septic system removal, we allow it. You knock off 2,000 of those, and you got about 63 miles of new storm and mainly sanitary infrastructure that you've been able to accomplish. It's not answering all of it, but it's a good direction to be going. So how do we do this? You gotta have good financing, you gotta have good programs. You basically gotta put the money in place for the people that can get the work to have them get it done. And you have to pay for progress, and you have to be true to your customers, your ratepayers in our case, and our member communities. Lots of partnerships. You have to have the staff of the people, right, for the people. So we're building resilient workforces. You've got to have good communication. Prominent for us, we're out in front. We don't just do the 30, 60, 90. We're out before the project even gets started in design. We're there all the way through, making sure the neighborhoods, the customers understand what we're going to do, and then even after the project's finished. And management. You have to have great people in leadership, all up and down the ranks to be able to deliver these huge infrastructure projects. That's our southerly tunnel boring machine going into place there. So it's still not enough. You gotta have great programs, you gotta have a lot of money, but you gotta keep driving. So Project Clean Lake, you know, we're still looking to invest another $1.5 billion. This member community infrastructure program I mentioned, $3.4 billion local investments needed just on the wastewater side. So that $25 million a year, just chipping away at it. But it's a good chip away because the member communities can get stuff done. They can only go at a certain pace, and that $25 million seems to be a sweet spot for us to deliver, to help them deliver projects. And then our regional stormwater management program, as I mentioned, is 1.3, 1.4 billion. I think I have a little typo here, 1.8 billion, but it's 1.4. We just keep working our way towards that number. We're not going to solve it all, but we're knocking off the big stuff first and then working our way down through it. And then you may recognize this picture. This is Cuyahoga River on fire. This is 1952, not 1969. That was used in the Times Magazine. So in the 52 photo was in the Times Magazine, or Time Magazine. This is the 69, or this is not the 69 fire, because in 69, when the Cuyahoga River burned for the 13th time, it was so boring to the Cleveland journalists that they didn't even show up in time to take a picture of it. So there's no actual photo of the 1969 burning on the Cuyahoga River. And just one more fact for you, the first time the Cuyahoga River caught on fire was 1868, just a couple years after the Civil War. So we had 100 years of really bad management of water quality in Northeast Ohio. And today, after that period, that dark period, we've had a good run of about 50, and it's still going. And in 69, the Cuyahoga River had 2 fish species in it, in the upper or in the lower watershed. Two in the river, major river, 2 fish in 69. Today, we have over 60. So quite a comeback for the Cuyahoga. We're quite proud of it, and we've done a lot of work to do it, but it takes partnership, and it takes a progressive mindset to do it. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent, informative presentation. I'm pretty sure we have questions. We have about 10 minutes for questions. So who has a question for Matt? Oh, Chuck, really? I gotta come off. You gotta run all the way to the back with this.
No, you don't need to.
You think so?
I noticed the emphasis, which is true in a lot of places, was on volume and number of
the emphasis was on volume and number of overflows. How much, if at all, has stormwater quality impact on water quality, specific parameters, or in general, affected what you're funding, the level of investment, and so on and so forth? Because in the Detroit area, for example, we know that there are certain subwatersheds, the Rouge River, for example, where smaller wet weather events are having a major impact on water quality in the river, but everybody's fixated on, when I say fixated, I don't mean that negatively, the emphasis is really on the large wet weather events.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that is a dilemma for us. We look at all of it. So we're definitely trying to tackle the big volume with the Project Clean Lake, our consent decree, and that's going to handle the volume and help us with the E. coli. We're still dealing with the legacy issue of our common trench arrangement of local sewers. That's why we developed the member community infrastructure program. So that $25 million that goes out every year, that's focused on that. The regional stormwater management program, we're heavy into water quality there too. So anywhere we can interject water quality, we'll do a project just solely for water quality. And so we tackle it multiple different ways. We push a lot of dollars out, and I didn't mention this, we have 11 watershed organizations in our service area. We fund them from an operational standpoint. They deliver services to us and to our constituents, our ratepayers. So they help drive local water quality improvements. So we have a variety or a portfolio of different ways that we try to tackle the water quality. Green infrastructure is, although we don't have a lot in our combined sewer overflow program because of constraints, we still believe in it. And so we invest in it in different ways. That green infrastructure grant program is one way that we do that. Partner projects with the watershed groups. Anywhere we can put green infrastructure into our own, the original green infrastructure, stream restoration is what we say. So when we're doing our regional stormwater management program and we're fixing streams, that's our implementation of another variety of green infrastructure as well. So.
Hey, Matt, the residential purchase program, that's strictly voluntary, right? You're not doing any eminent domain or taking?
We haven't in this case, not to say that we won't. So if we have a situation where we need to appropriate a property, we've appropriated a couple easements, and we've appropriated one foreclosed on residential property that just because of the circumstance, that's the road we had to go. But all of our property acquisition, that $27 million that we've invested, has been voluntary.
Yeah, the second one you showed I thought was illuminating because you had obviously a very long run of houses and some holdouts along the way. So at what point in time, if you have 90% of what you need, but not the rest of them, but that may be too deep of a technical question.
Yeah, they can stay. They can stay. We had a project where we picked up 19 residential properties. One person didn't want to leave, and she was in a situation where it was probably best for her to stay. And so we worked around it. We just designed our project around her, and she's going to have a wonderful stream restoration project all to herself, but she just didn't want to go. So we didn't force her out. Yeah.
Other questions? Yep, here, Gary.
One of your tables in there, you had basement remediation, number of basement remediations as one of your factors. Is the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District, are they the ones paying for the basement remediations when there's backups?
Yeah, so it's remediation of the project that we funded resolves the discharge into the basement. So we're not paying to fix basements or remediate basements, but we're solving that issue for whether it's sanitary or storm, or oftentimes both, coming into the basement. So that's that remediation.
Just a stat through there.
That's a stat, yeah.
What are the principal objections you find to industry or anybody using like permeable pavers, going to making that, being willing to make that shift? Do you have any suggestions on helping folks to do that?
Yeah, I'll answer it this way. So we have a credit program in our impervious fee. So if you implement stormwater control measures, and we have a manual that you have to follow and has to be engineered, we'll provide you a credit. So that's one way we try to incentivize. Again, we rely on our member communities and our partners to push that message. And so it's continuing to grow, not at the pace that we like. I'd say we probably have 1% to 2% participation in our credit program, which is low, and that's what they kind of guide us that we should expect. It's hard to keep pushing the credits. You know, the best way to probably make the credits work better is to raise your fees, but we're just not in a position to do that because we have, our stormwater program is cash flow. We don't finance anything. So we're comfortable with the cash flow that we have right now for the products that we're delivering to not further burden the ratepayers at this point. So.
Okay, we got about 5 more minutes. Maybe we can start transitioning the slides for Pat. And Matt, if you want to come over here and we'll keep answering questions. There should be another. Jason, will you get him the other microphone? So, all right, let me see, who do I see first? Sorry. Here, Fred, you get a quick one.
You had, excuse me, you had a 2035 target, I think, of combined sewer capture. And I just wondered how you define capture of combined sewage.
Yeah, so our consent decree, I believe we have to hit the 98% capture rate. So I think we have 116 or so combined sewer overflow points, and each of those have different outfalls per year. And so we need to bring those, you know, some of our outfalls had upwards of 80, maybe 120 times a year they would go off. And we have to bring those down to between 0 and 4. And then the volume is that 98% capture, which I think was going to end up being about 99% capture.
Of a base year?
Yes, yep.
What year was that?
Typical year storm. It's a combination of, but I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can get that for you. Yeah.
Let's see.
You mentioned connecting septic systems to the sanitary sewer. Do those septics need to be found failing first? And do you pay to extend sanitary sewers where septics exist but really should not be?
Yeah, good question. So they don't have to be failing, but oftentimes they are. So they're usually under orders from the local boards of health to resolve. But they don't have to be for our program. We like it because it's new customers for us. And the local municipality is building that local sanitary sewer infrastructure. So it's a good investment, good return on investment for us. So that's how we solve that.
You talked a little bit about your green infrastructure grant program, but that you also do the just reimbursement for municipalities for projects that they do. What's the difference and why would they pick one program over the other?
Yeah, so good question. So our community cost share program is under our regional stormwater management program. You can do green infrastructure under that program, and that you use your community cost share account as a municipality to do that project as a municipality. So that's one way a municipality can do it. A municipality that's in our combined sewer overflow area, which is about 71 square mile area, they can use the green infrastructure grants program. But the green infrastructure grants program is really more for organizations, nonprofits, and private businesses to do green infrastructure without the municipality. Certainly they need to get their approvals from the municipality, but that again, we're trying to create different ways for folks to implement projects.
I just want to make sure I got over this side of the room. I think we got maybe one or two more questions tops. And for those of you who are around back, there are plenty of seats down here. You can fill in between the two speakers.
Thank you. Nice presentation, Matt. Much like Detroit, Metro Cleveland has in the last 50 years grown out a lot without population going up very much. So what are the communities in Metro Cleveland doing to favor brownfield development and reduce urban sprawl?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think a lot, again, forming partnerships. You know, we're a water-rich area, so we fully expect, you know, folks to be, and they're already coming back, businesses are coming back. So trying to redevelop the brownfields, making sure that we have the infrastructure and the resiliency of the infrastructure already in place. So we have plenty of wastewater capacity in Northeast Ohio. That's really not an issue for us. And we're getting the flooding under control. So because we sit on the south shore of Lake Erie, we're poised for that growth and return to continue. So, our partners are continuing to advocate and reach out to bring that back to Northeast Ohio and the Cleveland area, just like Detroit.
Thank you very much, Matt. So our next speaker presentation is Pat Lindeman. Pat is the Drain Commissioner for Ingham County. Is Paul going to be speaking as well? No. He's on the agenda. All right. Paul's here as well. So Pat has done a lot of really interesting work with the greening of the drains, as you're going to see here in a second. You've been the Drain Commissioner since, what is it, 92?
93. 93.
I was off by a year. I said 92. So I find a lot of the work to be very inspiring, so I'm going to let him take it away.
Thank you. Well, thanks for being here, thanks for allowing me to be here. And I'm told that I have to describe this drain in 30 minutes, which is not long enough. I spent $50 million on it, and it takes more than 2 hours to describe what we did. But I'll try to talk fast and go through all the slides. And at the end of this, I have 2 videos, 4 minutes apiece, which show part of the drain in its entirety. So, see if this works. The Montgomery Drain is its name. It was created sometime around 1905. And the purpose of this drain is to clean the water. We found that this water coming from that square mile had something like 50 to 75, depending on the year, hundreds of thousands of pounds of pollution that was dumped into the river. And I'll describe how we got a hold of that and how we solved this problem. But first, I want to talk about the river itself. The river itself, this picture always gets me because it's part of the problem. MSU, that's on MSU's campus, and they're both in white. He's hoping to get lucky, and he's taken a woman for a float down an open sewer. I mean, there's toilet paper in that river back in 1966. That's what shape the river was in. The Federal Clean Water Act happened in 1972. In part because of the river in Ohio and so on, but it's cleaned up quite a bit since then. What would surprise you to all know, it surprised me, and that this describes all the water in the world. About 70% of the water in the world is salt water, and only 2.5% is fresh water. So if you look at it from a perspective of percentage, 2.5% of that is fresh water. 97.5% is salt water. So of the 2.5% of the water, we only have 0.4% usable. That's everywhere in the world. 0.4% to make coffee in Africa, to have breakfast in Italy, to take a shower in Spain, the United States, or whatever. That isn't much water. That's usable water. Now, these numbers that I'm showing you changed a little bit with the melting of the glaciers, which became mostly salt water. And it didn't increase the amount of fresh water at all. 20% of that water lies in the Great Lakes. If there isn't a place to put a line in the sand, this is it, this state. I got a sweatshirt that says, Michigan prefers 4 of the 5 Great Lakes. And that's true, and we are the water state. We're considered the water state. Ohio is our sister, but nonetheless, the Great Lakes are very precious to us. So trying to protect them, one drain at a time, is our mission. That's our goal. So what is a watershed? A geographic area through which water seeks common outlet is the common definition of it. And that's more complex than that. It's a system, really, and I wrote this definition for EPA back in 1996. And it describes what a watershed is more clearly. It's a system of complex ecosystems that are all layered together, and they change from watershed to watershed. There are not two watersheds anywhere that I have met that are the same. They're all different. And they all require different approaches, different techniques. They have different soil values. They have different religious values. They have different economic values. They have all kinds of things that are different. So when you think about watershed preservation, or if you look at things from a watershed perspective, you have to think systemically. It is a system. Watersheds are systems, and there are no two exactly alike. This is a hydrograph, and I took a light survey of some of the people here and found out that less than 75% didn't know what a hydrograph was. But the top, on the base flow area, the arrow on the top blue line is what we used to have back in the 1970s in the Red Cedar River. And today, we go to the green line. And that's what we have today. We're striving very hard to reach that blue line. In other words, put some depth to the river, narrow its passages, and so on. And using LID, low impact design elements, is part of the process. Now, we have a policy in my office that you have to hold back 2.5 inches of water regardless. And you have to hold it back, whether you're building a subdivision, a mall, or whatever, you have to hold that back and never let it go. And somehow deal with it, evaporate it, get rid of it some way, or use it in some way. You can't put it in the river. This is a 5-year storm that we clocked, and before the project and after the project, you can see the elevation. It's enormous. That's a big shift in that one drainage district. I have 236 drains that dump into the Red Cedar River. We'll fix them one at a time. We're gonna build them, rebuild them. So I love the word folly, because the word folly means that we do things that are contrary to our own interests. And when it comes to stormwater, we commit folly all the time. Every time we act, we commit folly. So our project goal with the Montgomery is simple. We took measurements of all the storms from 1905 to 2017, and we wound up with an average of about 95.7%. The blue in that graph is a 1-inch storm. The green is a 2-inch storm, 2-inch and under. So if you look at that, we can go after about 96% of that pollution, and most of the pollution is gone by the time we ever get to the 3rd inch. So if we built our drain to handle 2 inches of rain, we can never let that go. That's cool. We built it so that it handles 2.5 inches, and that's half of the 3%. We got a lot of room to stand. The drain that I built can handle somewhere around 100,000 pounds of pollution in a year. That's pretty significant. So this watershed, that is an old boundary of it, because we've included the highway department, part of Lansing Township, and that whole park area has been developed and whatever. And it's about 85% impervious. And that is not quality water. That's really bad water. I'm going to show you some of the pollution in here in a minute. So we had that to work with. This is on a sunny day in the 1990s, mid-1990s, about 1995, when I first got interested in this drain. You can see on a sunny day that we're polluting the river. Can you imagine what happens when it rains? It's incredible. It's just pollution run astray. It's terrible. This is the kind of pollution I'm talking about. After testing the inflow of all the inputs to the drain system, we wound up with a series of pictures of the pollution. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. This is a typical, there was 10 stainless steel inserts that I put into catch basins that were in the parking lots, and this is typical to them. And after 3 years of collecting data, we wound up convinced that the pollution was worse than we thought, and we had to solve it. This is a sample of some of the water that we took samples of. There were hundreds of these samples, and I put 6 up there just to give you an idea. Throughout this square mile, at the headwaters, 3B looks pretty good. Well, 3A, 3-1 doesn't look good at all. 3A doesn't look good. Anyway, we had some moderate flooding in the 2-inch level. We had 1 inch of rain. The pipes weren't big enough to handle the flow, so we wound up flooding the parking lots, which washed off more pollution than we intended. Most of the results of what I'm going to show you is results of a half-inch storm. So you can see the background of all this. What leads to that plume coming out of those pipes is all this pollution on the watershed. It's metals, hydrocarbons, nitrogen, phosphorus. We measured for over 200 different elements, and we found that all of them, and I've listed some of them here, metals, where they come from, what kind of pollution they are, the sources of them, and what environmental and human impacts they have. And so I'll go through them rather quickly, because according to Don, I only have a half hour. So, nitrogen, phosphorus, for example, phosphorus. Phosphorus is a colony of animals, actually, and green phosphorus is what we're after. I built this drain so it would make algae. I also have tardigrades and rotifers and 10 other microorganisms that eat the algae. And in their bodies, they take the phosphorus and poop it out. It becomes sediment in the bottom. So I gotta drain those ponds and you'll see the ponds in a minute. I've drained the ponds and dredged them about every 15 years, and that should be enough. Landscaping, all kinds of organic matter, comes from construction activity, whatever. This is low oxygen. We found that going into the river, the water had no oxygen at all. In other words, it couldn't support any wildlife at all. Chloride is the result of road salts and whatever. What are you going to do with it? Thank God that we're a salty state. Underneath Detroit, there's 2 miles of salt, and we used to be a salt lake. And most of our vegetation is used to salty water, and salty conditions. So it was easy making a transition. Cyanide is produced by, these are only a small list, and it has environmental and human health factors to it that are unacceptable. The summary is that we wound up with a huge amount of pollution, and 100,000 pounds is not something that you want to discharge from a square mile into a river. So we had to fix it. Now, in the cost of the project, we looked at I want to do a shout out for, we managed some of these pipes. We didn't dig them up, we relined them. And we put bigger pipes down the outlets and in some of the inlets going into those pipes. And some of the pipes, we worked around it, but we saved somewheres around $4 million by not digging up trenchless, not digging up the ground and shutting traffic down and so on. This is some of the criteria for the Rainier Park section. I'll let you read it, but it shows that we had to have this easement and we had to have cooperation from the city of Lansing. It was a useless park at one time. The Red Cedar Park, with part of the Montgomery drain on it, we had an investor come out of Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, who invested something like $400 million in this project. After he heard my presentation, I talked to his investors at the Kellogg Center at MSU's campus, and they got their checkbooks out when I was done. It was cool. It was, I saw checks for 10 million, whatever, and he collected that money from the developers. We had worksheets like this that talked about what we were looking for, how we were going to accomplish them, and we took years. It took 3.5 years to get through the planning process to make this work. Today, it's a tale of water quality. Sewer rehab, easements came on 2 city parks, and we made those a system that can handle, it's all in the floodplain, but it can handle 2.5 inches of water, meaning it picks up more than 96% of the pollution and contains it prior to it going in the river. So the fish in that river are very happy, let me tell you. The frogs are very happy too. If frogs could vote, I'd be president. So just a little bit about pipe rehabbing. There are so many different ways to do pipe rehabbing that it's really not worth talking about, but I want to emphasize it because it's something that I did that saved us a huge amount of money. The other facet is on Rainey Park, we took all the ponds that we dug out, we took the soil and put them up into a huge snow hill and created a winter habitat. And somebody uses it for, put a park bench up there and they go up and sit there at night, whether they drink wine or not, we don't know. But anyway, this is one of the videos.
It's a genius project, really, to bring together something so practical and so necessary, clean water, and people around that water that we know people like. To have this amenity this close for people and their families and kids, it's genius. People need to come down here and see it. It's amazing. I mean, you know, you hear about it. We've been in meetings, we've been hearing him discuss what his vision was, and now we're seeing it made real, and it's beautiful. Who wouldn't want to take a walk here? We've got people walking right now and bringing their dogs down. I can't think of a better place to bring a dog down and let him have a run, and the kids too. Come on down here and see what it is.
You know, it's a beautiful place, and I think that the work that Commissioner Lindeman has put into this specific project for over 20 years is really a testament to the good that he's been able to bring to our community. And so I just hope more and more people can come out here, go for a walk, bring your kids, use this to teach your kids about the value of clean water and protecting our water resources for the future, the way that Commissioner Lindeman has been committed to doing this throughout his career.
Wow, this is a really cool project. There are so many different facets that have been thought through and incorporated here, from just the different stonework that's been included with the limestone, with the rock for the habitat, with the meanders and the ponds. There's just so many different things that have been brought together and that have been really made integral and part of a natural development. It feels very natural as you're walking through it, and you know, we have felt like we are in the middle of like an urban housing development, and then we switch right over to a park with just crossing a street.
I can't think of anyone who would not marvel at this and also find fascinating aspects of it, regardless of age. Kids would love the turtle and the snake habitat and the tardigrades, the bugs that eat toxins. You know, walkers can make use of the 2.5-mile path, all the while feeling like they're strolling along a mountain stream. folks can come by in the evening after dinner and hang out at the lighted waterfall. It's family friendly, it's couple friendly. Solo walkers and visitors will feel very safe regardless of the time of day. There's something for everyone here to enjoy, to marvel at, to take pride in, that we have this amazing model of, again, a giant water filtration system behaving like a park to keep our river water clean.
That part of the drain is about 20% of the whole project, maybe less than that, maybe 10%. But this is the development that the $4 million will buy you. You have housing there for college students, you have bistro, you got 2 hotels, all that stuff. And we collect an income tax off of everybody that works there. We collect tax off the property. And all of that went to help pay for this. So it's not, all those buildings are brand new. And it's completely, throughout this whole system, this whole square mile, stormwater is given birth to air and light. And you see what pollution is all about. And you have to know, when it's all said and done, you're the polluter. And non-point source pollution is strictly about people polluting. This is a rain garden from one end of Michigan Avenue to the other, comes out of a fountain. On top of the fountains, I plan on having over 50 sculptures within that whole system. And it'll be a sculpture garden. The whole thing is designed. The limestone that you see, you remember from your second grade chemistry class, you mix lime with acid and it turns to gas. Well, we turn the acid in the stormwater to gas, and we touch it to limestone wherever we can. Remember, I showed you those bottles, those samples of pollution that came out of the drains. It was void of all free oxygen. I have over 13 waterfalls that provide oxygen back to the system. This stretches about a half a mile north of there and to the neighborhood. I have built rain gardens for the neighborhood. I built the highway system. The highway department was golden. They worked with me and they wrote the check right up front, their portion of their assessment, whatever, and they even paid more. And they went out of their way to make it work. And the highway department, 127, is now part of this drainage district. And that's all stormwater. Think of it. Have you ever seen a drain looks like that? That's a drain. That's what the future of drainage is. And I think we can make all drains look like that. We can make all pollution, the kind of pollution that our society builds its fortune around, we pollute. It's called non-point source pollution. And we can handle it. I did a survey of joggers in the 3-county area. I've talked to about 100 people. And I asked them how often they change their tennis shoes. Well, every year they change their tennis shoes. That's a half an inch off of each shoe. So I built a square and I put 2 tennis shoes in there, a half inch. I made them a half inch. How high do I have to go before I hit 10,000 people? That's a lot of rubber excess that goes into the river today. Do we ban jogging? No. We build systems that can handle the impact of jogging. That's what we do. And that's what this drain does, and that's what every drain The 550 of them that are under my jurisdiction and the 236 of them that run into the Red Cedar River will all be fixed in this fashion. Low impact design elements can face business. It's good for business. People like being around it. People pay money to go and see it. People didn't balk at all when they got an assessment for this. It was quite nice. Anyway, that's a storm drain. That's a Montgomery drain. Oops. So the real conundrum, people build ways to get rid of their water out of their cities. They spend millions of dollars doing it. The same group of people go to vacation where they just sent their pollution. Can you figure that one out? I can't. Wouldn't it be easier if we just built storm sewer systems that worked and that actually complemented our lifestyle, like the joggers, and made life easier for us? Would have less vacation, the vacation communities would yell at us, but it'd make living in the cities a far better experience and higher quality of life for everybody if we did that. So if you want to know any information about this, I couldn't show you too much, but I showed you what I could. But if you want to talk further about it or want a tour, give me a call. And there's a QR code up there. You can bunch of that. It'll take us to our website. I've got probably 100 plus videos on our website, both about this drain and other drains that I built. I have about somewhere around, I don't know, 40 of our drains are low impact design. I've worked closely with Meridian Township to create this. In Delhi Township, which representatives of their Public Works Department are here today. And my deputy, Paul Pratt, is one of 2 deputies that I have. And the petition projects that I have, I see one of my attorneys are here, Doug Kelly, he's here somewhere, wherever he is. But I make sure everything's legal, and I love Public Act 40, the drain code. It allows us the flexibility to do what we want to with the river. It doesn't say that we have to fix this that way. It gives us a purpose to it. There's a, if I can find my phone, there's an old Latin saying. What's it called? There it is. Expressio unus est exclusio alternatis, which means simply if you make a list of things you can't do, anything that's not on that list you can do. So if you wanted to eliminate murder, you wouldn't say you can't murder because of a knife wound, or you can't murder because of poison. You just say you can't murder. What they need to do, what the state needs to do, state of Michigan needs to do, is say, we want clean water, period. And let us do our professional job and provide clean water for everybody. Because, like I said, no 2 watersheds are the same. They're all different. They have different economic values. They have different sets of standards. They have different things that they want. So you have to accommodate the people that live there as well as accommodate the water. Anytime you declare war on water, water will always win. No matter how you declare war on water. You can build a dam. Eventually the dam wears out. And you have to rebuild the dam or knock it down. One or the other. But you can never beat water. So the best thing to do is to partner with it. And my philosophy is that we manage water between point A and point B. We don't just run water from point A to point B. We manage it. And that means keeping it on the land and keeping it like it was, trying to reach that light blue line that you saw in the hydrograph. So once you reach that line, I doubt whether it will ever go back to the 1700s, but what you can do is improve the issue and improve the conditions. And what we try to do as drain commissioners is just that. So next time you get a storm bill in the mail from the drain commissioner, you know where it went. So don't be afraid of it. Water, you pay to have your dumpster hauled, you pay to have your trash hauled, why not pay to have your water removed? And I think Public Act 40 was the founders of this state. Public Act 40 was written in 1838, the first legislative session. It was the 40th law passed. They were smart enough to create an elected official to administer that law, because in America, you can't have taxation without representation. So we're elected to office, and we levy an assessment, which is a tax for that work that we do. And I levied an assessment for this one. So anyway, if they have any questions, please feel free to call me or whatever. I got my phone. That's my personal.
I was waiting for it to ring during the presentation. I actually do want to give a shout out for the YouTube site. There's actually some really interesting videos in there. So I went through and I've watched them all and learned quite a bit, actually. They're very, very fascinating. We do have time for a couple questions before we take the break. And then, Pat, are you and Paul hanging out for most of the day today?
We're going to hang out for most of the day.
All right, so you might be an opportunity to grab them during lunch as well. Time for one or two quick questions about the Montgomery Drain. Yep.
Okay.
So you mentioned that the drain through some of the areas was a benefit and people wanted to be adjacent to the drain. Do you have any numbers on how much economic benefit that has been for the community? Like $1 in the drain equals X dollar of growth?
I didn't divide it that way, but we looked at, take the toll gate drain. We built that back in 1998. It's one that Jim saw. And the housing value of the houses in that neighborhood, the Groesbeck neighborhood, went up because we built that drain. We have a poetry contest this year. Lansing laureate poet is running a contest, got a grant, and the first 6 winners of the poems get a sign placed along the walking path. I try and put water in front of people and try to put the pollution that they created in front of them. They know that when they pay their assessment, as part of paying the bill for that pollution, as part of their lifestyle, part of their, think of any society is, my education is fluvial physics and stream morphology, but I minored in cultural evolution. Imagine a culture on a table, and a table has 4 legs. And if you remove one of those legs, the table falls over, so does the culture. Those 4 legs are a place to put your stormwater, a place to flush your toilet, a consistent source of drinking water that's healthy for you, and a transportation system. Without any one of those 4 things, those 4 infrastructures, you don't have a society. Forget the library, forget the parks, forget the park bench, forget the police department. You don't have any of them. And I'm convinced that infrastructure that is what we should start with when we start to create quality of life for our citizens. And I was voted on by the citizens to create a quality of life for them, and I intend on doing it. And I'm using Public Act 40 to do it. So, go ahead.
Give a shout out to at least one of our engineers is here, Tim.
Tim Ingman is here. He's one of our engineers. Raise your hand, Tim. And Brian Sensi, is he here? I don't see Brian. I hired 2 engineering companies, and I hired a variety of specialist companies to deal with some of the problems that we had. Remember, our treatment train is a square mile. And throughout that whole system, there is treatment of that water. It's not just what I showed you on those films. Those films are the end product of where that water goes. But it's all treated first before it gets there. So and we had easements to get from private sector people. We had easements to get from public sector people, and so on and so forth.
How many people here are from the Lansing area or are familiar with the Montgomery Drain? Oh, quite a few, okay. I wasn't sure what that was. For those of you who are familiar with that part of Lansing and that area, I mean, it's transformation. I mean, it's really way different than what it used to be. So, fluvial geomorphology, that's my go-to hangman word. So, and my wife said I just made that up. It's not a real word. So, thank you, Pat. You're welcome. So we have a 30-minute break. Please make your way back over. There should be a coffee refresh over there. Visit the exhibitors. We'll start back up here at 11. Thank you. We're slowly making their way back from the break. So, all right. So our 11 o'clock talk. Maybe grab those doors back there for me at some point. I lost, no, it's pretty quiet. So just the two of you? The names weren't up there, so, okay. Just for me, I didn't know if it was just the two of you. So our next talk is by Greg Kaczynski and Liz Whitten from OHM Advisors. Oh, thank you. And they're gonna be talking about some of the work that they've did for the city of Ann Arbor. So you guys take it away.
Is it on? Is it on? No. I got it. Hello?
Yeah, that's good.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Greg Kaczynski with OHM Advisors, and Liz Whitten is with me today. These are pictures of us, which I assume we're in our native environments, but it looks like Liz is actually working. Are you? I'm not. We're here to talk about kind of a very long and drawn-out process with remapping a floodplain. By itself, kind of a boring topic, but we have, just because of all the weird twists and turns this project has taken, it makes kind of an interesting story, and it's kind of an interesting project as well. And I like to interact with the screen, so I'm going to go up on the real stage here. The reason for this project is north of Ann Arbor on the north side of downtown, and if any of you have ever been to the Amtrak railroad station, it's just off this picture here. It's just over here. The railroad creates a berm, and when you have a big storm event, the Allen Creek, which is just a big enclosure, can't handle it. It can handle about the 2-year storm. Everything else just kind of ponds in this office building area, and according to the FEMA maps, can flood up to about 9 feet of depth in this area for a 100-year storm. These are pictures of smaller storms. The water isn't quite as high, but you can see it's a real problem in this area. We're not here to talk too much about the project itself, but about the drama about trying to remap the floodplain after the project was done. The reason for the project, again, when we were planning it and designing it back in the mid-2010s, we were looking to take the floodplain down from an elevation that would have been at about the top of the first floor level of most of these homes, down to at least within the right-of-way. So bringing the floodplain down about 6 feet, that's a big benefit. And after Pat Lindemann's presentation on the wonderful things done with stormwater quality, this is a flood control project, okay? We're trying to have an economic impact, and that's what this is all about. But to Ann Arbor's credit, they do a lot of stormwater quality through their Green Streets program and other redevelopment requirements. So a lot of that's done upstream. This is just a 3D rendering of the design, but I'll just go right to the constructed product. The main Allen Creek, which actually just comes down underneath or underground, outlets right here. We added another overflow route, which actually enters in the parking lot through a weir up here. So this area, which was the bowl, used to flood, right? Now it has a better outlet out to here, to the Huron River, which is in the foreground. We actually were able to poke under the railroad a pedestrian tunnel, which is great because pedestrians used to cross the railroad. It was dangerous. Now they can get underneath, and this whole area is being redeveloped. If you drive to downtown Ann Arbor, you're gonna be able to see that going in, and that's really exciting. It kind of ties all this together. So when we were planning this project, we had to do a lot of modeling to show how the floodplain was being reduced. And so we were looking at the flood insurance study, and we went into the project with potentially good news, because the flood insurance study was redone just over 10 years ago. So we thought this would be a good way for us to just use the existing modeling and build off of it. Many of you may recognize this as a HEC-RAS cross-section if any of you are modelers. The problem with HEC-RAS in an urban environment, it just doesn't do a very good job representing the complexities of pressurized systems, water going in different directions, underground and on the surface. And so we realized at the beginning that this wasn't really a very good tool. As I said, it's not ideal for enclosed systems, especially if they're pressurized. And because in the Allen Creek watershed, you got water going in a lot of different directions, we wanted to use a more dynamic urban runoff model. And again, the reason this is important and the reason the modeling is important is all these businesses and all these residences were in the floodplain, and we wanted to be able to officially remap the floodplain so these people are paying either no flood insurance or a lot less flood insurance. And for a lot of these people, they're paying thousands of dollars a year. So again, huge economic impact. Fortunately, the city of Ann Arbor, kudos to them for number one, having a stormwater utility to make this project possible. Plug for stormwater utilities, especially after Sarah's presentation this morning. But also they've created a citywide model of their entire stormwater collection system. And as we found, and Liz will get into the details, this made it a lot easier for us to build a model that would predict the floodplain impacts of the project that we implemented at the downstream end of the Allen Creek. But as we found out, there was a blessing and a curse to using this. We'll get into that in a second. And this is a timeline, and I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail here, but the one thing that we've learned with FEMA and the remapping process, the floodplain remapping process, is that FEMA doesn't review the letters of map revision applications. They hire consultants to do that work. And the consultants are, there are fewer of them available if you're not using HEC-RAS. Everybody reviews HEC-RAS and they know it. There are fewer review teams that can review a SWIM model, which the city had and which we were using. So even though we had a conditional letter map revision application approved, and again, for those of you who are unaware, a conditional letter of map revision is basically a sign-off that as you've designed it, it will work and the floodplain will be at a specific elevation. And if you build it that way, it's pretty much assumed it's an automatic letter of map revision. So the letter of map revision you do after construction. The problem is, even though we had the conditional approved, the team that was assigned to the project by FEMA's consultant changed. And Team 2 didn't agree with Team 1. Team 2 said, well, we don't believe that you should limit the remapping to this is the project area. We want you to remap the entire Allen Creek floodplain, because they agreed with us. They didn't like the HEC-RAS model. They felt it was not the appropriate model to use. So we were kind of in a trap. But in consultation with the city, it was determined that, okay, we're going to remap the entire Allen Creek floodplain. So just for reference, you've got downtown Ann Arbor, you got the big house down here. So the Allen Creek watershed encompasses over 5 square miles, which includes downtown and the athletic campus, University of Michigan. So going further into this, and Liz can give some of the detail on this, after we spent some time with the second review team, somebody left that team, so we're on to review team number 3. Every time you get a new review team, you're starting over, right? You're starting over, they're reviewing the model. It's a big, complex model. And within a few months of review team number 3 being assigned to the project, somebody quit, and we're on to review team number 4. We're not done with the number of review teams yet, by the way. That's just the 4th one. So just going to the last, bringing us to current day, we got really far with review team number 4. Almost every I was dotted and T was crossed. And sure enough, review team number 5 comes along. This time it's not just a new team, it's another firm. So FEMA has punted this to a different firm. The contract with the previous firm ran out. So now we're starting over with these guys. And what they wanted to do is start the review process all over again. So what we did is we met with them face-to-face, or at least Zoom face-to-face, and asked them exactly what they needed. But the kind of the lessons learned here and Liz will get into some of the technical details of it, is that even though we had a great model, a swim model that the city had that set us up well for the remapping of the floodplain, there are fewer reviewers with FEMA who can actually do this work and certify it. And so that was part of the problem. And then getting kicked from one review team to the other has made this a very laborious and very long process. The building of it should be the hard part, not the remapping, not the official remapping. And during the process, you really do need to demand that the FEMA reviewers sit down with you. Otherwise, it's just a process of you sending them data, them taking 90 days to review it, then they send you a long letter, and it's an endless cycle that just never seems to end. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Liz to talk about some of the technical stuff.
Hello, hello. I would like the pointer. Okay, thanks, Greg. This one too. So, as Greg had brought us through the crazy review madness, really over the last 2 years, we were doing the review of the full Allen Creek remapping. So as Greg had mentioned, there was the Clomer, which was a specific area that they got approved. And then during the review process, they said, we need a full remapping. And so the area went from, as Greg had pointed before, the yellow area into the full Allen Creek. And so this last 2 years, we've gone through the review process with FEMA over this full remapping review. We've checked the boxes on the more high-level things, your MT2 forms, your notification letters, resident notification letters, the firms, the topographic mapping, and finally, more recently, we've gotten FEMA to start the review of the technical side of the things. So we've sat down with them, we've looked at the model, we've picked through everything, we explained to them how modeling convergence works in PC Swim. We've picked out every single node and looked at the model convergence time steps required, the maximum flooding depth versus the reported maximum flooding depth. So I think we've gotten their buy-in on the full technical side of the remapping. And what I'm showing here is, I guess, this pointer isn't working very well. So the highlighted image under October 25 is really showing we've come full circle. So back to that area of the original Clomer, we're at the downstream end near where the Allen Creek ties into the Huron River floodplain. And so we've been working with FEMA to finalize this. And so I know Greg showed a picture of this before, but just to show you guys, this is the box culvert that they installed through construction. This is the original Allen Creek drain. This is actually the floodplain, the 500-year of the Huron River extends all the way up here. This is another side of it. You can clearly see the Huron River. So the floodplain extends all the way up here, and what we're working on right now is tying in this area where it discharges into that floodplain. So we've been trying to work with them closely to make sure we're not messing anything up that requires remapping for them of the Huron River floodplain. And so that's been something that we've gone back and forth, and we're getting ready to submit this final piece. And hopefully we're able to finally say we're there instead of are we there yet? So enough of the review madness. I'm gonna take you guys through the actual modeling method. And I think to understand the system and the way that the model is set up, it's important to take a step back and understand how the system was originally. So this is a map from 1853, and you can clearly see, if this works, you can clearly see at the downstream end that the Allen Creek is draining into the Huron River up there at the top. Okay, this is not working. Okay, so you'll have to imagine, I'm hoping you can see, and that's the point of this map. You can definitely see on the west the tributaries. So these stream reaches are part of the full watershed, which is almost 6 square mile watershed. The Allen Creek main branch extends down. I think it's going past Division right there. Then 1866, I like this map because you're able to see the actual topography, the meandering stream, the clearly defined floodplain next to the businesses, the downtown, just west of it. And then this topographic map from 1906, you're still seeing those clearly defined tributaries out to the west, but the actual Allen Creek, that's much harder to see, which is typical of our urban systems. More development, more infill, more buildings. You're losing that floodplain. You're constricting where your stream can actually run. One thing that I think is interesting too is on the topographic map, there's clearly this, and I'm pointing to it with the slide, but not with my pointer. There's clearly a marked circular blue thing that's on the map. And I thought that was interesting. So it's following the path of the Allen Creek, and the Allen Creek branches out 2 separate ways south of it. But this was actually a swimming pool that was created in, I think, the late 1890s. It was spring fed, so as we know, a lot of our streams are fed by groundwater, so it was spring fed, but also it was fed from the overland flow from the Allen Creek to the south, and so they created this swimming pool along the path of the creek, so I thought that was interesting. So 100 years ago, in 1924, the city undertook a project to enclose the storm drain, or the creek, into a storm drain underground. And so these are some great images showing the construction process. And if you guys are interested in this type of stuff, this is all on the City of Ann Arbor's website. And so I have a QR code at the end if you want to look into this. That swimming pool picture, all of that's on there. So I think it's really interesting. So they enclosed the channel. As we all know, this construction that occurred many decades ago, especially 100 years ago, was sized for a certain drainage area, a certain C factor. Over the years, over the decades, we've had more buildings, more development, more impervious area, and so this drain is currently undersized, not only because of the change in the drainage area, it's undersized because we have more intense storms, larger storm events, and so in present day, this system is sized for a 2-year design storm. So anything greater than that, either the drain system surcharge and it floods to the surface, or it just doesn't have enough capacity, and so you get ponding, and then you get runoff that happens on the surface. So speaking in modeling terms, the actual drain itself is the minor system, so that's your pipe network underground, and everything that's flowing on the surface is your major system. So these systems are hydraulically coupled, they interact, they're both key for determining what's going on hydraulically and hydrologically. So selecting the right model. As we know, steady state model, it's useful, but it's truly just a snapshot of a certain point in time when the model reaches equilibrium. It doesn't account for changes of flow over time. Your dynamic model, as we're seeing on this graphic, it's the variable flow, so it changes with time. It accounts for attenuation, storage, lateral flow within the floodplain, and also the timing of tributaries, the flow when that meets the main Allen Creek. So the effective model, the current floodplain, is mapped with a HECRAS 1D model, steady state model. And this system is just looking at the overland system. It ignores the minor system, which is at the Allen Creek drain, as we know. And so it does not account for the capacity of that system and the storage that's taking place in that system. The Ann Arbor, the SWIM model that they have that exists, is a dual drainage model. And so this accounts for the flow interactions between the minor system, the major system. As a dynamic model, it does account for storage, attenuation. And so the HECRAS model was really over predicting flooding. And so this graph right here is showing, I think it's a node closer to the outfall at the downstream end. It's showing a maximum HCl that's 5 feet greater than the dual drainage SWIM model. So it was truly over predicting flooding. It wasn't accounting for attenuation. It wasn't accounting for any storage or anything that was occurring in the minor system. So this is a snip of the Allen Creek PC SWIM model. As Greg had mentioned, it's a great model. It's calibrated, it's up to date, it's easy to use. So it was definitely an easy transition of taking the model and starting the remapping process. So as I'd shown on those maps before, we had the different tributaries. In addition to the main Allen Creek, in total there were 6 different reaches that needed to be remapped. When I saw this and took on the project and agreed to work on this with Greg, I was comparing it to the Clomer study, which had 4 cross sections, and realized we had to have, it ended up being way over 100 cross sections. So a drainage area almost 12 times more than the original remapping. I kind of said, what did I sign myself up for? But honestly, I was ready to get my hands dirty, and it was an exciting process. Sorry. So taking a closer look at the SWIM model, I'm sure many of you guys know what a dual drainage model looks like, but for those of you who do not know, it shows the interconnection between the 2 systems, so they're both shown as conduits, and we're highlighting here in the red, that's the overland flow system, so the major system, and then there is a screenshot of the transect that is used, or the cross-section that is used for that full transect that's highlighted. And then the minor system, which is the Allen Creek drain, that's shown as the pipe, which is in purple. So finally, we're able to start the actual modeling process. And this really started with taking the model and identifying which of these networks, which of the conduits, the nodes within the model represented the overland flow path. So we had to do that not only for the Allen Creek, the main branch, but also those other branches. So in total, 6 different reaches. We then took the effective cross sections. So those are the cross sections that currently exist in the current floodplain mapping. We then looked at those to see if those could be used for this new remapping, but ultimately we realized we had to draw in a full new section of cross sections. So the image on the left is showing in red, we have color-coded what we identified as the overland flow system, and the middle map is showing the effective or existing cross-sections overlaid with our model. And so I'm not sure if you guys can see, but along the overland flow path, the nodes that we needed to use to get the maximum flood depth are shown in red. And so we needed transects that crossed and overlaid exactly with those nodes. And so a lot of those transects, if you can see it, they did not intersect with those red nodes along the overland flow path. So the final image on the right is where we drew in all of our new cross sections. So this is just taking a closer look at the cross sections. You can see some of the existing or effective cross sections do intersect with our nodes along the overland flow path, but for the most part, we did have to draw in new cross sections. So the key challenges in this, if we had half of the amount of cross-sections that are showing in this snip of the map of our proposed cross-sections, we would be getting a image like the dinosaur on the left. But we wanted to make sure we got enough cross-sections, we didn't need to get a 3D dinosaur that's gonna jump out of the screen. We needed something that was just enough to give us the information we needed. So these are showing all the original cross-sections we had, but we were able to remove some of them to give us enough of the picture as we needed. I'm gonna skip this for the sake of time. So moving to the floodplain mapping, this was definitely a GIS involvement, but basically what we did was take the max HGL at each of those nodes along the cross sections. We then were able to use a digital elevation map, GIS contour map, apply the flooding elevation and figure out what the extent of flooding was along each cross-section. We then took from cross-section to cross-section and interpolated the flooding depth. So this is showing the model map with our cross-sections. In red is highlighting the flooding depth. So then, for the sake of just showing you guys, this was done in JS, but to show you guys, this is applying the contour map, and so taking the flooding depths, figuring out along that cross-section what the extent of flooding per the contours. So this is showing where we've actually been able to draw in the floodplain. I've highlighted on the bottom the center line. So from each point along the center line, we interpolated what the flooding depth was, and so that's how we were able to draw on our floodplain. One thing I want to note and highlight, if I can, no. So you can see the floodplain is not continuous, especially moving past towards 817.33, for example. And so what this represents is the HGL of 817.33 is actually underneath the existing ground. And so this is representing, which you can sort of see in the model near the 814.93 node, the city has implemented these stormwater control solutions, stormwater management features. And this is actually showing that the system's working, right? So there's no flooding just upstream of that because the sewer there and the system has enough capacity to manage the stormwater. Just north of that, or I guess west of that, you see some ponding at 820.9. So the system does have enough capacity to manage most of it, but you do have these low points that the water cannot make it into the system. So we do have a non-continuous floodplain in these areas. So these are beautiful floodplain maps. On the left is the 100-year, on the right is the 500-year. This is floodway. I'm not gonna go into too much detail. These are some tables, and they're snips of tables. Mind you, these are much longer. So just highlighting the complications and data management and making sure all of the information from this modeling process was clearly communicated to FEMA, easily understandable. So key takeaways, and I'm not calling them challenges here because I didn't do the actual mapping. But key takeaways, there definitely was a lot from this remapping process. We were able to remove 38 parcels from the floodplain, which is great. As we all know, modeling is modeling. A design storm is not typically what ends up happening. So there's still risk to the parcels outside of the floodplain, but it was great to see that we were able to remove these parcels. The other thing, as I had just mentioned, is the storage and the surface ponding. So the floodplain wasn't continuous. I think this is not typical with floodplain mapping. This was something that we worked with FEMA, made sure we said, here's what our model's showing, and they agreed that this should be shown as such with these different ponding areas. This allows for strategic planning, as I just talked about, cities implementing these stormwater management practices. You can see it's clearly working here. This allows also for you to identify areas where they need to target. Another takeaway is the floodway, and I didn't touch on this too much, but I do want to highlight for the most part, the floodway did follow the effective floodway pathway, except for in this area near Hill Street. And so the effective floodway is shown in pink, and it really hugs the railroad there. What we found from the modeling is that the floodway actually extends towards the east and follows between 5th and Division and then along Hill. And so going back to that original topographic map that I shared with you guys, you can see the line of the, I don't know if you guys can see it clearly. You can see the line, it's the dotted line up in the top of the original Allen Creek. And then the bottom image, the bottom right, I'm overlaying our floodway map. You can see our new floodway actually follows that original pathway. And then it also loops over and hits that original pool that was there. So it was interesting to see that, which was truly a reflection of the model. Another takeaway is that this is a great planning tool. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the University of Michigan dormitory planning, but we did use the model to help us understand where they're proposing their construction, their infill, how does that affect the floodway. This is a much more accurate floodway, and so if they were to use the existing or effective floodway map, they probably wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the construction that they originally planned for. So this was a good tool for that. And I think we're over time, but any questions? Do we have time for questions?
We'll do one or two while we're swapping. So I do know that if you're looking for extra storage, somewhere around 300 million gallons will fit into the big house. So might work.
Greg and I wouldn't like that.
Always a controversial take depending upon the audience, but hey. All right, one or two questions while we switch presenters. Liz, you did a great job, and there was no questions. So I try. You guys ready? All right. No, I was going to try to introduce y'all. Three of you talking, right? Steve, Randy, and Taylor, right? Yep. Okay. I wasn't sure how many. I don't have the hard copy of the agenda in front of me. Make sure I got all the speakers correctly. So, I'm sorry. You can use whatever you would like. So next we're going to hear about conservation through collaboration. Some of the work that's being done in various, well, really Pontiac and the wetlands and things of that nature, collaboration between the state and the Water Resource Commissioner's Office. So I'll turn it over to you guys.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Today we're going to be doing a presentation about a wetland restoration project that we have going on in the city of Pontiac, but really the main theme of this presentation is the collaboration that is taking place between multiple agencies that is really are coming together, championing this project and making it successful.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Chadwick. I am the Senior Great Lakes Wetland Advisor for the state of Michigan DNR, which is really a fancy title to say that I get to work with partners across the state, across the region, across the country, really, on wetland-related topics.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Randy Napick with Wildlife Division of the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. In that role with Wildlife Division, I'm a statewide wetland habitat specialist. So I work with staff in DNR doing wetland projects, wetland restoration projects, helping find funding for those entities, and really working with partners traditionally to do wetland restoration projects more in the suburban and rural landscape. So yeah, the odd logo here, but very happy to be here today talking about this project, this collaboration that Taylor mentioned, and really trying to work more with and do more things in some of the areas we haven't worked traditionally, where wildlife and stormwater can work together.
And My name's Taylor Worsler. I'm a civil engineer for the Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner's Office. Up on the screen, you can see the many project partners that we have included in on this project. Our project mostly takes place in the city of Pontiac, so they've been largely involved with this project and are very excited for it. Part of the project area is also within Auburn Hills, and they've been supportive of this project as well. Both the city of Pontiac and the city of Auburn Hills petitioned us for this project to do a consolidation of 2 county drains that are currently in the project area, so then it will only be 1 Chapter 20 county drain after this project. We've got Drummond Carpenter, shout out to Don. He is the design engineer for this project, and then they brought on GEI as their subcontractor, so working with them has been great, and I'll let these two introduce the other agencies.
Yeah, so in addition to DNR logo up there, you see, I'm going to start at the bottom with Ducks Unlimited because they've been a major partner for us on many, many wetland projects and for a long, long time. So they definitely get a shout out. And then the next one up, who are frozen right now and not working, is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program. Again, long-term partner with a lot of expertise in wetland management. And I'll let Randy talk to you.
Yeah, and so I didn't mention in my introduction, one of the roles that I have is I work with the Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy, and I see some Eagle staff here in the room. And I work with them in a capacity leading a voluntary wetland restoration program. So that's DNR and Eagle working together on the regulatory front for projects that benefit wetlands, that benefit water quality, that benefit wildlife. And there's specific eligibility criteria of who can apply and what types of projects and where those projects can be to come through this specific program. But they've been a great partner in trying to work together to get wetlands on the ground. And we've been able to bring that partnership to this project here as well.
So now getting into the actual projects and the origin of this project. At WRC, specifically, I work in our environmental unit. We're always looking for the next project that we're going to do and how we're going to fund it. So internally, we are always evaluating properties along our drains or properties that we own or just areas within municipalities that would be ideal for ecosystem restoration projects, whether that be a green stormwater infrastructure project or like this one, a wetland restoration project. So we've always got that list and we prioritize it based on project success, and then we work to find funding opportunities for those projects. So the way that this project came to be is, you know, kind of different. Our chief engineer of drains, or not of drains, of environmental unit, Lynn Seymour, was at a regional SEMCOG meeting and just happened to strike up a conversation with Tyler Kilfman, who is part of SEMCOG, and just chatting about projects, and he was like, do you have any projects? You know, I know a guy, this guy, who might have some money or a program for an ecosystem restoration project, and Lynn's answer is always, yes, if you've got money, we've got a project. So she came back, we made the connection with Steve Chadwick, and I'll let him take it from here on where we went.
Yeah, so I learned something today. I did not know that other side of the story. So I'll share the DNR side. We were introduced through SEMCOG. Amy O'Leary had a meeting with myself and another counterpart who's since retired to talk about any wetland projects in Southeast Michigan. And that's how we ended up kind of connecting. And so we came down and checked out a few wetland projects, and we landed on Murphy Park. And I should also mention that a lot of this started because I mentioned Ducks Unlimited, along with SEMCOG, along with Audubon Great Lakes, went to the legislature and were able to get some general fund dollars dedicated for wetlands. And so having kind of some general fund money to get started on wetland projects is where the conversation started, and we'll talk a little bit more about funding later, but we ended up not needing to use that funding, so.
Yep, so just to situate us in the project area, this is Murphy Park is in the most east corner, the most upstream portion of the project. To the right, near the outlet of that blue line, which is our county drain, is the Clinton River. Up there you can see the designated wetlands, the National Wetland Inventory. So this was a great opportunity for a project. This was one that was high on our priority list. There's over 1.3 miles of county drains through this area and over 60 acres of continuous wetlands, this area accounts for approximately 20% of the wetlands that are in the city of Pontiac. So really an ideal project site, and it's so close to the outlet at the Clinton River. So a great opportunity for water quality improvements through this wetland restoration project. So Randy's going to talk a little bit about the wetland conservation program that was started through DNR and Ducks Unlimited.
Yeah, so as Steve mentioned, you know, he shepherds and implements and spends money through the general fund wetland money that was appropriated by the legislature. We had a special opportunity back in 2023, in March of 2023, when $10 million of American Rescue Plan Act funds was appropriated to the DNR, and then let Wildlife Division kind of work with Steve and help expend that money with partners. This was a really great opportunity for us. We were able to leverage a group of partners that have been working on related issues in Southeast Michigan for quite a while. Those partners being Ducks Unlimited, the Michigan Department of Ag and Rural Development, Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, and then of course the DNR, along with a few other partners in that mix as well. Leverage that partnership to really roll out and try to identify a way to spend these funds and work with entities and local units of government that we haven't traditionally worked with very well, or very often, I should say. And so with this $10 million appropriation of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, we worked with that team, developed a competitive process, did end up selecting Ducks Unlimited through a competitive process to be a fiduciary of this program and help us stand up a wetlands conservation program. That program largely, I'll take the opportunity to share a little bit about the program in general, had a few different RFP processes and has implemented, I think, 14 projects is what we're up to now, with the ability to touch 1,200 acres of land through restoration, enhancement, and protection through that, as well as 300 to 500 acres in a different standalone project of wetland restoration through these funds. And so it is through this program that we've been able to leverage our partnerships and our existing network of professionals to work here on this Murphy Park project, as Steve mentioned, and we're able to fund this project through that wetlands conservation program.
So after some meetings with Steve and Randy and some other parties at the DNR, we thought it was a good idea to apply for this Wetland Conservation Program grant. So we submitted a proposal, and around this time last year, we were granted $930,000 in grant funds for the design and partial construction of this project. And those grant funds require no match, which is always awesome. And as I mentioned, great opportunity for a project. It's all located on either public property, public park property owned by the city of Pontiac, or the land that is on private property is contained within wetland conservation easements. So we know that those will not be further developed. But overall, the project aims to increase wetland storage and habitat, reduce erosion and sedimentation, which is largely affecting the wetlands in the upstream portion of the project, stabilize stream banks, and then also part of it is going to be designing walking and biking trails in the city of Pontiac's Murphy Park for recreational use. So adding some trails, the design of the trails for the project as well. And Steve can talk about kind of how we got into the funding for this project.
Yeah, so it was really simple on their part. We had a meeting and we said, yeah, we like the project. Let's start exploring how can we make this happen. And so with the $2 million we had initially kind of as seed money, we started down that process. And then with the ARPA money, we were able to essentially save the $2 million for other projects around the state and just tie it up with ARPA. So that's how we ended up with the funding model. The $2 million, again, just kind of seed money to get things started, and then we were able to fund it with ARPA.
So getting into the actual design of the project, in the top right corner, kind of location map to situate where we're at. Starting on the downstream end, this is the area that is all contained within Eagle conservation easements. So early on, we had Randy use his connections with Eagle to start early conversations with those at Eagle about the conservation easements and what sort of activities would be permitted or would not be permitted, so we can kind of know going forward where to take this portion of the project and the design. The drain through here, as you can see, it can get pretty deep. There's a stormwater pond that is a portion of the drain. And so this is all going to be left undeveloped for years to come with the conservation easement on it. And as part of the project, some of the activities that we'll be doing in this area will be installing beaver dam analogs, which we'll talk more about later, removal of debris within our drain easement, and also invasive species treatment. So this is the portion of the project that has probably the least amount of proposed work on it, the most downstream portion, but all of what is happening upstream will help to relieve problems downstream. So moving a little further upstream, this is the portion of the project that we're calling the Stormwater Wetland Basin. It's kind of what is circled there in red. And another really good thing that happened not as part of this project, but prior to this project that is helping to make this project successful, is that the city of Pontiac acquired more lands for the park in 2023. What you see in green is what Murphy Park was originally, and what you see in red is their newly acquired land. So the park expanded by over 60 acres in 2023, so now it's all public lands. There's a lot of wetlands out there. There's not a lot of human activity, so again, an ideal place for a project like this. Murphy Park was established in 1919. It was one of the first 4 parks in the city. It's well used by the community. They did a survey, and Murphy Park was the most used park regionally in the city of Pontiac. So it's a fan favorite. So what work are we actually doing in this upstream portion, this newly acquired portion of the project? This is kind of the main area of the wetland restoration project. This is, every time we go on site visits, we've done probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 site visits, if not more at this point, and it seems like every time we're doing a site visit, you guys are bringing more people on, we're bringing our consultants out. The party grows every time we have a site visit, but this is the part of the project that once we get to it, we take people out, they are really amazed at this portion of the project. It's almost naturally is a nice bowl area. We're currently standing on the Clinton River Trail, which cuts through the North Spur Clinton River Trail, which cuts through the project area. So naturally there's just this nice bowl area where those wetlands are. However, currently the drains in size through that area, and there's a lot of invasive species. So there's a lot of work to be done, but it's a great opportunity for a lot of enhancements. So this is also where we're proposing to install beaver dam analogs, which mimic beaver dams, and they allow flow to slow down and spread out in those wetlands. This is an activity that has not been designed and permitted in the state of Michigan yet. It has nationally, so as part of this project, this is something that we're looking to add to that. And then as well as some wetland enhancement and restoration through invasive species treatment, native seeding, and then some wetland excavation. And Randy can talk a little bit about the beaver dam analogs and the work that we've been doing with Eagle to get these permitted.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about that and really in the vein of our voluntary wetland restoration program. So taking a step back, it's a voluntary program. And in order to work in those wetlands have to be altered and degraded. And so what we see here in the bottom right of the screen, as Taylor mentioned, is a wetland that's certainly been altered. We're standing up on a trail that did not exist previously across that wetland basin until it was installed. A long time ago, but it was installed there. As Taylor mentioned, that the stream itself through this area is quite incised. And this is kind of where DNR and this VWR program comes in. And we're interested in wetland restoration, floodplain connectivity, all of those things, all of which is trying to be accomplished here through this project. So this area definitely piques my interest. One of the ways to essentially fix the invasive species dominance, so a lot of Phragmites out there and some narrowleaf cattail as well, would be herbicide. There are other ways to do that though with a more long-term solution. One of those ways is trying to get the hydrology back. And as Taylor mentioned, beaver dam analogs is one way to help an incised channel have reconnection to the floodplain and the wetlands, but has not yet been permitted here in the state of Michigan specifically for that purpose at this scale. And so we have been working through the early coordination through this whole process of trying to develop the project, have constant feedback, to really try to work together and find a solution that we can all be okay with. And again, I work for DNR, not the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, but work with that team. It is my opinion, this is a spot where we should try this in the state of Michigan. This wetland bowl in a fairly urban area, really increase the function of this area as best we can for the benefit of people and for wildlife and for it really just kind of stormwater moving through the system and trying to shave the peaks of that hydrograph. A technique and a location, and a team that hopefully can really get this done.
So now moving upstream of the stormwater basin to the upstream portion of our project in what was originally the Murphy Park property. Through here is our county drain, the Roof Collier drain. And what you really wouldn't guess about this park looking at the aerials or just knowing, you know, Southeast Michigan in general and Pontiac. Pontiac's a very urbanized area, but the really special thing about this project and this property is that you're not expecting the quiet nature out there in this urban environment. What you actually can't see is in the upstream portion of the drain from Murphy Park down to our drain, there's about 30 feet of fall. It's a very hilly area. When you're down in the project area, you're kind of thinking to yourself, am I in Southeast Michigan right now? This doesn't look flat. So the issue with that though is it's causing a lot of erosion in our drain, really fast flows, erosion and sedimentation downstream in the wetland basin and further downstream in the drain. This is causing issues with sedimentation, erosion, flooding issues. There's an issue with an existing culvert crossing the banks around it are just totally caved in. That's the picture right by the location map. So a lot of work needs to be done in this area. So as part of this project, we'll do the culvert crossing stabilization, in-stream structures, and bank stabilizations. And also in this park, there's not a lot of human activity except for unauthorized ATV usage in the property. So there's a lot of crossings in the drain. So the city is looking to reduce that. Obviously, it's an unauthorized activity. So as part of this, we're also going to be restoring those areas as well. And then extending the project upstream. Originally, we were concluding the project where our drain concludes, where our jurisdiction concludes, which is right at the culvert crossing. But upon surveying the upstream portion, we found that that was in really bad shape too, also experiencing very severe erosion. So we talked with Steve and Ducks Unlimited early on about extending the project scope from what we originally had. We worked through the drain petition process to extend the county drain through there, and now this portion of the drain, the new drain, will now be included in the project. So you can see on the profile here just how much of fall you have in such a short span, which is really unconventional for this area of Southeast Michigan. So from the beginning, this project has involved so much collaboration from all of our parties. It's constant phone calls with Steve and Randy and Ducks Unlimited, Jim Hazelman at U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the city of Pontiac consistently championing this project, same with the city of Auburn Hills. So just wanted to give Steve and Randy the opportunity to touch on the collaboration from their perspective and on their end.
Yeah, this has been just a great opportunity for us to work. You know, I didn't mention it earlier. The $2 million that we have through the general fund is really unique to the DNR. The DNR does not typically get a lot of general fund dollars. And a lot of the funding comes from restricted funds, so think hunting and fishing licenses. And so this is truly taxpayer dollars that we're getting. And I have the responsibility to spend it. And the way I look at it is, these are dollars that we can use to find natural resource-based solutions for local communities. And this is a really good example. And so when we first looked at this project, it checked a lot of the boxes that I was looking for. There was a great partner. We had great partnership opportunities, a great opportunity to solve some flooding issues, maybe some erosion in an area where the community could ultimately enjoy it. So again, great collaboration across the board with numerous partners.
Yeah, and I would like to add to that just a little bit to say in the pot of money that this project has ultimately been funded for in this phase, one of the things we were looking for was a partner. You know, money has timelines and deadlines. A partner that is a really good partner, one, and does what they say they're going to do in a timely fashion on the timeline that we've all agreed. And we've had that great partner here with this project, so I'm very thankful for that. And we couldn't really do that without great partners. Additionally, this project in particular, we mentioned some of the different design elements are things we have not actually have not really happened on the ground in Michigan in a large way and in a large extent. So this project is an opportunity for us to work together and all push the envelope together in trying to think through creative solutions that we desperately need here in the state of Michigan, in rural and in urban areas as well. So I'm thankful for that collaboration to be able to push each other's boundaries and hopefully come away with a solution and a suite of solutions that works for partners.
And just wanted again to give another shout out to Drummond Carpenter and GEI, our design engineers on the project, who have also been great to work with. Not going to say anything bad about Don at his event. So he's been great. GEI's been great to work with, engaging with the DNR and Eagle, working back and forth on any sort of questions or concerns that they have with the project. So it involves a lot of different people, but it's what is making it most successful. So current project status, we are at the 60% plans are complete. We're working through our Eagle permitting for the project, for the activities for the project. We're looking to go out to bid in early November and engage a contractor early to get them involved to get the design up to 100% to provide some cost savings to the project. Construction of phase 1, the part that is being funded by the ARPA funding, will be complete by August of 2026. So again, just want to take the opportunity to thank Randy and Steve for their work and the collaboration on this project that started off as a quick catch-up at a SEMCOG regional meeting, and give them the opportunity to share what they've got coming up and opportunities for future collaboration.
Yeah, thanks, Taylor. So we do have an opportunity to continue the collaboration with the wetland funding. Thankfully, the legislature added a little bit of money into this year's fiscal year budget. Even though it was extremely tight, they were able to scrape up $1 million to continue this program. So I do still have money. I still have, and still looking for partnership projects like this anywhere in the state. This money is, like I said, general fund, and it can be applied anywhere, and it's really easy to gain access to. So appreciate the being able to be here and see you all today.
And then I will add one thing not funding related, and so I did mention the voluntary wetland restoration program that I co-lead with Eagle. We work with partners across the state. As I mentioned, it's a statewide program, but there is some eligibility of who can apply and what types of projects fit. But if you think you might have a project that fits, where it's a wetland restoration project, wetland enhancement project, or necessary infrastructure upgrades to manage wetlands, feel free to give me an email or send me an email, and I can pass it by the team to see if it fits into our VWR program. And we'd happy to work together on projects that we have mutual interest.
Okay.
And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Taylor. Really appreciate that. Randy, Steve. So quick poll. How many people heard of beaver dam analogs before this presentation? All right, that's a win. We got like 5 people that knew about it before, and now we got like 100, well, actually over 200 people that know what a beaver dam analog is. All right, so I hand over here.
First, I'm Jack Ferguson from Auburn Hills. I live like half a mile from this place. I've been walking that ground for 73 years. This is an answer to my prayers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My question is, back to the beaver dam analogs. Why are they not? Were they not permitted in Michigan? Is there some kind of spooky thing?
I'll start to address that, and with a very large disclaimer here at the front is that I don't work for our state regulatory agency. I work in close partnership with the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. So I'm not going to speak for Eagle staff at all on this one. But I will say, when thinking, and hopefully the crowd can relate, is when thinking about implementing structures and designs, the great work we saw on the Montgomery Drain, a few presentations ago, a lot of that is generally, structures that you can measure, right? It's a certain elevation in concrete or steel or otherwise. And when you have a structure like a beaver dam analog, you're in many cases building it with natural materials and different things, and there's a little bit of gray area on specific elevation, if it's going to stay there, if and when it might wash out, even though it might be a more natural-based feature or process. Not having the specifics might make it a little bit harder to issue a permit for and have assurances that it's not going to cause problems upstream or downstream or environmental problems. So again, not speaking for the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy on this one, but in my mind, those are some of the things that make it a little bit more difficult to think through in a permitting process, especially if there is potential for off-site impacts to folks whose project it is not.
So plan B is to release, I don't know, half a dozen beavers or so in Pontiac. Please, that was a joke.
If the beavers do it and you don't, that's natural.
Do you had a question, Greg?
Yeah, Dawn, thank you. I appreciate you. Actually, I think you set up some more questions about beavers, because I was one of those people who hadn't heard of a beaver dam analog, but quick review with the help of Gemini's. So one of the benefits is they attract beavers. And since we do have beavers in this watershed, do we expect future beaver dams? And maybe we don't build as many and they come and build more and they do the O&M for us?
I'm going to leave that ultimate question up to Taylor and everyone at Oakland WRC. But they could, right, attract some more beavers, and which is why you want to make sure you're allowing activities like this in an area where you can be okay with that. And that's been part of the review process and considerations as well.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
All right, how about one more? Do I got to run up here with this, or you think your voice can carry?
You talked about collaboration. Did I hear anything about reaching out to neighbors or residents? Was that through the cities?
Yeah, so we've presented this project at a few different city council meetings and special subcommittees for parks at the city of Pontiac. The project was also brought to the City of Auburn Hills City Council as part of the petition project for consolidating the drain, and this wetland restoration project was wrapped up into that. We've also reached out to the adjacent homeowners or landowners in the area where the conservation easements are. Our right-of-way team has reached out to them for permission to access their lands and kind of let them know what we're doing. But we have a really great working relationship with the city of Pontiac, and so we're constantly talking with the councilmen and women whose district this is, and plan to present at an upcoming councilman meeting to share with everyone.
One more round of applause for Steve, Randy, and Taylor. So that really was a great presentation on collaboration, and the inspiring part was, again, really just the first part, just conversations at SEMCOG, right? And it kind of went from there. So we are at our lunchtime. Just a couple quick, brief announcements, all right? There's a lot of people here. We have 2 lunch buffets that are double-sided, so that theoretically that's 4 lines, okay? We're gonna try to get you through as fast as possible. The main floor where you were at there, where the exhibitors are, there's about 200 seats there. The balcony has some high-top tables for anyone who's kind of tired of sitting. You can stand up there. There's an overflow classroom for additional seating if somebody wants to go in there. There should be signage for it. Weather's improving nicely. A lot of people at this event take their lunches outside, and if you go out right where the coffee was, there's some nice outdoor patio seating there as well. So we'll hopefully get you through as efficiently as possible. We're going to start back up here at 1 o'clock with the panel. Thank you. All right. We're going to get our afternoon started here in just a second, so people can settle down a little bit. Excellent job following instructions at lunch. There was a relatively efficient movement of people through there, so everybody listened well. Appreciate that. Hey, could you do me a favor and maybe close those doors when you get a chance there? Limit the noise from the outside. There we go. So our next session, for those of you who've been kind of paying attention a little bit to stormwater management, flooding, things of that nature, right now there are multiple regional flooding initiatives happening in Southeast Michigan. And these initiatives are being undertaken by different organizations. They have different missions, different goals. And as these have emerged, we have found them to be extremely complementary, right? And it's really doing a nice job. These organizations are doing a great job starting to chart the course for flood risk management and sustainable stormwater management in the region. So we have actually only 4 panelists today. I'm going to start by saying Brian Corzetz had to give his regards. He was not able to present today due to the government shutdown, which limits his ability to attend. Even if he wanted to be here, he's not allowed. So he did send his regrets and said that Todd King would do an absolute great job presenting on behalf of Brian. So Todd said he gets to have 10 minutes instead of 5 because he's presenting for 2 people. They don't seem to like that idea. No. No. Well, all right, so what we're going to do, everybody's going to have about 5 minutes. I'm going to kind of keep a really close eye. We got an hour for this panel. We want to do about 20 minutes to start with. Everyone's going to get about 5 minutes to kind of talk about their initiatives, talk about why they're on this panel and what they're doing. Then we're going to raise that screen up. We're going to ask them to come up on stage, and we have some pre-prepared questions, but in reality what we're going to try to do is get the audience to ask questions from these individuals about basically the coordinating groups here in Southeast Michigan. So we have Kelly Carl, the Manager of Environment and Infrastructure at SEMCOG. Todd King, Chief Resiliency Officer at Great Lakes Water Authority. Maybe you guys can just wave a little bit, so. Lisa Wallach from DWSD and Kurt Wolf from the University of Michigan. Yeah, now they'll catch on. All right, so Kelly, you're first.
And let's see. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm just looking for the arrows here. Great. What a great group to see. And as Don said, my name is Kelly Carl. I manage the Environment and Infrastructure Group at the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. How many of you know who SEMCOG is? Well, that's good. I don't need to generally explain. So the regional planning agency and also regional transportation agency for the 7 counties in Southeast Michigan. First, a shout out to Commissioner Nash, certainly, for his leadership and vision for bringing all these people together. It's so beneficial to us as a regional agency to have other opportunities to collaborate and other agencies bringing people together to collaborate, especially on stormwater. It doesn't end at our jurisdictional boundaries, right? So we're very excited to talk about this initiative we've just kicked off. It's our Flooding and Resilience Plan. And as a regional planning agency, yes, it's another regional plan, but I want to say that I think, let me back up a little. I just set the stage here. It's really probably one of our most collaborative and forward-thinking initiatives that we're kicking off. And we just started this a couple of months ago, actually a few months. We have a great team of consultants, Don Carpenter, Tetra Tech, ICF, and HRC, and Fernleaf out of the East Coast. We're really bringing a lot of great thinkers together to work on this plan. It really involves all of you. You all have a role, and that's what I hope you hear today as I just walk through this over the next 5 minutes to really set the stage. You know, we're really looking, we want to look out 50 years or out to 2050 even and say, what do we need to do to mitigate flooding in our 7 counties? And how does that work? And what needs to happen? And we're going to touch every single topic you could think of that relates to your work and all the interrelationships as we manage stormwater in the region. So with that, when we do regional plans, we develop a task force. The task force we have is made up of over 80 members across our Southeast Michigan 7 counties. And you can see the diversity of membership there. I hope that each of you find your place in that list. We have a whole membership, but ultimately, we're looking to identify what projects need to happen in the region so that we can have this regional plan with a list of priorities, but some may be planning related, some may be operations and maintenance related, some may be engineering related, some are dedicated to our nonprofits that support a lot of the work that you do, but ultimately we need a plan that we can use to then go to our legislators and to Washington and seeking out funding for our region ultimately. And you heard about that a little bit on the previous project with Oakland County. It's like we're trying to connect the dots with different funding sources. Of the task force, we have 6 task force meetings between now and March of 2027, at which point our General Assembly, which is made up of all of our membership, will adopt this plan. We do plan to have workshops in the first quarter of 2026, and if you are on our list or interested, please let us know. Emergency planning and response, planning, you know, what do the local government planning departments need to be considering? What should you be considering as you're looking into the future on how to mitigate flooding? Nature-based solutions, how do we integrate those into our master plans? And then obviously the engineering side of things, you know, and a shout out to our consulting engineers. We're all talking about what do we need to do differently to manage stormwater in the region? All of those things will synthesize and come together, and then we'll be soliciting projects. Great connection with our partners, our regional partners in GLEWA, who has a projects work group that we're connecting with to look at projects and what needs to happen, and certainly our university partners and a lot of the research and projects that they work on. So as far as the plan goes, some of the topics that are listed here are what's going to be contained within the plan. One of the topics I wanted to highlight quickly is the topic of nature-based solutions. So within our wide-ranging 7 counties and many urban areas and paved areas, where can we put in nature-based solutions to help mitigate runoff, right? You know, where can we redirect runoff into maybe existing wetlands that can be expanded, or new wetland features, regional detention, where does that need to happen? And our consultants between Tetra Tech and Don Carpenter have developed this awesome dashboard, I'm going to give you the QR code to look at, where they have prioritized through a big GIS desktop analysis to look at where some potential, I say potential opportunities are based on a whole slew of factors. And what we're doing with that is refining that data to look at a few areas where we could develop some concept plans really as pilot projects. Some of this fits in with the Great Lakes Water Authority modeling that they'll be doing, and you know, as potential areas and how that can fit in with some of their surface flow modeling on where the problem areas are and where the nature-based solutions opportunities might be. And then we're working with MDOT partners. I think I saw somebody from MDOT here earlier. And how does this fit into regional transportation planning, and where can we redirect road runoff to minimize, you know, road flooding as well? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Todd, but this QR code takes you to the dashboard, and there are many ways to sort data, and if you are a community and you have open areas, parks, areas that you think could be suitable for regional detention, let us know. We're adding to the dashboard, but take a look at it and give us any feedback. Thank you.
So, thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Commissioner Nash, for the invite. This is, again, very inspirational. It's great to see a bunch of folks out here, and as Don mentioned, Brian gives us regards that he couldn't be here, but I got some free slides to present. So, with that, I'd like to introduce, how many of you folks are aware of the Southeast Michigan flood study that GLEWA and the Corps of Engineers are doing? Okay, quite a few of you. All right, so basically what we're doing is we're looking at a study area that consists of three major hydraulic unit classification Huck 8s. They're called the Detroit River, the Clinton River, and portions of the Lake St. Clair drainage area. So we're starting this study out at the farthest extent that makes hydrologic sense, and then within the study area, we're looking at the GLEWA service area. The pink area is the separated sewer, and the greenish area are the combined sewers service areas. So as everybody knows, in Michigan, we're very flat when you get close to St. Clair, or Lake St. Clair and the Detroit River. And what does that mean? That means there's a lot of opportunities for flooding when it rains hard. Working with the federal partners, we've got access to all the federal data. So what you see in front of you is the FEMA repetitive flood map. So surprisingly, within the FEMA Region 5, which includes Chicago, it's Detroit and Chicago in terms of repetitive flood losses. Depending on each storm event, Milwaukee might be in there for the running after recent events, but that is how high we rank in terms of the overall flood damages associated with flooding. And after the 2021 floods, our incoming CEO, Sue Coffey, said, this project expands beyond the ability of GLWA or the local municipalities to be able to deal with this. So she sent a letter to the Army Corps of Engineers to say, we need help. And in the 2022 Water Resources Act, the two things happened. One, we got authorized to do this general investigation study, and the second thing we got, the second thing the Corps got was authorization to study pluvial or rainfall-driven flooding. So those were two major events. And then the other thing that we have to think about in our area is the Great Lakes water level. They go up and down on a cycle, and what you see in the middle there is the Jefferson-Chalmers area, where if anybody drove by there back in 2019, 2020, you saw these big orange tiger dams, they called, in order to keep the Detroit River out of the neighborhood. Everybody knows we've got depressed interstates, and those become retention basins when the storm's high enough. And then finally, what we're really trying to get out of here is people losing, their history, their basement, their flooding. This is terribly disruptive to people. We know that the intensity, the duration, the frequency of flooding is changing. We got to address this, and this study is our hope to kind of start down the path of providing a technical foundation in order to take all these efforts that you heard about this morning and start trying to synthesize them, easy word to say, and bring them together and try and go to the federal government and our political representatives and say, we need an investment, just like you saw in the NEORSD presentation, in the billions of dollars. So that's what we're really hoping to achieve with this. And everybody looks at the schedule and says, wow, this is a really long schedule, but this is the type of technical foundation we're trying to get to, we're trying to build upon. It's going to take a while. You've seen all these great ideas this morning. How do you synthesize I'm going to stop saying that word. How do you get them all to come together in a meaningful and technically proficient way? So that's kind of why you see the schedule as long as it is. And then once we're done with the study phase, we have the technically selected plan, then that goes all the way up to the Assistant Secretary to the Army for signature. Once we get that signature, then the Corps is eligible to get funding through the federal appropriations through Congress to then bring the billions of dollars into Southeast Michigan to address this issue. So that's the overall goal. I'll skip through some of this stuff, but you saw in the Ann Arbor presentation the challenges you have with trying to take a swim model and put it on top of a HEC-RAS model or a surface water model. So that's some of the issues that we're doing right now. You know, we're on a larger scale than what the Ann Arbor project was, but that's a lot of computing power, a lot of thinking about how do you manage these data, and then how do you keep track of all that as you go through the permutations that we think we're going to have to go through to really figure out what the optimal solution is. So this is a simple, I guess I'd want to do a quick shout out to well, SEMCOG introduced us to an effort that the Department of Transportation Management and Budget was doing at the state to upgrade the digital elevation maps and make them what they call hydro-enforced. So basically, it's a big 3D map that is going to be available to everybody in the state. And what we're doing is we're taking a rain event or multiple rain events, putting it over that, and then seeing where the water runs. So this is a very simple approach to see where the depressions are, where these areas have the potential to flood, but the next step is then take the pipe map, connect that, and drain those off to see what the reality is. So that's part of the, I guess, the behind the scenes issues that are going on. The other component is there's the Corps has a 6-step, very rigorous process they go through, as you might imagine, for spending billions of dollars in the country. And there has to be a cost-benefit analysis. So they have to go through and look at the economics, you know, what are the damages, what are the repetitive damages, and then what's the cost of the project, and is there a payback? So there's a big portion of this that is based on the economics, and again, future time, or if you're really interested, I'll have a link at the end so you can get involved in the flood study. But there's that. There's, you know, the other costs are like Kelly mentioned about the emergency response. Once these events happen, there's a tremendous amount of money that's spent in the recovery mode. So how do we deal with that? How do we evaluate if a depressed freeway is flooded? That means fire trucks can't get through, ambulances can't get through. How do we evaluate that and monetize that and throw that into the cost-benefit analysis? Again, they're very rigorous. It's a big study area, but you know, state of computing these days, we think we're gonna take a shot at being pretty comprehensive and getting down into, you know, almost a structure by structure analysis, at least on an index basis scale, I should say. And then I think the last point was climate change, even though you can't really call it climate change these days, but there is a change in weather that is happening. It's changing the intensity, the duration, the frequency. We're getting 100, 500, 1,000-year storms every 10 years. So that is something that we're teaming with the University of Wisconsin and dealing with that. And so this is just a kind of a long form of, you know, what the payback is. So we've started the process. We've identified what we think the problem is. We've gotten the authorization from Congress. We're in the process of, or we funded the study. We've got $2.3 million on the federal side. GLEWA is the non-federal sponsor, so we're going to match that on a one-for-one basis. We're going to execute the feasibility study, and then once the Assistant Secretary of the Army signs off, Then we can go into the pre-construction, the engineering design, and then the overall construction authorization and hopefully into the project. And then at the end, operate and maintain whatever this beautiful, big, beautiful solution is. Sorry. So again, I think part of the inspiration for this study is you really need to have cooperation, like Kelly said, across all these jurisdictional boundaries. And it's nice to see everybody from around the region coming together to share these ideas, and this is what we're hoping to achieve. So with that, there's your virtual public meeting sign-in. I'll hand it over to Lisa. Did I go long?
Yeah, kicking you out.
No.
I got instructed to kick you out. So, okay, which button am I going to hit here? So hi, I'm Lisa Wallach. I am the Field Services Director for the DWSD Permitting and Stormwater Management Group. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have going on in the city to deal with stormwater. So we have several initiatives that we take. One is that we want to do peak flow control. We want to hold that water back whenever possible, freeing up capacity in the combined sewer system. Thank you, sir. We want to do source removal, always just try to get it out. Get it to the Rouge River, get it to Detroit River, infiltrate it into the ground. That's the main objective. We work with our redevelopment and our development. We enacted an ordinance in 2018, and so we require them to manage their stormwater on site. And then collaboration. So we want to work with partners, any agency, other communities, surrounding suburbs, to find ways to manage stormwater that's mutually beneficial and cost effective. So we want to create capacity, reduce flooding, and keep those basements dry. So DWSD does have our own projects that we design and construct. One that's wrapping up construction right now is the Far West Stormwater Improvement Project. This was done in collaboration with Evergreen Farmington. We were designing this project to remove about over 100 million gallons of stormwater annually from the system, and Evergreen Farmington needed some flow to come in. So we're removing more than they're putting in, but they said, let's collaborate, and so they're funding a large portion of this over $30 million project. And it is in Rouge Park. It's highly visible. It's a very large nature-based solution. I invite you all to go see it. If you haven't seen it, it's quite spectacular. And so with that project, we've brought our total number up to 20. We have invested over $46 million in construction of GSI projects in the city. And we are removing over 160 million gallons annually. And you can see most of the projects are in the Upper Rouge tributary area near the Rouge River. So we also have ongoing projects, right? We have our capital program. And so this is everything we have going on right now in the city. We have our Near East Side resiliency study that's underway, Fisher-Meldrum study that's underway. Those are looking for ways to manage stormwater in those areas. The Near East Side Joseph Campos study is going to procurement soon. We did get 3 BRIC grants. Supposedly they're canceled, but I'm leaving them on the map because we have contracts and we were awarded. So hopefully those will come through, maybe. Then we have shovel-ready projects, the Schoolcraft and the West Chicago North. Those are designed, and they are large stormwater management practices, projects to redirect stormwater to the Rouge River and create stormwater-only outfalls and reduce CSOs. So if anybody has money, I'll take it. The one that's currently under design is Brightmoor. We are designing that right now. It is a large nature-based stormwater management feature using existing topography, and we're going to get the stormwater over to the Rouge River for discharge. So that's an exciting new project that's being designed right now. We have our Finkel stormwater projects that are under construction. Those are the 4 boxes stacked up in the middle of the screen there. Those projects are mostly bioretention, rain garden type installations on vacant land. And we also have a stormwater forest that's going in. And then we have West Chicago South,
large stormwater project, redirecting stormwater to the river, freeing up capacity in the system. And then lastly, we started our sewer reconfiguration near Riverside Park. This is another collaborative effort where Centerline needed to get some capacity into the system. So once again, we're getting more out. So we are able to turn 2 CSO outfalls, B32 and 33, into stormwater only outfalls. And we're going to take about 50 acres off the system so that allow them to get in. And so Centerline is funding that project. So to talk about one of the studies really briefly, the Eastside Resiliency Study is fully funded by EGLE and NIFWIF. And with all our studies, we're trying to develop a plan and strategy for implementing feasible nature-based solutions that are accessible to the community. And in this case, we're looking at over 2,000 acres of drainage area that we want to manage the stormwater. That includes East English Village, Morningside, Fox Creek, and Riverbend. So we're looking to see how we can help that area with the flooding and hopefully free up some capacity in the DRI. So we're always collaborating whenever possible. I talked about Evergreen Farmington and Far West and the Centerline project. We collaborated with Gordie Howe to get a lot of stormwater out of the system, all of their port of entry stormwater actually out of the system and into the Detroit River. We work with MDOT. We're working with them on 375, I-94, and hopefully M39. And collaboratively, all these projects remove hundreds of millions of gallons of stormwater from the system every year, which has a huge impact on our local sewer system. So that's really important. And finally, I just want to mention the Stormwater Hub. We had partnered with several nonprofits and community groups to develop this website, which is a place to promote GSI in the city and share knowledge and resources. And so it's an interactive map. You can, it's got resources and things, but the map is pretty cool. You can click on the project, learn about the project. You can zoom in and out, all that good stuff. Right now we have about 295 projects on the site, which are reported to manage over 800 acres of drainage area. So if you know of a project in the city that's not on the Stormwater Hub, I encourage you to go there and you can add it and we'll put it on there for you, of course with the property owner's permission. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kurt.
So hi, I'm Kurt Wolf with the University of Michigan. I wanted to reiterate what Don said early on. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a bit. But over the course of the past few years, a lot of these different groups have come together and are starting to work together and find out what each other are doing. And so it's really becoming this really cool collaborative effort. This is a unique team here. So I've been at U of M just under 10 years, and GLEWA was just starting to be formed a while ago, just a bit before that. And U of M, my job at the U of M is really to kind of map community problems back to the U of M and then try to push out research into outcomes and inject research findings into these projects. But we found ourselves working on these, GLEWA has a nice research program that they sponsor. And so we found ourselves, U of M found ourselves working alongside Wayne State and Michigan State. And so maybe 5 or 6 years ago, these three universities got together and started to say, what if we work together on some really impactful projects? Now we're actually folding in Michigan Tech, all the R1 universities, and you might start hearing more about these 4 universities getting together to work on these kind of grand water challenges. But U of M was working on GLEWA's long-term control plan for a number of years, and out of that kind of working collaboration, we got this idea to develop this project and pitch it to the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation about how to, how to integrate nature-based solutions at scale on a large collection system. And think about that. We're talking about, these would be very large projects. They would be, kind of think of them as, instead of building pipes, build nature-based things, but they're part of a complex regional collection system. So you have to constantly think of gray and green at the same time. And how can they inform each other and how can they work together? So it's really to try to advocate for this strategy as a component, a significant component of our long-term flood control strategy in the region. So rather than just building gray pipes, can we build significant nature-based interventions strategically in the region to benefit the regional collection system. And that means that sometimes you may have an intervention that's many miles away from the place it's trying to help. And if you start thinking in those terms, you have to get your head around many different aspects. One thing we're also doing is leveraging the open space that this region has. We have open space, unlike New York City and other places. And what's most important to all of this is to really engage the communities in the solutions, because you can't just force these types of solutions on communities and expect them just to allow them in their communities. So we thought of bringing some new perspectives to the whole green infrastructure, nature-based interventions arena. I've been working in this space a long time. A lot of times, green infrastructure, it does many, many things, and I love them all. Pollinators, social things. But a lot of green infrastructure is water quality based, which is fantastic. But what we're talking about doing is leveraging nature-based interventions for flood control. So we developed these 5 themes, and we have representation from each of the 3 universities, plus Limnotech. And Limnotech was the consulting firm that we were working with on a long-term control plan, and they currently hold the models for GLEWA in the region. So they were an important partner. But we put community engagement at the top, because once again, you have to get the communities to buy into these types of solutions, you really have to think about that first and long and hard. The second thing, which I think is unique about this project, is looking at a hardcore technical aspect of what these things are doing. We're asking the technical teams to tell us where they need storage, where they need conveyance in the region, and then we're going to try to map nature-based interventions to achieve those technical outcomes. So it's really starting with this technical piece, which is a little bit backwards if you want to lead with community engagement. But we want these things to do important technical things too, to move water, store water, et cetera, to really affect the hydraulic grade line of the system. But then we have and that piece is being led by Limnotech, the actual technical modeling piece. This land use visualization piece is being led by the Taubman School of Landscape, Architecture and Landscape, where they are developing these really cool interactive tools that can be used with communities to socialize and co-develop. That's a really important word here. Co-develop these things once the technical teams tell us what we need them to do, how much water to convey, how much water to storage, but really have an iterative process working with the communities and developing appropriate tools. They've developed some cool stuff. This is part of like a 50-slide deck we just presented last week, but I'll show you some of those tools at the very end. And then this is a fish and wildlife project. So if you start to create these things regionally, how can you benefit fish and wildlife regionally and to interact with other things, metro parks in the region, other things, to think holistically about the fish and wildlife piece, and how can you co-develop these solutions to enhance fish and wildlife? I'll hurry up, Don. And last but not least, another unique piece is really bringing in a financial analysis to both work with the communities to understand how these things could benefit their communities, such as lower insurance rates we talked about, improved property values, et cetera. So work with the communities on that piece, but also bring in innovative finance pieces to see how we're going to pay for this. The state of Michigan typically pays for this kind of stuff with just straight grant funding, but could there be more complex financial stacks that we bring in to do this? I'll just, let me just finish up, Don. So project deliverables, we're going to have a methodology. We're going to try to we've built this stakeholder group, and we're going to try to really kind of set the region up to develop these things at scale. And last but not least, these are some of the cool cards that our team has developed, and I'll shut up.
All right. So the cards are really cool. So all of us are waiting for like when they might actually monetize these projects by selling these cards. So would you guys mind working your way on stage? Can you get the screen and the lights for us up there? Awesome. So we have the goal was to have a little bit of time for the audience to ask questions and to kind of interact with the panel now that you've heard what all their organizations are working on and how they may work together. I promised a couple questions to kind of kick it off and get them going here, so just set the stage a little bit. All right, so let's start with Lisa, all right? Okay. All right. So what do you think the biggest challenges our region faces when it comes to trying to do flood risk mitigation strategies?
I think funding is a major hurdle that we have to overcome. In the city of Detroit, most of our projects are grant funded, so I think funding is one of our major
Yeah,
things.
and I guess it goes without saying that the grant funding side of things has changed a little bit in the last year, 6 months or so.
Yes.
So Kelly, so SEMCOG, what is your organization? What do you think is the number one thing you offer to address flooding in the region?
I think what we offer is really bringing people together and seeking out those opportunities to align funding. We always seem to be able to touch on the different agencies, whether federal or state, and trying to connect the dots with those projects that our members are doing. You know, you heard about the Oakland County Wetland Project just earlier, and it just oftentimes it happens in these regional meetings where we're bringing people together and talking about different opportunities. But bringing our members together to solve the problems. You are all the experts, and we're trying to create an environment where we're addressing those hot point topics that our local members have, and to develop those solutions that work regionally and locally.
So Todd, based on what you heard the other three speakers talk about, you've got a pretty good sense of what everyone's working with. What's like the number one thing you think your organization can get from any of them to help address your goals?
Well, I think the most important thing from the Great Lakes Water Authority side is just synthesize. Is to, work. I mean, we've kind of got a critical mass in terms of the size of the organization, the research funding, the capacity we have to do certain things, and now adding the Corps into the equation, we've essentially doubled that capacity relative to the Southeast Michigan flood study. And I think it's really taking advantage of, there's a lot of folks like you that are really all interested in doing the right thing. How do we bring everybody together and create a framework that lets everybody participate, gets stakeholder engagement, and helps us work towards these regional solutions? I mean, that, to me, that's what all this is about.
So Kurt, what do you, from your perspective, what do you think is the best strategy for approaching this issue regionally?
I think we're learning a lot from what's going on in the rest of the world. And a lot of great things are going on here too. But I think we have to solve these problems. We have to act regionally, both in long-term thinking with critical gray infrastructure, but leveraging these assets we have to kind of to leverage nature-based interventions, which everybody wants in their backyard. But I think we have to think regionally, because you can't ask individual communities, Royal Oak, Ferndale, to pay for a large nature-based intervention that's going to benefit the entire collection system. They can't handle it. And also thinking of different ways to finance these things. I was really loved the Northeast Ohio presentation today, where you saw some really cool things in there, like urban stream restorations. And there's different ways to do that too, but I think it's going to be a holistic way of thinking of how to deal with too much water with all the watersheds we have, and balancing the system so that it can respond and leverage the existing infrastructure we have to the best way possible.
Thanks. Hey, JC, do you mind grabbing the other mic and maybe working that half the room? So, thanks. I already see the hands. I haven't even asked yet if anyone has any questions, but all right, here you go.
Well, thank you. I know you're working very hard to ensure that there is collaboration between all these communities and to get the funding to build these systems. But I haven't heard is how are you planning on inspecting these systems to ensure it's functioning, and the other thing is how you maintain these systems, which is another cost that has to be added to these projects.
Well, I can say that the ones that DWC collaborates on with Evergreen Farmington and Centerline, we have maintenance programs put in place to maintain those. So we do maintain all of our small and large scale nature-based solutions, and that's part of our program.
We talk a lot about O&M on when we talk about our project with these nature-based interventions, and clearly O&M has to be part of the long-term solution, and that these things need to be thought of as gray infrastructure almost, where you maintain gray infrastructure, you just can't build it and walk away from it. So we have to build in mechanisms to ensure maintenance of these complex nature-based things over time.
I might add, it's just part of selecting where it makes sense to go build these features. You know, when you have ownership and those partners willing to engage in the maintenance in the long run, that feeds into deciding where a project's going to be successful in the long run.
It's me, Kelly. I just had a few comments, sort of with implicit questions. I'll throw them out there and let you guys decide what you want to say about any or all of them. One is I'm wondering, sitting here wondering, what are the regulators thinking? What are the lawmakers thinking? What's the connection to all this to the regulatory overlay that either exists now or starts to emerge as the public screams more about flooding based on the data that we've all been hearing about in terms of intense rainfall? You know, what are we trying to do, and how does this fit into the overall infrastructure picture? And I'm wondering if we should parallel process something. There's an implicit, it's kind of explicit expectation that these things are going to get funded if we can find money from somewhere, as opposed to whatever we do, we need to start by assuming we're going to have to pay for it through our rate structures, or what? Do nothing. I mean, that's part of the conversation we've been having without this issue, and I'm wondering if there should be some collaboration around trying to get some understanding that we have the utilities to do these things has to pay for cost of service. And then the last thing, I guess, for you to comment on is, what are we all trying to do? Like each of these projects, we might think everybody's trying to do the same thing, and I'm thinking, to answer the question one of the panelists asked about, you know, how do we do this? Well, I'm wondering if maybe we should have some agreement on what it is that we're trying to achieve with flood protection. Like, we're not going to eliminate it. You know, there's that question that arises all the time. What are we trying to accomplish? And so to me, that's got to be the basis for everybody coming together on what they're doing so that we're all aiming for the same sort of target or targets. So if you want to comment on any of that, I'd appreciate it.
That was a lot of questions from my old boss. I think the first question related to the regulators, I would say this, and I think Commissioner Lindeman had a great comment, who said the regulators should be focusing on the outcome of clean water, right? And there are many ways to get there. And I think as we look at within each watershed, within each neighborhood, within the regions, there's so many different circumstances and situations that there's not one size fits all solution. And if we can all rally around that concept and collaborate that we need to look at the different ways of getting there, I think that we can work to be successful. And think about how stormwater management has evolved in 30 years just in my career. I mean, we've gone from, not having any detention back in the day to widening drains, to having detention ponds, to adding water quality, to then just managing it where the water lands. There's always a transition, and we need to be forward thinking and look to the regulators to be a partner in that process.
I was just going to pick up on the regulator part. I mean, the regulators are in the room with us. I mean, they are vested in this. They are interested in this. They have even taken the flood study and written it into NPDES permits. I mean, they are all in, and it really is a balance between, up until this point in time, it's really been water quality, water quality, water quality. Now it's water quality and flood protection. Where's the right balance? Can we do both? When we can't do both, what's the right balance? So I think that's part of it.
Chuck, to answer one of your questions, I can't remember how you phrased it, but we had a meeting on a related project 2 or 3 years ago where we had everybody in the room, Candace Miller, Jim Nash, a bunch of people, and really the whole room, said, what do we want to do? And everybody agreed. We want to keep people's basements from flooding. We want to protect people's lives. That was like the top priority that everyone agreed on. So it was really nice to come out of that meeting with a kind of a common vision that how can we work together to really deal with climate impacts that are facing our region.
I'm going to add one more thing. In our task force, and when we do surveys in the region, we have 80 representatives, and we've done surveys with our membership across 7 counties. The #1 challenge they're facing is flooding, and that's what they tell us. That means there's a movement to fix this problem, and getting everybody together to address the different aspects of it means we're going to be successful. We're not going to solve everything, but when you have that many organizations saying flooding is the #1 problem in our region, we're going to make a dent.
Hello, thank you all for taking the time out your day to come and speak to us. My name is Jamel, I'm with Fishbeck, and I wanted to kind of ask you all about how do you all engage community when engage the different communities you all are serving when talking about flooding and water quality, as well as how are you all are implementing any environmental justice methods into some of the solutions you all are bringing to the table as far as flooding and water quality?
Well, I can speak for the city of Detroit. We have a very robust outreach program. We have a team dedicated to helping communicate our projects to the communities. We actually we meet with our communities and they get to decide what's going into their neighborhood, what it looks like, how it feels. If, you know, when we did Oakland Boulevard, we said, well, do you want it to be a park? Blah, blah, blah. The people on the street said, we don't want anybody in that median, so you gotta make it like so it's not inviting. We said, okay, we'll do that. So everything we do when it comes to our projects revolves around the community, and we do several community outreach meetings for every single project. And we also have websites and email blasts and all that for every project, keeping them all the way through construction.
Kelly, do you have any examples of best practices? You represent hundreds of communities.
Well, as the regional agency, we provide a lot of support to our local members. We do have an outreach One Water campaign that we collaborate with our county partners and the state of Michigan for messaging, public messaging, messaging for elected officials, and that's been very successful, and many of you have probably seen much of that work. When you asked about how we target environmental justice communities, I would offer that through our planning assistance grants and green infrastructure grants that we've had. We have this ability to, you know, bring some of the federal dollars to the region and then distribute through grants to our local communities. And we have a way of being able to prioritize and rank projects given different categories. And we've been able to do some of that to target more environmental justice communities over the last few years.
I'd just like to add one thing. Once again, if we're really talking about these regional solutions, then I think we have to think of community engagement on the regional scale to see who's impacted. Because once you get in the lower ends of the watershed, you're probably not going to put a large nature-based intervention that's going to help something maybe in Dearborn, but most people know we have 3 major interceptors that run through the city and go to one point in the city. So I think the solutions that we're likely to come up with are probably a little bit disconnected from some communities. So to think of how to have that conversation with a whole community group about a solution, I think is important.
Sorry, follow-up question for you in particular. You know, I understand that you work for U of M and you're on this coalition, and you talked about having a lot of technical professionals on your team and things. Are you all also integrating people from your social sciences and public health department as well, as far as the conversation is, as part of the conversation in making your solutions and recommendations?
That is such a cool question, and you're around the mark, and it's like I gave you a check to ask that question. I personally believe that most of these solutions aren't technical. I'm an engineer, but I'm constantly looking at what is getting in the way of moving forward with these solutions. And so a lot of our projects, we have the Ford School of Public Policy, we have the Ross School of Business. We're trying to bring in these different perspectives because we have great engineers in the region that can usually figure out what to do. And even the operators at GLIA just have incredible institutional knowledge. But there are things holding back these solutions that I think the universities are in a great position to advocate for. So it's way beyond the technical piece, I think. And so thanks for bringing that up.
So one of my questions is going to be, you know, what are the roles of the research universities in this? And that's been asked, so you nailed it.
And I would like to challenge you to help bring these things to the universities. What do you think we can do? We can do some things well, and there's some things we can't do well at all. But I think we can leverage this expertise we have in the region, and the fact that these universities are kind of a trusted third party.
I wanted to say, my office has worked with all your organizations one way or another. When we worked with the city of Detroit for that exchange for the Evergreen Farmington system, it took us a while to convince the regulatory agencies that this was a way to do it. The tradition has always been silos. You regulate that one and that one and that one, not all of them together. So it took some convincing, but they recognized that. We also did that on the stormwater standards, stormwater ordinances for the counties, the 4 counties in Southeast Michigan. Wayne McComb, Oakland, and Livingston, sorry, thank you, to come together. And again, that we had to kind of convince the regulatory agencies that we're not all a silo, we have to be working together. So that really has helped them understand where we're going, and I think that made a tremendous impact. For the SEMCOG, you know, you're a great convener of collaboration, but you also have amazing data that really is a hard time getting anywhere else, and especially around economic diversity, that we need to make sure that we're keeping the environmental justice in our minds as we do this. Academically, I mean, that's the academy is going to be a major part of this, and you're also bringing up this next generation of folks that are going to be doing this their whole lives, because climate change is nothing that's going to be going away anytime soon. And then with Great Lakes Water Authority, where you worked, we worked with you regionally on the wastewater master plan, all the other things that we're doing together, that needs to be a major part of that, because you deal with all these communities as much as the SEMCOG does. So the only thing that is missing on this stage is the community there are the community organizations, the activist organizations that need to play a part. And I've seen them there at SEMCOG, I've seen them there at Great Lakes Water Authority. But without them, that's the voice of one of those voices of the communities that we need to listen to. We did a stakeholder group for the affordability program we've been working on for over 5 years now. And that really helped us develop a plan, and really, once we had it developed, we could introduce it to the communities because everybody had already learned about it. And that's the thing we need to make sure that we're always doing, is keeping those communities informed about that. All you folks up here on the stage have been doing that, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. But we need to also include the activist community in this. And again, they can play a major role in bringing the public back to us to make sure that we're working in that same direction. So thank you so much for all you're doing, and I don't have a question, but just thank you.
Although Jim did point out, yeah, one of the voices that is missing from the stage is the nonprofit organizations. I know quite a few of them are exhibiting with us today. Raise your hand if you're with one of the nonprofits. All right, thank you. Yeah. We have a few more minutes for questions. We're not quite done yet. I saw a hand right here in the middle somewhere, right? Okay.
I guess we all understand the importance of a study, and it sounds like there's some overlap between the different studies that you guys are doing and the flood study, resiliency study. What we've been hearing from communities, we come in and there's a neighborhood resiliency plan, or there's another study, and they're kind of getting sick of us saying, here's another study, here's another study. What do you guys think is, following these very important studies, time to implement? Like, are you thinking in the next decade, an actual construction project, large-scale nature-based solution? Are you thinking 20 years? I guess we all know it depends on funding as well.
I'd like to start seeing some implementation in the next few years. One of the tasks we have is developing at least 4 concept plans of nature-based solutions that we're currently working on that could then be leveraged for funding ultimately. And we need to start moving forward and planning for some of the priorities that we know are already out there and people already have projects, and that's why we're already convening. GLE was already going to be coming up with, their projects too. So we're hoping, things are going to start moving. We're not waiting 10 years to start working on projects.
And another thing is that, Detroit, we have a lot of land, and so the studies that we're working on, we're coming up with solutions for those areas. And if we can get somebody not to think in a silo that says, all the water's coming at Detroit anyways. So is there a way that the suburbs can, free up the capacity in the interceptor by, funding or partially funding these projects in the city where we have the land to do it? So
for me, I used to be a consultant, and this is the study to end all studies, and I'm going to ride this one to retirement, so.
And I was just going to say, to answer your question, I firmly believe that a lot of these solutions are long-term, 10, 20, 30 years, where there's going to be gray solutions, there's going to be a mix of nature-based interventions. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for near-term optimization of the current system. Someone at Gliwa, who basically is one of the most knowledgeable, knowledgeable people of the system, pointed out to me that, the wastewater plant in Detroit can handle 1.7 billion gallons a day, but all the combined retention treatment basins, if you know what those are in the region, can handle 17+ billion gallons a day. So there's a lot of capacity in the region to cooperate and maybe manage the system differently and optimize things to provide near-term relief.
I got the mic next. Hi, folks. Your friendly neighborhood regulator here. I guess I have an observation and then a question. One of the observations, and I appreciate Commissioner Nash bringing it up, is it seems like one of the things that we're not great at in this state is figuring out how to do interlocal funding authorities. And so, we have multi-county agreements, but it's really hard to think about, we've got cities, we've got counties, we've got a state, but we don't have watershed level collaboration. And so that I think that makes some of the things that Kurt's talking about a little bit challenging. And I'd be really interested in thinking about like how to make more enabling policy that would look toward those regional support for green infrastructure. My question is a bit about green infrastructure, and I was so excited to hear about the City of Detroit's projects and how many millions of gallons you're able to divert from gray infrastructure. I will admit that in our own team, our green infrastructure and our gray infrastructure are completely siloed, right? Those are two separate conversations, and I think they are also siloed in the minds of a lot of our local elected officials and our legislators. And so I worry that our green infrastructure suffers from an isn't it cute problem. Like, oh, that's nice you built a rain garden, but let's, let the engineers deal with the big problems. And so my question is, how do we educate people? How do we help people understand, and what has been successful in helping people understand how a green infrastructure investment is then saving money on the gray infrastructure side?
Well, we actually have a presentation that we every time we go to the community, we go through, and this is gray, this is green, this is the pros, this is the cons, and at the end of the day, if you have the land, your pro is, a little bit of gray mixed with the green. So we do educate our communities when we go there with that information, but I don't know on the larger scale.
The education component is so important to educate people in the water cycle. And oftentimes I find with community members, if you sit them down and you really talk through the issues, that they make the same choices you make because most people are logical folks. But really kind of bringing the region up to speed on how we can do this. And there's going to be trade-offs and everything. Climate change is going to be about trade-offs. And what trade-offs are you willing to make to achieve the outcomes that you want to achieve?
I'll just add, often what we see, I think there's so much interest in doing green infrastructure, and it's where does the funding come from for the implementation? I don't often see so much the green versus the gray in the silos so much. I think so much of the community we work with are the stormwater people, and many of the elected officials in our region are, educated on those topics. But a lot of times it connects to where you have space and where you're trying to attract public, and a lot of it ties into recreation. We make many connections to economic development, recreational opportunities, improved water quality, and that tends to grow the interest because you start to get the publics attracted to those areas, and that's how we expand some of our conversation on green infrastructure implementation.
Any questions from that half of the room? It feels like JC really wants to walk somewhere. Oh, well, all right, hey, JC, over here.
I'm sorry. So I hear a lot with the flood mitigation about pushing water downstream and pushing water downstream and pushing water downstream. At what point does that end? At what point does that stop just creating a problem for the next community downstream?
Well, one of our team of consultants were saying, you want it in the middle. In the middle of the watershed, ideal. Upstream in the headwaters, you're not going to make as big of an impact as we need to do to address flooding. And downstream, well, that's too far downstream. So, the simple terminology from the engineers is, well, you want it in the middle. And much of the dashboard, if you take the chance to look at the dashboard, you may see some of that, where it comes out and where some of those areas are lining up. And as we say, those are just potential areas, and communications that have been ongoing. But the next step is looking at, feasibility of doing some concept plans and implementation.
Well, and I think a lot of what, like the projects Lisa showed are getting at that. I mean, where there's an opportunity to get water out of the system, we jump at it and we try and make that happen with all our might, So wherever we are in a combined area of the system, we're trying to first and foremost get that stormwater out of there if we can at all can. And then, the next part, touches on the green infrastructure, the environmental justice, the placemaking, how do we paint a picture? How do we tell a story that the local stakeholders see the value in and buy into, and that solves whatever engineering issues we're trying to accomplish as well. I think that's really the challenge, is taking all of these great ideas that you've heard about and bringing them together in a framework that everybody can see the pro and the con and say, well, like Lisa was saying, there's pros and cons to these things. Do you want it in your backyard or don't you? And then if not, where do we go next,
All right, so last question. It's going to be for all four of you, okay? What have we missed, Lisa? Is there something we haven't talked about? Have we missed anything?
I don't know. These guys are smart. They'll answer the question. No, we have old infrastructure. It's hard to maintain what's in the ground now. We're working with some old stuff. And we just really got to collaborate to figure out how to work outside of silos. And I'd love to see some sort of database hub where you can see what's happening in Royal Oak, and if they need help from, a neighbor, so we can cross the flow over. Like you said, there's plenty of room in the system at certain times that maybe we could help each other out.
Kelly, what have we missed in this discussion today?
I think the idea of shared services is huge. I think operations and maintenance, somebody mentioned it, we're not talking about nature-based solutions in a vacuum and thinking that your storm sewer systems are, we don't need them anymore. They need to be cleaned, they need to be maintained. And we know that communities don't have the funding source to do that, and we need to raise that level of discussion, much higher. We need to continue the discussion on the funding and the stormwater utility, because in Michigan, we need a dedicated funding source, and that's going to start to set the stage for us to be more successful.
And I don't know if we missed it, but we're in a very old region that has very old infrastructure that was cobbled together over 150, almost 200 years. And clearly the problem outweighs the financial resources we have. So we have to be thinking of how are we going to pay for this, and how are we going to pass this much water through the region, and try to be thoughtful and leverage technology, leverage universities, leverage everybody to see how we can best do this, because you can't afford just to build bigger and bigger pipes.
Todd, if Brian was here, what do you think he would say?
On behalf of the Corps, I'd like to... Yeah. Yes, one big tunnel right through... No. No, I think, my partners at the Corps really do regret not being here, and they really are a group of folks that are in it for Southeast Michigan, and they're trying to come together and bring this project. It's exciting for them. They are looking at all their national experts, bringing them into the equation, and we're really hoping for great things. So I don't think you missed anything. I think this is exactly what we need to be doing as a region, coming together to synthesize our efforts and come together.
I think it would also be great. The one thing that we're always missing is that the average person on the street never thinks about the pipes under the ground. That is like, when I have to explain to my daughter's friends what I do for a living, they're like, what? So most people don't think about I mean, we all do because we do this for a living, but most people don't think about the fact that water comes out, it goes down, your driveway's running into the street, and people don't think about that. There's a way to get more and more people to think about that. That would be good.
Great. Well, we appreciate you all and all the efforts you do on behalf of the region, and thanks for taking your time today. So please. All right. So we still have several really good, interesting presentations this afternoon. So hopefully everyone got out. I saw a lot of people head outside for a second and get a little mist in the face from the smoking rock. And that wakes you up a little bit. Anybody want to know? I know it's your turn, but I'm still trying to get people to come in. All right. Does anyone want to know why Lawrence Tech has a smoking rock? You know? Do you want to know? All right. So the Student Services Building, which is the glass building next door, is 100% geothermally heated and cooled. So there are over 100 geothermal wells out there in that quad area, heating and cooling that building, and the smoking rock is supposed to be representation of basically taking that energy from the earth to make human comfort better. Really could use a sign, wouldn't it? You know, wouldn't it be nice to actually? So, and the other story behind the smoking rock is somewhere online somebody said, every university needs a fountain. We don't have a fountain. Let's be a little different and have a smoking rock instead of a fountain. So, all right, I think we got enough people in their seats and settled in now. So the next presentation is Eric Deasing. He's the freshwater program coordinator for Oakland County Parks, and he's gonna talk about a lot of the greening that they're doing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invite to present. Happy to be here. I will say that I want a smoking rock in one of our parks now, so we're gonna try to make that happen soon here. So this presentation is gonna kind of focus on a multi-tiered approach to stormwater. So I'm definitely going to be focusing in on the GSI component, but I'm also gonna be focusing in on what guides our efforts at Oakland County Parks for stormwater as a whole. So I wanted to start out, we're kind of unique in our structure at Oakland County Parks. So within parks, we have a natural resources department, and we have a chief of natural resources, Sarah, she guides us, and then we have 4 program areas that we function through. So I'm the freshwater program coordinator. Katri Stutman is my number 2, she's also here today. We facilitate all of the freshwater activities throughout the park system and throughout the county, and that includes all of our stormwater compliance work and green stormwater infrastructure. Our other program areas oversee different parts of the park. So for example, natural areas oversees most of our invasive species work, terrestrial restoration projects and things of that nature. Forestry and wildlife are pretty self-explanatory, but each one of us works together with the other program coordinators to execute on large-scale projects throughout the system. So a brief overview of the freshwater program. Our freshwater program did not exist until 2023 when I was hired in Oakland County Parks. I was the first coordinator hired in for freshwater, so we got the really cool opportunity to build this program from the bottom up and decide on what our priorities and where our focus areas were going to be. And that includes in collaboration with several other agencies, both in the county and outside of the county, like WRC, we work very closely with, the state, DNR, Eagle, so on and so forth. And so you can see the freshwater program is divided up basically into 2 separate silos. I say separate, as we know they're not, but our freshwater responsibilities is all of our management of our surface waters, rivers, lakes, streams, wetlands. It's all of our monitoring work, our restoration projects, habitat work, fisheries management, things like that. And then the stormwater responsibilities, we are responsible for implementing our part of our stormwater permit for Oakland County Parks facilities. And I'm gonna get into that a little bit, but the other piece of that is we manage those permit, we manage the compliance of that permit via our inspections, but also working with GSI to address a lot of the stormwater issues. So just a really brief overview. Our stormwater permit originates up at the federal level with EPA, and then is funneled down kind of through Eagle to administer at the state level. And then it comes down to WRC, who is our official stormwater permit holder for the county. And then we are a sub-permittee of WRC. So we work directly with WRC's stormwater staff and engineers to remain in compliance and develop these new and innovative approaches to addressing our stormwater throughout the parks. So our stormwater compliance is acronym soup, which should not come as a surprise to anybody in this room because I think our entire industry is acronym soup in some way, shape, or form. But our stormwater management throughout the park system is guided by the documents that are required by our stormwater permit. As you can see up here, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them, but essentially, depending on where the park is located, what the facility has at that park. So thinking about what's being stored on site, how many gallons, is it above ground, underground, what kind of maintenance is there on site, is it a golf course, things like that, guides what documents we have to develop and then submit to WRC, who submits to Eagle, and that guides what happens on the property. And then another really cool kind of collaboration point here. In 2021, our commission officially adopted WRC's stormwater standards that were issued. So now when we're developing projects moving forward, we are committed to following WRC's guidance for including green stormwater infrastructure, holding water back, making sure we're meeting infiltration rates and discharge rates and things of that nature. A huge piece of our stormwater work is our annual inspections. So every year, myself, I shouldn't say myself, Katri does this, I just sit in my office, goes out and inspects all of our stormwater infrastructure throughout our entire park system. All of that data is gathered via our ArcGIS online account, and it's all housed in GIS, geospatially located, so we know when there's issues that come up or maintenance needs that have to come up. So after she goes out and surveys these hundreds, and I mean hundreds of points, all of our culverts, catch basins, discharge points, everything, we sit down and we go through that list and we start to guide our maintenance work, whether that be vectoring, jetting, cleaning out culverts, whatever the case may be. And every once in a while, this will start to lead into developing some new projects for us. So I know these pictures don't look great. It looks a whole heck of a lot better out there now. But this project came out of one of our maintenance inspections. So we have a wetland on the golf course at Springfield Oaks where there was an underground culvert that came out of the wetland and discharged into a larger wetland complex downstream. And that culvert had rusted through and was failing. We identified it during our annual inspection. So what we did, instead of spending the money to go back in, replace the culvert, do all the excavation, all the fill, we decided we were going to daylight it. So we removed the culvert, built a stream going down, put a boardwalk across for our cart path, and now we have an open stream that crosses the fairway at Springfield Oaks. This project was possible because we were doing our stormwater inspections for the year. What's really cool is after I was able to convince my leadership that this was a good idea, this became a larger scale project that we are really excited to do coming, hopefully this winter, we'll start construction here. And it's effectively daylighting an entire stream throughout White Lake Oaks Golf Course. So as part of our capital improvement project, we had this, the funds written in to replace all the culverts that go underneath each fairway at White Lake Oaks. Well, by daylighting this stream, we will effectively eliminate the maintenance costs of ever having to replace those culverts in the future. So now the only maintenance cost that comes along with this project is our natural resources teams, invasive species, and maintaining the stream once it's daylighted. So this project, it's a series of 4 reaches. And just as an example, you can see here on the left-hand side. So currently, underneath that fairway is a very large and long culvert that the stream goes into on the right side and comes out on the left. So we will be daylighting that and effectively turning it back into a stream running through there, as you can see in the rendering on the bottom. The other really cool part of this is all the ponds that you see on the golf course. Once this is all daylighted, our next step is to make sure there's open fish passage from all those ponds back to the Huron River and vice versa. we're actually eliminating the pond that's circled there in red completely and turning that back into the natural stream channel. That was dug out as a golf course feature, and we're returning that back to the way it should be functioning. As part of our stormwater program, we also develop best management practices, and this guides basically our park staff on how to protect stormwater with their day-to-day maintenance and cleaning and things like that. We develop these using the most recent information that we can get from our partner agencies as well as from around the country. We've taken some information from different park systems and special park districts and things like that from all over the US. So as an example, these are 4 best management practices that we have issued to our park staff. And you can see here, this is what they are is it's a 1-sheet piece of paper that's included in every park's stormwater binder that guides them on how to do certain things that have a high potential of impacting stormwater quality. And the reason why I wanted to highlight the vehicle and equipment washing stations is because we are undertaking a huge effort starting next year of connecting all of our golf cart and vehicle washing maintenance bays to sanitary. Right now, we have 2 parks that are already connected. We're going to be connecting Red Oaks and Glen Oaks this fall, and then White Lake Oaks will be the next one up after that. So starting to look at some other examples of larger scale projects. So this project, really cool project, started a long time ago in partnership with CRWC, Clinton River Watershed Council, as a Water Towns project. Drummond Carpenter was influential extremely with conceptualizing this project. We took that initial concept and then eventually executed on taking that to the next level. So you can see all the project partners here. What's really cool about this, right now this is under construction. The parking lot portion is under construction at Catalpa Oaks. We will hopefully be managing all the stormwater runoff from the parking lot in this new and innovative storage capacity while also meeting the WRC stormwater requirements for discharge. This project also carries with it a very large monitoring component, which I think is great because we can learn a lot from this kind of installation of GSI by monitoring this project. So WRC and Drummond Carpenter are really leading that effort with the monitoring and actually gathering samples of the water that's entering and coming off of our GSI practices and then eventually entering into the 12 Towns drain. Another project that I'm really excited about, and again, in partnership with Drummond Carpenter, this is a green stormwater infrastructure, basically retrofit at Independence Oaks. So this is another really good example of how we try to be innovative with our stormwater work. So our maintenance staff were having major issues with the 2 culverts. There's one right here coming off the top and another one down here coming off the bottom corner. This is a dirt parking lot. So they were having issues with these culverts every year, having to go in, dig them out, jet them out. That was maintenance issue. Now, as an ecologist, my issue was I don't want you to jet all that sediment into my lake. So we had to find a solution that met and fixed both those problems. So one of the ways that we're looking to do this is by creating and installing these new GSI bioswales on each side that will help to capture the runoff from this dirt parking lot, also including a wetland cell here, and also naturalizing the last stretch of shoreline of Crooked Lake that is not currently naturalized. So this project is basically 2 phases. So originally, this was phase 1, and this was phase 2. As you guys all know, things change on a daily basis. So now, the shoreline is phase 1, and the GSI is phase 2. We are doing the shoreline restoration in-house. My staff and the rest of our natural resources staff is doing all of that work. And I'm hoping, and this might be news to Dr. Carpenter here too, but we're hoping that we'll go to construction with this summer. So, exciting project. Another one I wanted to highlight, because this one turned out really, really good, was the GSI bioswale components at Lion Oaks. So again, when we're going in and doing our annual maintenance, of all of our facilities. And this one was the parking lot needed to be resurfaced. Well, instead of going in and resurfacing the parking lot and walking away, we took that opportunity to say, okay, if you're resurfacing the parking lot, you've got to tear all this up. We want rain gardens in the medians, and then we want to put in this large bioswale on the golf course side to effectively manage all that runoff. I wanted to include these pictures because I promise you this is not a rendering on the right. That's actually how it looks. Our natural areas team did a tremendous job planting this for us. So that's another thing that I should mention too when we're thinking about operations and maintenance of GSI. So for us at Oakland County Parks, we handle all of our operations and maintenance in-house. So all of our planting, all of our weeding, invasive species treatments, cleanouts, all that is done by our team. So we will effectively maintain these projects in perpetuity for function in the stormwater system. Another one that I'm really excited about, right here in Southfield. So this project was made possible through the ARPA funds that were sent out and through an interlocal agreement between Oakland County Parks and the city of Southfield. For those of you who may or may not know, Beechwood's golf course was closed several years ago, and it was basically, it grew on its own and kind of quote unquote naturalized itself. We came in, and the city of Southfield, so the city of Southfield is taking the north end of the park and have turned that into a really super cool, innovative playground area. And then we at Oakland County Parks are taking the entire south end of that park and turning it into a nature preserve for passive recreation. Through this project, not gonna like me on white, the bottom there, dark area is the Rouge River, the main branch of the Rouge. So anyone who's familiar with the Rouge knows that it is extremely, extremely flashy, right? And a lot of times it becomes very incised because the stream is digging itself lower and lower and lower, and it can't access the floodplain. One of the biggest parts of this project is a massive floodplain cut. So essentially we will come in, we're gonna excavate out the entire floodplain back down to bankful heights along the Rouge River so that it can access its floodplain there, which leads to increased sediment storage, increased nutrient storage, and increased habitat in the area. This diagram just kind of gives a visualization to that. One thing I wanted to mention that was really interesting, the beaver analogs were brought up earlier as something that the state is looking into and hasn't permitted before. We ran into that same issue with Southfield. And again, we were able to work with Eagle to discuss this, but at the pond, this is up at the top there, there's a large pond in the middle of the former golf course, heavily fed by nutrients and everything that was put down at the golf course. To combat that, we are going to be installing floating wetlands in there to uptake those nutrients as they come in. That was a technique that Eagle also was it was new to them. So we had to work through that process of permitting that sort of treatment for this project. A little bit more about the freshwater aspect. So this is a really cool initiative that we've undertaken. We are starting to develop a real-time water quality monitoring network throughout the county. So we're doing this with in situ aquatrol sensors that are all hooked up with telemetry that upload to a single database. We currently have 6 of these deployed. We have another 4 on order, and the long-term plan behind this is that these sensors will be put out along all of our major river channels, and we'll be able to monitor water quality in real time throughout the county, share that data with WRC as well as the state. And then my next step with this whole initiative is we're also going to be adding weather stations at strategic points throughout the county so that we can correlate the weather data and the water quality data, and then also adding in pressure transducers so now we can start to get discharge as it relates to precipitation. And this effort is really kind of to bolster the data collection capabilities throughout the county. As many people know, USGS went through some significant funding cuts as of late. That affects their ability to maintain their sensors. Those sensors are also very expensive to maintain. So we're attempting to replace those with a more robust data collection system in the future. And then a little bit about our biological monitoring. So the freshwater team, myself and Khatri, we do a ton of data collection throughout our parks and the county as a whole. We use the data that we collect to make our management decisions. That's really important to us. We use an adaptive management model. So if we go out to a river or a stream and we see that there's an erosion on the bank that needs to be fixed, we want to know why before we make that intervention, because we want to do so in the best way possible. So we use a variety of biological, ecological, and physical surveys and techniques throughout the county to inform all of our management decisions. So these are just some examples here. We have a very large focus on mussels currently. Oakland County is blessed to have some very strong mussel populations in certain areas, and those are populations that we really want to work to protect moving forward. So future directions for us, that first one, increasing the water quality monitoring across the parks and the watershed. I kind of talked about the next steps there. We're going to be cooperating with MSU Extension and implementing several of their large-scale citizen science programs throughout the park system. It's only Khatri and I in the freshwater program at the moment, and 2 of us to, 17 parks now is a lot. So we need help. Continued shoreline restoration in the parks after the Crooked Lake restoration. My goal is to remove all of the seawalls on all of the golf course ponds and naturalize all of them. Very, very soon here, Pontiac Oaks, which was formerly Hawthorne Park in Pontiac, is going to be opening up. I would encourage all of you to take a trip out there. We did a very, very large shoreline restoration there that include fish sticks. Not the kind you eat, but the trees that you drop in the water. It's one of the larger installations of fish sticks in the state. So I would really encourage you guys to go out there and take a look. It turned out really good. We're increasing our GSI projects across the park system, as I mentioned before. And then really what our goal here is, number one, to stay in compliance with our stormwater permit, but also do so in a way that's innovative and acceptable and helpful to all of our other departments within Oakland County Parks. So that's why if we can solve a maintenance issue, if we can make your life easier by installing something that's GSI focused, that's what we want to do. With that, we'll take questions. Feel free to email myself or Khatri directly with any questions that you have. Happy to talk to you guys.
Thanks, Eric. So I have a quick question. Lion Oaks, from seed or from plugs? The one that you said is not a rendering.
Both.
With both seed and plugs?
Seed and plugs, yeah.
Right. So engineers, we use large woody debris. They use fish sticks. All right, any questions for Eric? Preferably on that side of the room. There we go.
Yeah, so those, so those GSI practices looked great in those photos. Your team did an excellent job in the installation and the maintenance. I kind of want to ask about the personnel that did that installation, because you said it was an in-house team. Mm-hmm. Are those people like plant lovers, or how do you get that group, that are grounds people, to really care about that native practice, that installation?
Yeah, for sure. So each one of our program coordinators has a background in that particular field. Like, I'm a freshwater ecologist by training. Our natural areas coordinator is a botanist by training. And then our wildlife coordinator is also a botanist. So we have a lot of that plant background in-house. And then our specialists and our field techs are all within typically the environmental science field. So helping to guide, our specialists guiding the field techs is a relatively simple process because there's already interest there. And then long-term, our parks maintenance staff does not maintain our GSI practices. It's only our natural resources staff that do that.
Any other questions? Oh, you got one? Don't you have your own microphone?
I know you guys have tons of native plantings about, around all your parks. Do you do any like seed collection efforts and do anything with either using the seeds in other areas of the parks or giving them away, or what is your plan for that?
Yeah, for sure. So we do a series of seed collections. Again, we do those mainly in-house to supplement our own projects. We took out a very large dam up in Davisburg about 2 years ago, and reseeding the fen habitat there, we collected seed from a fen downstream and brought it up. We are very strict with our planting policies, so any plants that go in our parks have to be Michigan native genotype and sourced within 250 miles of Oakland County. So with that in mind, our natural areas coordinator will order plants from select nurseries that we know grow those types of plants. And then our education outreach team will also do native plant giveaways through the farmers market in partnering with MSU Extension and several other entities in the county.
Any other questions? One more.
Hi, sort of coming at this from a lake management perspective, actually. What does your aquatic invasive species control look like in the parks?
Yeah, so right now we treat most of our lakes with herbicide for invasive species, but we're selective. So we go through and we will run all of our aquatic veg surveys prior to any treatments, and then we will map out specific locations of infestation and treat from there. We typically go through a process every couple of years of looking at those treatments and how effective they are and determining if we need to make modifications or if we need to add new areas or eliminate old areas, whatever the case may be for AIS stuff. We do a lot of aquatic invasive species work outside the parks as well. So we work a lot with the Oakland County Cooperative Invasive Species Management Area and provide the aquatic implementation there. So we do a lot of work with new and emergent species like European frogbit over in the Novi area, and red swamp crayfish over in the Novi area. We do a tremendous amount of work directly with DNR on that aspect.
All right, final question. All right, Fred.
I was interested in your palette for the vegetated swale you had there. The broader, the larger your palette, the more difficult it is for your maintenance staff to know which plants belong and which ones are weeds. So how did you decide how large a palette to use in that swale?
So I didn't decide anything. That would be Keegan, our natural areas coordinator, will pick all the plants that he puts in those practices. And he does that in working with his specialist. And his specialist is the one that's responsible for the actual physical planting and maintenance. So between Keegan, Lindsay, and Katie, they develop that palette and they know what's going in so that they can effectively maintain it in the future.
Thanks, Eric. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
You guys need any help over there? JC got you.
I'll just plug in. Do you mind if I use that mic, actually?
You want to use this one?
Yeah, if I pace around a little bit, if that's okay?
Yep, absolutely.
Fun. Okay.
Make sure it's working. Perfect. So our next presentation is by Bronco and Ryan, and they're going to be talking about AI and stormwater sensors. Here you go, Bronco.
All right, cool, thanks. How's it going, everybody? Good, Friday afternoon. Thought maybe have a little bit of fun before we kick off. Kind of a question. How many of you believe that you have received an email that was drafted using ChatGPT? That's right, everybody. And if you don't believe it, you've been duped. Okay, so it's kind of a magical era right now, and Ryan and I are going to talk a little bit about what this means for water, but we kind of figured we'd start this off by talking a little bit about like demystifying this whole thing, because it feels a little bit magical. We're being, like, things are being lobbed at us, like terms like AI or smart water. If you're like me, I already thought that was a thing. I thought it was a trademark. Or my favorite, digital twins. How many of you have heard that? Okay, you'll probably think the same thing I do, right? That's me, right? So, like, what is this thing, right? So there's this thing, AI, right now. It's hovering all over us. It's all over the news. This is what it stands for, right? Artificial intelligence. And it has this habit of feeling a little bit like magic, and probably for a good reason, because it feels a little bit that way. So we figured one of the biggest issues with this stuff is that we're getting lost in the terminology. It's not nearly as accessible as it should be. So I thought maybe we take this thing and try to decompose it and try to see what's underneath the hood, and then we'll figure out together what it means for water. So I got this really nifty timeline of human history, at least partially. And what I'm going to tell you is AI is not magic, okay? What it actually is, a lot of it is math that was conceived in the 1950s and was then put on big enough computers. Here's one of the big CEOs these days of one of the world's most valuable companies or whatever, saying we got the compute for you, right? Data centers, et cetera. And I want to take you back to 1956, where this is actually where the term was coined. So 1956, these are three individuals, there was more of them, who would ultimately become like the giants of the field of computer science. And they got together at Dartmouth University and said, let's come up with this field called AI. And I dug up the archived letter for this invite. Let's get together, let's invent this field. My favorite line in here is, we propose a 2-month, 10-man study of AI. So when we talk about AI being biased potentially sometimes, I wonder where that came from, right? I can only imagine asking like my daughters, like, hey, I gotta go away for like 2 months and hang out with some dudes. That's not gonna happen. So anyway, they came up with this term called AI, and they said one day, not now in 1956, but eventually one day you'll talk to your computer as if you were a therapist. Maybe you'll talk to your computer and you'll fall in love with it. How many people have seen this movie? Yeah, right? Maybe one day computers can watch our children so we can go away for 2 months and hang out with these dudes. Or one day we'll have computers that'll be totally unbiased police officers, everything be, okay, don't worry about it. And what they didn't talk about is that there's more to this terminology. And this is kind of where things get conflated. When we talk about AI as a water community, at least this is the thing I'll try to, we'll try to pitch you on, we're not talking about AI per se. We're actually talking about a bubble inside AI called machine learning. Okay, that's actually what we're talking about most of the time. And you're probably thinking, well, we know machines, right? In the water resource community, we got machines. Like, I got a machine when I got, a thing I want to build, right? Like Todd, you were saying tunnel, right? You got a bunch of soil to move. When I got soil to move, I know exactly what tool I need. I either need a shovel or a big machine like that. But the thing that happens is sometimes we don't have a pile of dirt. We have a pile of numbers, we have a pile of data, and this is no longer the machine that's going to do the job. So we look at other machines, and actually in computer science, the machine that they're oftentimes talking about is this. So computer scientists call their computers machines, which makes sense from back in the day, like mechanical computing. And machine learning is this process of taking your machine, or you already have one, putting in some data, and then learning some sort of model. We should mostly be familiar with this. And basically what this machine does is it learns something. So that's the term. The machine takes some data, it learns the parameters of the model, and that's actually what the term machine learning means. And so here's a question. Here's some math from the 1950s. Who recognizes what this is? Yeah, excellent. What if I told you actually all of you have already done this? This is what that is, okay? If you've ever fit a line to data, okay, which I'm assuming most of us in this room have, what you basically did is you plotted, I don't know, precip versus flooding or something like that, and you said, okay, there's a line, it's got what from 8th grade math, like a slope and an intercept, and basically what's happening here is you're giving it all this data. This machine uses Microsoft Excel, era of AI, and what it basically does is it learns this AX parameter to this model, so like this slope, and that is machine learning. So it turns out actually that this big field of AI has this subset called machine learning, and there's a little dot in there that's Microsoft Excel, and so all of you have actually been doing AI for a long time, just nobody patted you on the back for it, and you should do that for Friday afternoon. So congrats. We're all onboarding. So obviously Excel has its limitations. When we want to fit something straight, that's fine, but sometimes data looks fancy, and we need a fancy model. And that's basically where neural networks and other things come in, right? And so there's yet another dot in this bubble. There's more complex models, less complex models, and even this is actually one of those dots in that model. So I've been, reviewing student homework, let's just put it that way. we don't know what's what anymore. But is this really also part of that bubble? Let's take a look at it. So how many of you remember like old school SAT analogies, right? God, like that's like a nightmare. It's like a dog is to a puppy, fill in the blank, as cat is to what, right? And so obviously most of us know like, hey, okay, a kitten. So it turns out that you can take a lot of language, all the books, all of the internet in the world, take that language, take all the various sentences that are out there about cats and dogs and try to build a model out of that, a language model, right? And this is how this works. You take lots of language, meaning the entire internet, everything that's copyrighted, non-copyrighted, and et cetera, and you put that into a large model, meaning a neural network with lots and lots of little like dots in it, basically like links and nodes and things like that, and then you basically predict what's going to happen. So actually a large language model, LLM, for those of you who use ChatGPT, is language. It's a large model that has lots of parameters, so not just one intercept, but millions, billions of parameters, and that's why it's called a large language model. Okay, the model's large, it takes language as input. So basically, once you train this with all of the internet, which is amazing, like so much data, you can basically feed it something, and it'll give you an answer. It's like, hey, answer this question for me. And a lot of people are talking about how like, these models hallucinate, they make up stuff. I don't know what they're talking about. It seems completely fine to me. So anyway, that in itself is a teeny little dot inside that bubble that's called machine learning, inside that bigger bubble that's called AI. And there's lots of other things in there. And as water resource people, or whatever your background is, we've done this thing for a really long time, but somehow when we're being thrown, this terminology is being thrown at us, it makes it seem much more inaccessible than it actually is. We're okay. We've been doing complex math, even before the 50s. So one thing to remember before we get into this is basically that, again, it's not magic. It's math from the 1950s mostly. Some of it is pretty sophisticated these days. That's found big enough computers. And so that's where we are right now. Okay, this is human history. We're over here and some pretty wild stuff's going on, and we'll kind of explore that. So I wanted to tell the journey before I hand it over to Ryan. So I'm a professor at the University of Michigan, but we started a company in 2020, and that's actually who I'm representing here today. But these are all former students, and in our lab, we've been trying to figure out for a long time, what is the role of technology? What is the role of AI when it comes to water management? And that's when Hi-Fi was formed. So it was actually also an answer to sort of give students the kind of jobs that I promised them would exist one day. Like one day you can do data and water and stuff, and it's like, okay, let's do it. And so this is kind of the journey of how we've been exploring it. So the first thing, as I just mentioned, when you want to build an AI model to predict something, you need data. And the way we started to do data was basically we built sensors and devices. Brandon, do you have it? Here's Brandon, this is the CEO of our company, former U of M alum. I'll pass the sensor around so you can hold it if you want to. This is basically a unit that measures water levels. And the thing that we did, and this is going to be a theme that Ryan and I discuss, is how do you make this easy to use? So if you need a lot of data, if like obviously the internet is replete with cat and dog facts, but what if we need a lot of water data? You have to make the sensors easy to use. So this is like the old school Netflix model where the DVD comes in and DVD goes out, right? If something needs to be replaced, the new one's already in the mail, you swap it out, and anybody who can use a screwdriver can start collecting this kind of data. And we just heard about USGS, and it's a gold standard, but it's hard to do that at scale. And so here's just some examples of these devices out in the field. So this is actually Dearborn. I'll talk about that. They can be mounted to culverts, poles, et cetera, and it generates a lot of data. So this is actually one of the first things we found out is that when you make it easy to collect a lot of data, you create an immediate problem of having to do something with that data. And that's where the AI stuff comes in. So what I figured I would do was give you 4 quick examples of something before I hand it over to Ryan and talk about like how he's using it and the stuff that he's helped us develop. As we know, water management can be somewhat reactive sometimes, and so what we try to do is look at the various layers of stormwater management and say, rather than going top down with the AI, can we actually come bottom up with the application? And it starts with response. So over here, responding to flooding. So here's an example in Dearborn, okay? So as we saw earlier too, like, underpasses flood, et cetera. And so what we did is we teamed up with them and we put through an Eagle project actually, all of these devices in places where you'd never have a USGS gauge. Highway overpasses, culverts, streams, et cetera, and that arrives at their computer for them to do something with it, and we'll talk about that in a second. But I want to show you, it's really hard to produce good quality data. For most of you who've done measurement, you know that the first thing that happens when you pull it up is it's noisy and it's not really useful right away. And so this is an example of when you measure in urban environments, you're not just measuring water levels, for example, you're gonna measure cars, birds, trash, whatever, and you have to be able to, in real time, to clean that stuff up, to make the data something, to basically convert it from something useful to something usable. And what this is basically showing you is that it's a hard problem, to take data that really doesn't at face value look that interesting and make it really useful in real time. And there's algorithms and other kind of things, and there are all those little dots inside those bubbles I was talking about. So creating large volumes of data first means we have to create good data, and that's the kind of thing that runs in real time. So you can see in this case, actually, this device, this station, detected flooding on, Brandon, this is 94, right? And played it all out, send out the alerts, and the city now uses that as part of their long-term response. So if you can't stop flooding, you basically make it so that people don't drive in there. Whether if it's a big flood, that's obviously bad, but during a small flood, you save people some time by routing them around traffic and stuff like that. And where the AI is really picking up now is basically taking these point-wise measurements and saying, it's one thing to know what's happening at one intersection, but what if I want to know what's happening up the road, down the road, next to the neighborhood? So these are real-time flood maps that are currently running on here. They're ingesting all of this information, cleaning it up, and launching it in places like New Orleans. So I like put Brandon in photos just because we've been working on this stuff for so long, like going back to the lab. This is a Verizon-funded project that basically we worked with the city and analyzed, again, using these methods, just troves of data, 911 calls, 411 calls, flood maps, et cetera, to propose a network for the city that was then deployed, and it was actually used just a few weeks later during the hurricanes to respond to this stuff. So it's cool. It's like Michigan technology running down in New Orleans. And these real-time flood maps, to my knowledge, are some of the first that are really running sort of reliably, and we're still trying to push the boundaries, and it's a really hard problem, but we're doing it. And so the stuff that we've seen in New Orleans, talking about reactive, it turns out this system, like residents don't call flooding in right away. They call it in when it sort of looks really bad. So this system actually helps the city get an hour ahead of time just to basically get ahead of those phone calls. And so those are the kind of things we're looking at. It's launched live right now there, it's reporting, and we're working on integrating it into the workflows for all the residents, and now also like with all the traffic apps like Google Maps or Waze or stuff like that, the city can route you around flooding without needing to physically close off a road sometimes. You just kind of close them off virtually, if you will, which is kind of exciting. And so those are the kind of things we do, right? So it's cool to do something in real time, but it's also interesting to be able to do something ahead of time. So this is an example over here of, actually, this network started in 2020, right, Brandon? In Cleveland, we heard about all the cool stuff they're doing this morning. We have about 60 plus stationed together to help them deploy the system. And the idea was, what do you do with all this data? And some of the stuff we were trying was, can you take all of this and predict flooding before it happens? So imagine 8 to 24 hours ahead of time, is the intersection going to flood? Is my basement going to back up? And that's really tricky. Figuring that out ahead of time is almost like the holy grail of urban hydrology. But we played around with that, and actually teaming up with NERSD and doing some of these things, we're able to build predictive models to give you that kind of stuff, and it's still not 100% there yet. We're still trying to figure this out in different places, but this image kind of captures to me like what's possible. So it turns out, to the best of our research and like looking at the literature and stuff, if you can predict flooding 8 to 24 hours ahead of time, you can tell people to move their laptops out of the basement. You can move the cars up to places where they're usually not allowed to park. And that's actually a 30% reduction on average in flood claims. So just putting that in perspective, how much would it cost to build infrastructure to reduce flood damages by 30%? Well, there's a digital alternative of warning people ahead of time, right? And so those are the kind of things we do, just pushing the boundaries. Okay, real time, 8 to 24 hours ahead. What about weeks ahead? So we have examples of where sensors are detecting clogs in pipes and basins, and not just like in places like, this is Toledo in this case, but in places like Dearborn. We actually had river sensors that the city wanted to put on to see if the river was basically pushing water into the sewer system. And what actually happened here is the same sensors, we started noticing through these algorithms that stuff was piling up. The water levels weren't receding as they should have been. And it turns out the system was detecting log jams and debris jams in real time, which for those of you who deal with those can be very, very expensive. And catching them early is important. So having automated things without needing to send people out is important, and those are the kind of things we're doing. And so we're building actually apps for field crews, not just people who sit at desks necessarily to be able to deal with these day-to-day maintenance issues, because when it does rain, you want your system to be able to like do what you designed it to do. And so then you can push this stuff all the way to planning, right? And I'll just give an example. This is not a hi-fi study. This is something we did in lab, but I just think it's interesting, and all the students that worked on it are now working in hi-fi. They're like exploring this with other cities right now. We heard a lot about green infrastructure. One of the questions that always comes up is it working? And that's kind of a loaded question, like what does that mean? Well, you can measure how water levels inside GI behave. You can collect a lot of data. You can be overwhelmed by that data because there's a lot of stuff going on. But it turns out you can take all this data, put it through these models, okay? Again, it's not just math from the 1950s, but it's just math. It's computers. You put it through there, and you can start generating maps of how you think GI would perform, not based off of design standards, not based off of engineering judgment, not necessarily based on the stuff that we teach students in class, but data. This is what we're seeing, and this is what's guiding this. So in the northern parts, we might see faster infiltration than in the south. And again, these are just things that we're exploring, and that's what these kind of methods are enabling. So again, rather than looking at AI as this marketing hype and all of this stuff that it is right now, I think there's a way to go bottom up and focus on all aspects of stormwater management. And what Ryan will do is we'll show you how he's what he's developed for himself and his team.
So, this one on, yes. So I'm the lake level engineer for Oakland County, so my primary responsibility is our lakes and dams. Anyone have an idea of what those two numbers are on screen up there? So that's the number of lakes in Oakland County and the number of dams in Oakland County. So we have almost a third of our lakes are dammed off. So as part of our program, we're responsible for looking at all of those on an annual basis, and then my individual program is responsible for managing legal lake levels. So these are lakes that have established levels that we're supposed to maintain throughout the year, and as part of that process, we have 55 lakes that are under our direct jurisdiction and 37 dams that we're responsible for maintaining. So that's a pretty big effort that we go through with 5 staff total. We have 3 field guys that are out in the field looking at these, and a lot of them vary in size. So both of these are dams. One of them is not a dam people probably normally think of. It's holding back a foot of water, 1.5 feet of water, but it's still very important to those community members to maintain that level of the lake throughout the year as we experience either rain or drought-like conditions. So our problem that we started off with is, what does that life look like in the day of a lake tech? So those lake techs are responding to calls. They're driving around the county and physically looking at these gauges every day to make adjustments that may or may not need to be made. They would drive to a site, and let's say they go all the way up to Lakeville. That's 36 minutes away from my office. And don't do anything, come right back. The sensors are a part of why we're looking to solve that problem of spending a lot of time not actually doing work and being able to have them be proactive in their response to lake level management. So as Bronco said, we're looking to be proactive with our management of a lot of these stormwater events, storm events that come through, and that starts with being able to know what's happening in those lakes and streams. And the sensors are invaluable to that. And that starts with being simple. When I have an issue, as Bronco said, hey, we've got an issue, sensors on the way. The next day my guys are installing it or returning it. It's simple and easy. It's not complicated. We can do that in-house. So we've done pretty much all of our installs in-house, and our staff are able to maintain and look at it. Another component to what we've been doing with Hi-Fi is getting their staff out to some of these sites. You have someone designing an app or doing this work for you, but don't actually know what they're doing it for, they can't provide that good feedback. I'm saying, hey, do X, do Y, do Z. Well, we did a couple of site visits over the summer, and we did 3 or 4 major changes to the app that made it easier for my field staff to use and me to use that I would have never thought of. But as the designers and seeing what we're actually doing with it, they're able to really push that app forward to what our end goal is with it. So we visited 3 or 4 different dams that have different considerations, and they were able to provide that feedback that I wasn't able to get to them. And the key with all of this is useful versus usable to me. We really want to make this something that is ground up. My field staff will use it every single day. It needs to be that rolled up set of lights, and not the Christmas lights you guys are gonna be getting out here shortly that are sitting in your closet. We really pushed for that usability and accessibility to this app, to the point where I think we've gone through 15 or 16 iterations of what we're looking at with it. I'll do a couple, I'll hand it off to my field staff, they're gonna provide feedback back to me, and we're trying to get to a dashboard that when they start their day, they come in and they can take a look at all our lakes at a glance. and from that, make a decision as to where they need to start their day off. Maybe I've got a lake where we got rain in one portion of the county, and there was no rain in another portion. So they can look at it in that dashboard format, they can look at it in the map format like this, and really get a good gist of what their day might look like. Maybe everything's green, and they can spend their day doing maintenance as opposed to driving from lake to lake to lake. And that's a much better use of their time. So on the other side of it, as engineers, this is what we want, that good data. This is stuff that I can, once we have a storm event, we can take a look, we can export that data, we can see what they're doing in terms of making those adjustments and maybe provide feedback to them or potentially utilize it for future design, because instead of having a data point that's once every 2 days, 3 days on a site, I've got data points basically every 5 minutes that I'm able to look back on and make decisions from. So moving forward with that, a tool we've implemented, and this is a very just basic, it's that XY line. So we've got a basic forecast that it looks at the last 12 or 24 hours and projects that line for them. This is another great tool the field staff asked for that we implemented that makes it so they can make an adjustment, take a look at it the next morning and see, hey, do I need to go back to that site, or can I continue to leave it there and visit it the next day? That's the beginning of the AI component that we're looking at, to start providing better information back to the field staff. So with that, a lot of the information that we're getting into the model, essentially, because think of this as the data we're going to eventually build the model off of, we're also adding all of our comments. So what changes are those folks making? The lake level data is great, but what happened to get it there? So as my staff are out in the field making adjustments, those comments are being added in a way that that model will eventually be able to read, to look at, to make better and better predictions as part of it. Another large component is you can get emails back to you. Do you have an issue? You can set an alert. So a lot of my staff with some of our more touchy lakes, they've got email set, so they'll get an email. I've got email set. They'll get an email. Hey, it's exceeded this. And it's a simple setup for them to do it. All they're doing is clicking in the corner, selecting the sensor and saying, hey, what parameters do you want? It's not something you've got to ask IT for. It's a very easy setup that we've been working with Hi-Fi to get to. So what are our biggest concerns? Hyper-localized events is a massive concern for me. A lot of us in this room probably remember this event, especially in Oakland County. We had roads wash out. So what happens if a lake was downstream of that? I wouldn't know. The lake's not going to respond immediately. But getting that warning from the system saying, hey, you had a major rainfall event in your watershed, you may need to respond to this and actually be able to become part of the solution, move some of my water preemptively from that lake, knowing I'm going to be getting a large influx of water. Whereas previously it was, well, we don't know if it's coming to us, let's go ahead and we've got to wait. We've got a legal level to maintain. I can't move that water beforehand. So as part of that, and what we're working on is watershed boundaries. Now I know this one's not correct. It's a trial one that AI attempted to build, but we've got some of our boundaries in that are going to be able to provide that to us once we've got this properly hooked up to rain gauges and rainfall monitoring from USGS. So the end goal is that essentially we'll know, hey, I got a large rainfall up to the north. I know I'm going to have a volume of water, and I can start that adjustment process earlier and be proactive in how we're responding to our problems as opposed to reactive. And with that, I'll pass it back to Bronco.
Awesome, thanks, Ryan. So we'll just close off with, like, I don't know, just date things a little bit, but the Sputnik moment that I think I had like 2-3 weeks ago that just kind of blew my mind with what we're about to try here. So when we were talking to Ryan at the beginning, I was like, what's a dam? And he was explaining to us that it's like 2x6s or whatever. And I was like, whoa, how do you put a 2x6 into a model? Well, we were playing around with this stuff, and it turns out, most of you are probably familiar with the idea of going into a ChatGPT app or whatever your favorite one is and getting it to write your email. But it's not connected to the context that we all have when we manage water systems, let alone the knowledge and the sensor data and everything. This is an example of saying, hey, how many 2x6s do I have to remove? The model says, oh, I think you need to be calling a HEC-RAS model or SWIM model. I'm going to call it for you. And then I say, like, actually, it's a 2x4. Oh, let me convert that for you. What's happening right now is, like, I have in my career not had this kind of moment of, like, oh my God, do you want me to generate your report and have this? We've been talking about a lot of these kind of things. So basically, we are kind of in a moment right now where everything we've done as a community, all these tools we've developed and stuff, can be connected to these models. And what's going to happen next is TBD, but it's a very exciting time. And I think if we don't let the technology take over us and we guide it, we're in the driver's seat, if you will, of this self-driving water system, where we'll be able to get the stuff that we want out of it, but quicker, and be able to open it up to folks who are non-engineers. So if a lake technician wants to know how many 2x6s, this thing will run it, hopefully with the assurance that you could get from an engineering model. So with that in mind, we'll close off and we'll be happy to chat about anything you guys want to ask. My bad. I'm sorry.
There has to be questions. All right. I was like, there's no way there's not.
So you mentioned creating the app for field staff and so on. A lot of communities already have asset management systems, work order management systems. CityWorks is popular, Cartograph, other ones. Are you building an integration with those at all?
Yeah, and if I can just kind of reframe, a lot of municipalities, cities, utilities have a trove of data. They might even have, as we learned from some people, reports that were written that maybe somebody hasn't read in a while, right? That is an incredible context, an incredible intellectual property that went in there, knowledge that went in there, workflows, SOPs, GIS systems, and we are in an era right now where we're able to connect it. Where it's going to lead us to is to be determined, and that's why we're having, so we have a Great Lakes Protection Fund grant that's allowing us to explore these kind of things together right now. But yes, the sky's the limit, and I actually think we as a community who knows how water functions will be able to guide this stuff to where it needs to go. But yes, all of these data sets that you've had and will continue to have are tremendously valuable, and keep in mind the AI companies do not have access to that. You do, so exercise, however you want to approach it, but you have pretty valuable data, right? They didn't train it on that.
Quick question, how do you overcome this? This is not how this is how I always used to do it. It works fine.
Yeah.
So I mean, that has definitely been a big issue for me and my field staff. Luckily, most of them are fairly new and have been in the position for a while. A lot of it is training for the ones that are older. I mean, show to them what the benefit is, and that's the biggest thing. The one that's been there, or my field staff that's been there the longest, didn't want anything to do with it, but once I showed them, hey, what you can do with it, we're building it for them. I'm not building it for me, I'm building it for them to make their day easier. And once they get that through, it's been a very easy transition, and they've taken full advantage of it.
And you start with things that are kind of like, almost like such big pain points that people want to solve it. So again, when we met Tim, DPW director in Dearborn, it's like, when it rains, we're canvassing. That was his word. We're driving around in the tools that Ryan was describing, the truck and all these other things. Yes, that's how it's done, but should we do it that way if there's something else? Because you want to be at HQ with whoever, the mayor and other people deciding how to route people. And so some of these things, you start off with the things that are the biggest pain points, and then maybe eventually it makes it into the workflows. But again, it doesn't have to be for everybody, for everything, but there's specific cases where it does make sense.
All right, Don said I could only ask one question. So my question is, are you starting to see municipalities being able to have the level of quality of data that you can use, or is the end goal for you to integrate your own sensors to collect the data?
Do you want to take that a little bit from your perspective, and I'll share what I've seen?
So, I mean, from my perspective, I've been a part of the U of M sensor program. I was one of the early pilots in 2020 when it launched. And we're getting to the point where I am confident in the data that in the next couple of years, it may be something that I publish live, because I am at the point where I'm confident with the data that it's not going to have any major glaring errors. I can't speak for any communities, but I do intend to, I think, push that data out into the world. It'll come with a nice little disclaimer, potentially, but we'll be confident putting it out there for folks.
The question of can you use existing data versus do you have to deploy the sensors? The sensors for us at the beginning were just a means to an end. We wanted to demonstrate these tools, but if you don't have data at an intersection, you can't say anything about flooding. You can model it, you can try all that stuff, but to get that assurance that it's this 4 inches of water and the fire truck can pass, yes or no, getting that assurance is important. But yeah, there's opportunity to use existing data to a tremendous extent, and we're seeing more and more of that right now. Like, the sensors are actually only like 10% of our overall tech stack. The rest of it is data cleaning, processing, putting it into all of these different ways and designing these things that Ryan is talking about. So it's a really existing time for also existing data sources, not just these new ones. We just happen to be putting them out because, otherwise you'd have to drive out, right? Or they have to get something else, right?
Okay, one last question. You want to grab that one, JC? Thanks.
How do you rationalize the use of water from AI with the benefits of this project? Have you seen that you have needed less staff as a result of this? And what do you do when a sensor breaks? Do you have a program in place to either repair and get them back out there or recycle?
So I mean, for me, that was the whole point of it. I've got limited staff, 3 staff, and we have seen a marked reduction in visits to our sites. So instead of doing that, they're out doing maintenance, they're clearing brush, they're doing a lot of the other things that they were wasting that time on just driving site to site. So instead of them having an hour on 8 sites, they may be at some place for 4 hours, do a bunch of work there that needs to get done, maintenance that needs to be taken care of, and know that the rest of those sites are good. In terms of the sensor going bad, that process typically starts actually with hi-fi. Hey, the data's getting weird, or hey, we're seeing a battery issue, and they send me a sensor, send me an email. I get that in the mail, we go out and replace it the next day, those 2 screws, I send the old one back to them. Now what they do with it?
We sacrifice some chickens and stuff. It's a whole process. Now, yeah, it really, we try to spend a lot of time thinking about this and having these kind of conversations, because you're right, it's not all 100% easy and whatever, but you have to provide sufficient value, and then what you got to do in return for that is got to be sort of minimal. So frictionless is the name of the game. So oddly enough, for a group of engineers, we spend an uncomfortable amount of time talking to people to learn what those things are. But all the wire wiggling happens back in Ann Arbor, including for all of the devices in New Orleans and Chicago and Florida, wherever they are, we do that because we learned very early on that we aspire, USGS is the gold standard, we'll pull up the poster, we love the stuff that they do, but when staff have to go in the field to wiggle wires, the business model does not allow everybody to get this at the price point that we're trying to provide it at. And so if you're gonna be at 1/10 of the accessibility, availability, cost, whatever you want to phrase it, you have to make it easy. And that burden should be on the tech people, not the people managing water systems, because the knowledge that's in this room should be focused on water, not this other stuff. And we have experiences of this in our life. Do we worry about how Google Maps works? No, it works. And that's what we should be striving for when it comes to water technology as well.
All right, Ryan, Bronco, thank you very much.
Thanks.
JC, can you get the last presentation word? I lost JC. All right, we got one final presentation today. Joanne, oh, there she comes. I'm like, we gotta get her set up here. So Joanne's a cartographer who's going to be, ready, sorry. We got it squared away here, got it?
Do you have a microphone? Yeah. I'm kind of turn this off so I don't.
Yeah, it's probably, is that it? I don't think it'll interfere. It shouldn't.
Is this on?
Yeah.
And this is the little forward and
clicker.
the clicker.
1 minute, sorry, we're gonna get this squared away here.
That's that one.
Perfect.
All right, perfect. So our final presentation of the day is by Joanne, and Joanne is going to be talking. Quite a bit about the buried waterways of Detroit, which is a topic of interest to many of us here. So, Joanne.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Jo. I use she, her pronouns, and my favorite Michigan animal is Wajjushk, the muskrat, and I live in Detroit. My water address is Baby Creek in the Clinton River watershed on the Lake Erie watershed. And I'm going to talk about my project that I've been working on for the last 3 years, mapping Detroit's buried waterways. Before we get into the project, I want to just give a brief land acknowledgement that the land we're on today here in what we call Oakland County is Anishinaabe land. That is the land of the Three Fires Confederacy of the Ojibwe, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi. I want to lift up and honor the resistance of the people and the land to colonization and the many forms that that resistance has taken and continues to take. We've heard a lot of mention today about the city of Pontiac. Of course, one of the main acts of resistance in this area was the Obwandiag's rebellion. We know Obwandiag as Pontiac, and he mounted a land defense in Detroit in the late 1700s. And a lot of resistance, the resistance continues today. It continues through legal actions in the courts. It continues through the use of place names, ceremonies, relationships with non-human and non-animal relatives, and in the ways we orient ourselves and others to the land. I'm going to talk a little bit about my water protector journey, then about the Mapping Detroit's Buried Waterways project, and then a little bit about making maps and decolonial mapping. So my water protector journey actually began in Greece with the Civil March for Aleppo at Lesbos Solidarity Pikpa. I then spent a couple of years at the so-called US-Mexico border providing humanitarian aid. Today here in Wawiatanong, Detroit, I work with Wawiatanong Water Protector Network and Great Lakes Creatives to shut down Line 5. And I'm also a volunteer at Swords into Plowshares Peace Center and Art Gallery. So my cartography is informed by a lot of these activities. My goal is to create maps that orient us to space from a human or non-human relative perspective, to honor the emotional and relational experience of moving through and connecting with our environment, to create maps that rebuild relationships between people and land, and are also practical guides to getting from A to B, and to center indigenous languages, ways of being and traveling through space, and caring for human, plant, animal, and non-animal life in the places I choose to live today. So I feel like we're a very long way from where we just were with AI, right? We're moving back towards a relationship-based, personal, human, physical relationship-based way of looking at mapping. So Mapping Detroit's Buried Waterways project began in 2022 in response to the quote-unquote historic flooding in 2021 in Jefferson Chalmers. And it was then that somebody mentioned to me that the city of Detroit is actually built over a number of marshes and a number of creeks. And as someone who had just moved to Detroit in 2014 is a little bit while before 21, but somebody who hadn't lived in Detroit for very long, and had been orienting myself to the city based upon freeways. I had been using the devil of Google Maps to get around. And so I wanted to think about other ways of orienting myself and other ways of navigating Detroit. And so in conjunction with thinking about the flooding, I started wanting to research the creeks buried underneath the city. And one of the goals of that project was so that I could navigate and I could orient myself to Detroit from a perspective of water rather than a perspective of concrete. So first of all, I had to figure out where these waterways were. So there were 3 places that I really went to look for that. One is historical colonial maps, British and French maps of Fort Detroit and the Detroit River, Bureau of Land Management maps, USGS maps, and US government maps, and then also contemporary maps created by like the Greenways Project and the Detroit City government. So early French and British colonial maps show a lot of the creeks, especially the ones that are underneath downtown Detroit, The first creek to be buried was Savoyard Creek, the River Javier, also known as Rivière de Huron, and that runs right now, it runs actually underneath the city between Griswold Street and Shelby Street, and it was actually encased in a brick sewer in the early 1800s, and it's still running there today. I think if anyone from DWSD is here who wants to take me down here, I believe you can actually go down and find Savoyard Creek still in its brick-lined coffin down there. The map on the my right is probably one of the most famous maps of Detroit. You see this put up in bar bathrooms and everywhere, and you can just see the tiny little River Javier, Savoyard Creek, where the blue arrow is in the corner there. And one thing about British and French colonial maps is that while they represent the colonization and the erasure of indigenous peoples in the area, they also continue to orient the relationship between settler colonial farming to the water, to the river itself. So the French ribbon farms, everybody, since water was so important to trade, to irrigation for their crops, the French ribbon farms, everybody had a tiny little bit of access to the river. Instead of one person having an east-west farm, everybody had a little north-south, or almost north-south, ribbon farm, so everybody had river access. So you can see on these maps how important the river was, how important the water was to the French ribbon farmers. And this map sort of shows some of the different ways that Savoyard Creek, River Javier, has been represented on different maps. And this is one of the ways that makes it really hard to figure out sort of where the buried creeks went. Aside from that little stretch underneath downtown Detroit, different folks have mapped the route of the creek in different ways at different times. And probably this is because the creeks underneath the city of Detroit didn't have like one channel that this is the way that they go. They change seasonally, they change yearly, and so there's not like one correct route that we can daylight, right? There's multiple different routes that the creeks took. So then after the British and French colonial period, along comes the Bureau of Land Management and the General Land Office Survey. And this completely changes the relationship between land and people and water, because the General Land Office Survey is not interested in water as a means of navigation. They're not interested in water access for all people. What the General Land Office Survey is interested in is making money and selling land. And ribbon farms are not an effective way to sell land, especially when you've never been to the land. So you got people back in New York, Philly, DC, and they're just dividing the land up. If you look at all GLO surveys across the country, they've divided the entire country up into squares. And you see these squares, unlike the French map, which still had some trees and some evidence of vegetation on it, the GLO simply divided the land up into big, blank, empty squares that they could sell. Because this was the goal. Whether there was water was immaterial, whether there were people living there was immaterial, whether there were plants, animals. The only thing that was important with the General Land Office Survey was how to sell the land as easily as possible, and squares are easier to sell than any other shape. And we still see evidence of this today, right? We see baseline roads everywhere. The squares were divided up into ever smaller and smaller and smaller squares that could then be sold off again. So here, again, early maps of Detroit. We can see on the left-hand side is the Ellis and Howard map shows Parent Creek, which many people know as Bloody Run, which is still daylighted in Elmwood Cemetery. And you can see how originally there were little bridges built across Parent Creek so that people could get from one side to the other, but the creek was still running into the river. And then the John Farmer map showing the 1,000-acre tract, just what is now, I think, around Palmer Park. And you can see on the Farmer map, you can see the swamps, you can see the marshes, the Grand Marais, which of course was filled in and is now the Grosse Pointes and Jefferson Chalmers. When I'm feeling particularly feisty, I like to suggest that the solution to Jefferson Chalmers flooding is actually to remove Grosse Pointe and remarsh that area, and that will protect the Jefferson Chalmers area from flooding. And considering the amount of stormwater runoff that Detroit deals with from the suburbs, this seems like a small trade-off for Detroiters, for Grosse Pointe residents to make it to benefit Detroiters. So again, here again we can see with the General Land Office survey, these the squares selling off the 1,000-acre tract into smaller and smaller and smaller squares, and we see how the sort of focus has moved away from the river. We can just see the little sort of town of Detroit around Fort Shelby, but the focus is now on these selling these squares away from the river. The USGS map, I love the USGS. This map from 1905 has probably been the single most helpful map in the Mapping Detroit's Buried Waterways project. You can see how in 1905, even not 120 years ago, a lot of the creeks around what is now what is now buried underneath the city of Detroit, around what is now downtown Detroit, was still open to daylight. And so by geo-referencing this map, I've been able to actually move in real time on this geo-referenced USGS map through the city and to record the tracks of the waterways. Another map that was super helpful is Lars Gravener's 2014 map. This map was created as part of an urban planning study. And while Lars's map has some issues, it's a very clear representation of the routes of the major creeks underneath the city. It doesn't include a lot of the drainage ditches, the canals that were dug out by various US American and British settlers around, especially around North Detroit. But from the point of view of getting a sort of overall picture of where the creeks used to be, I think it's almost unbeatable. The complaint that I have about Lars's map, I do like Lars, but my complaint about his map is that it does not give any context of the way that we live in Detroit today. So we can see the creeks, but there's no context for the people, the culture, the way we travel through the city today, the plants, the animals. The creeks are sort of disconnected from our community in this map. So to improve on Lars's map, or to try and improve on some way on Lars's map, I set out on my bicycle, which seemed like the happy medium between taking forever to walk 280 miles around the city of Detroit and crashing into people, driving, not paying attention to where I was going, trying to follow the creeks. So the bike was a great happy medium in the middle there. I have my phone mounted on the front with the georeference USGS PDF. And I literally just record tracks as I follow the route on the USGS map. And while I'm out there, I look for anything that connects to water. And I can take waypoints, make photos, and collect items that have been left on the creeks by people and nature. And this is where we're at. This is where we are so far. That represents more than 280 miles of Berry Creek that I've been following. All the waypoints show things that I have noticed while I've been out there. Some of those things will probably still be out there if you were to go out there. But a lot of them are sort of more ephemeral things. Things like puddles, Canada geese, feelings of feeling like water. One of the cool places if you want to feel like you're by the ocean is to go underneath the intersection of I-96 and the Southfield Freeway, where there's a bike path or pedestrian path. You can actually walk through the middle of that intersection, and it sounds like you're in the middle of the ocean. It's like being inside a massive conch shell that's like roaring in your ear. So that's on the map. I also have things that connect people to the water on there, various boats, abandoned and otherwise, and fish and chicken restaurants. I'm a big fan of the fish and chicken restaurants now. And paddling pools, stuff that's in people's yards, just a whole bunch of anything that I felt was had a connection to water. And I took all that information, and I've been making maps with it. I try to consider myself, I consider myself a counter-mapper. Counter-mapping, challenging Western notions of geography and arbitrary borders imposed on the world. Making maps from a perspective that's not based on ownership and imposed names, but on memory, ceremony, song, and a deep relationship to the land. In making maps, Dan Wildcat's framework of decolonization and indigenization is my guide. Dan says that decolonization is the process of learning about yourself in relationship to the communities where you live, and indigenization is a set of practices that results in processes in which people seriously re-examine and adopt those particular and unique cultures that emerge from the places where they choose to live today. It is an acknowledgement that the old ways of living contain useful knowledge for our lives here and now. And that sort of brings me back to the idea of learning how to navigate around the place where I choose to live today. Clearly, if anybody hasn't picked up on the accent, I was not born in Detroit. And I feel that learning to navigate from a perspective of water is an acknowledgement of the usefulness of the old ways of navigating in the place that I choose to live today. One of the great results of this whole project is that I am now free of Google Maps. So decolonial mapping challenges colonial narratives of history, explores your indigeneity or relationship to settler colonialism, supports restoring indigenous cultural practices and local cultures and spaces, identifies and challenges or rejects settler biases in ways of orienting to space, and creates or considers new ways of orienting to space that empower people. And so I just wanted to, talking about empowering people and talking about indigenous perspective of space, I always like to get this map in some way. This map is clearly not of Detroit. This is the Kichigami Michiganing on Wagan Kissing Odawak Aki by Sue Blair. It's a beautiful map of the sort of northeast corner of Michigan. And the thing that I love about this map is how prominent and bright the color of the water is, and how the map is totally oriented around plants and animals and non-human relatives, as opposed to being oriented around a human perspective. And we've got all the plants and animals with their indigenous names so that we can learn how to speak about them respectfully. So taking Dan's decolonial framework and Sue's beautiful map, I also have this kind of cool quote from an old white guy who's a cartographic historian, William Bollhauer, and he says that only the image and partially the word as toponym allows local place the chance to speak its localness. And I feel like localness is so important and so getting lost. I feel like a lot of times greenways projects, they tend to look the same, whether they're in New York City, Detroit, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And so we're losing this localness of place, right? Even if you have native grasses, if the native grasses are all organized in the same way in every city around the same bike lane with the same setup and the same surveillance cameras, then you begin to lose the localness of the place that you live in. So I spent a lot of time making icons that try and speak to the localness of the Mapping Detroit's Buried Waterways project. Icons are great. Icons are super fun to make. They can also help you procrastinate in not actually producing anything that looks like a map, because you can spend your entire life just sitting around making little 2-inch by 2-inch icons. So on the left-hand side, we have some of the icons that I've made for the Waterways project. And then on the right-hand side, we have some of the sort of more generic icons that you see on maps today that maybe reduce the water, for example, to 3 wavy lines. There's all kinds of different kinds of water. All you have to do is go down to the Detroit River or the River Rouge or the local lake. Everywhere you will see different kinds of water in the way that it moves and the way that it interacts with the land. And yet a lot of times on maps we have only this one symbol that designates water. My other favorite icon here is the hunting icon. I think the hunting icon could use some work. Currently it looks very much like that really scary deer is hunting you. I don't know about you, but I don't think that's actually what hunting is. I think it's really scary people hunting deer. So we could maybe redo that icon so that it sort of better represents what hunting actually is. Not only are icons important, language and place names are important. Language shows solidarity with land defense and normalizes the use of original place names. It reflects the culture, identity, history, and current understanding of a place, and shows respect, as well as building connection and relationship to the land. So one of the things, if nothing else happens as a result of my being here, I really would like to ask that everybody, when they say where they're from, especially for people from Detroit, that you start using all the many names of Detroit when you say where you're from. So we have Detroit, obviously, Wawiatanong, Karantayin, the place of many beavers. We have Motown, we have Midnight, we have Motor City. All of these names reflect the history and culture of Detroit, and we should be using them constantly in conversation, not just always using the word Detroit. And always calling Detroit, Detroit, we are really centering sort of the French and colonial history, where we can center other histories, whether that's the history of the Underground Railroad through using the word midnight for Detroit, but Detroit was known as midnight on the Underground Railroad, or whether that's Motown, honoring the city's musical legacy, or Wawiatanong, honoring its Anishinaabe history. So we really need to be using all these place names interchangeably. They all are talking about the same place, and we should be using all of them. In Michigan, we are blessed to have so much information about indigenous languages and place names. There's dictionaries online, Ojibwe, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Wendat dictionaries, all available online and very accessible. We're also a little bit cursed in Michigan because we have many variant spellings of languages that are colonized by the Roman alphabet. We also have Henry Schoolcraft and his canon of made-up names, where he concocted names by combining Latin words and Ojibwe words to create his own words. So the most obvious of these is arena, or arenac, which is a combination of the Latin arena for sand and Ojibwe ak for land or earth, to mean a sandy place. We also have place names or Anishinaabe names or Anishinaabe words that have been appropriated by people, particularly by settlers. A good example of this is Ngoni up on the Upper Peninsula. Ngoni meaning he walks in the front or is ahead, and that was used by settler Peter White to commemorate the pioneer ore furnace in the UP. So while I definitely encourage use of indigenous place names, it's definitely worth checking first to make sure that there's actually not a Schoolcraft made-up name. So talking of learning to speak or learning language, learning how to talk about a place in its indigenous language. So I made this map. This map is the Place of Many Beavers map. It's a representation of the creeks, the buried waterways that I have been mapping with some of the indigenous plants and animals. And this is an effort to sort of learn how to say the names. I'm not very good at languages. I don't have a musical ear. I've been trying to learn Spanish for like 10 years and I'm getting nowhere, but I can learn to say words. And so at least I can say the names of the plants and the animals in their language, even if I can't put together a sentence. So we have Amik, the beaver, we have Wajushk, the muskrat, Nika, the Canada goose. So this was my effort to learn the names of the indigenous plants and animals in Ojibwe in this case. This map is another interpretation of the Buried Waterways project, and this map is sort of more centered around a sort of personal perspective, my personal relationship to Detroit, and how the Waterways project has expanded that. The hand map was made in 2017 in Detroit. It's very sort of very small, my very small little Detroit world in 2017. I had my house, the African Bead Museum, language wall, the laundromat before I had a washer dryer, the casino when I used to have a real job that paid me real money and I could afford to go to the casino, the Belle Isle Beach and the Jazz Fest and John King Books. And so my life is like constrained within this little area sort of south of Davison, to sort of Dexter and Grand River, and then on the east side, bounded by sort of Eastern Market area. And then this waterways project is like, woo, open my mind, open my eyes, open my relationship to Detroit to cover like this whole city from the eye all the way to Jefferson Chalmers and the boundary with Harper Woods. This is another map made interpreting the waterways project information, or if Lord help me, data, if you will. This was part of a project of sort of quote unquote trash mapping. And I've done this a lot as workshops, especially with school children, as where you go out and collect items that have been left behind by people, otherwise known as trash, along the buried creeks. And this should be something that hopefully will appeal to people here, because I know that you all are trying to get people to take care of their sewers and trying to get people to take care of their water lines, because you don't want to have to go out and fix them, and you don't want them trying to sue you because their drain line to the street is blocked up, even when it's their fault. And so one of the goals of this project was to think about how important it is to care for water even when we can't see it. So that can be the water in your hot water tank. If you have not changed your sacrificial anode in the last 5 years, change your sacrificial anode now. If you are not taking care of your shut-off valves and your pipes are getting tuberculosis, like now is the time to switch your main stack to PVC before it gets more tubercular and starts cracking. So the point of this project was that even when you can't see the water, it's important to take care of it, because we spend a lot of time taking care of the water on Belle Isle, or we spend a lot of time taking care of the water in the Rouge River, but all the water is connected, all the water is connected to each other, all the water is connected to us, and we have to take care of it wherever it is. And this finally, I think this is the last map. So this is the What's Your Water Address map. I have a couple of these with me if anybody wants one. And this is also another way of trying to encourage folks to think about taking care of the water by thinking about their address from a perspective of water rather than a perspective of street names and concrete. And so we have on here some Detroit landmarks, some internationally famous like the Motown Museum, some locally favorite foods like Faygo and Buddy's Pizza, some sort of very personal Detroit landmarks like the Ocean Sweet House, some big Detroit polluters like the Marathon Refinery and DTE, and all of them with their water addresses. So your water address is your street is the creek that you live on, your city is the river watershed that you live on, and your state is the lake watershed that you live on. So all of these places, people can scan that QR code and they can look up and find what their water address is. So all of this, like, what is the point of all of this? The big point for me is this idea of practical knowledge for our lives here and now, valuing intrinsic nature of land and water for its own sake, not only for consumption, human economy, or development, of honoring indigenous history and culture, language and place names that offer an orientation of connection to land and water as opposed to separation, to recognizing the resilience of people, plants, animals, rocks, and minerals and water that all of us have been resisting for a long time, and that should be honored in the ways that we develop the land and build solutions as we move forward to things like flooding, and to building community that is centered around relationship values rather than centered around corporate profits. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, hi, great presentation. Thank you very much. I remember a couple decades ago when I first started my career, I asked about those ribbons, the French ribbons. Mm-hmm. And I believe those were referred to as private claim, is that? And I remember when I started my career and I asked about these things, what's this private claim thing that's on all these sheets? And an old surveyor told me it had something to do with like an ox being able to plow for an entire day. And I don't know if he was just screwing with me. Did you run across that in your research?
I did, actually. I would highly recommend Andrew Linklater's Measuring America. He wrote a book all about this, how the measurements came to be, what the measurements are, why the U.S. didn't adopt the metric system, and how that relates to the land survey. And yeah, the French ribbon farms being based upon how much land could be plowed by an ox in a day. Actually, back in Britain, one of the things that comes up, I should have mentioned this, one of the things that comes up a lot is like, as a person of European descent, like, and thinking about indigeneity and indigenous culture and history here, you think that we tend to have this idea that Europeans don't have that, you know? But actually, when you learn about the ways that we measure land, the European way of measuring land was measured based upon not how physically big it was, but at how much you could, how many people could be supported by it. So if you had an acre wasn't always an acre. Like 1 acre would be different size, different physical size, depending upon the kind of ground that it was composed of. So an acre of a hope was a fertile, very productive piece of land that showed great promise back in Old England. That was what a hope was. So an acre of hope would be physically smaller than an acre of like a cleft or a ravine that was, you know, rocky or difficult to farm. So yeah, all land measurements, European as well as indigenous American, were based upon their relationship to people, not upon their relationship to money or imperial measurement.
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation, first off. And I guess maybe before I ask my question, I'll out myself as an employee of DWSD, so that's the context that I'm asking you this question. Did your process of mapping some of those historic creeks and waterways involve any of the historic sewer maps of the city? Because I ask that because my personal knowledge of some of the older sewer maps that I've seen like notes on the channelization of some of those creeks. And then I guess as a second part of it, kind of hearkening back to one of the earlier presentations we saw about mapping the FEMA floodplains, do you see like any value in your mapping project for us stormwater professionals to think about these corridors of the historic creeks as potential areas as future stormwater infrastructure projects?
So, firstly, I have seen Herrick's, the Wayne County Drain Commission map from 1962. When Henry Herrick was the Wayne County Drain Commissioner. And that map has been absolutely invaluable because it has the names. Not only does it have the creeks and the ditches on it, but it also has the names. And then you can really connect, not only can you connect French ribbon farm names to street names, but you can also connect U.S. American settler farm or drainage ditches names to street names. So like Joy Road is actually where the Joy Drain was, which would have been the drain dug by the Joy family to irrigate their ribbon farm. And if you have more of those maps that you would like to share with me, then I would love to see them. So the issue of daylighting, like, I have a lot of conversations with people at University of Michigan, particularly Jacob Napiorelski, who's done a lot of work on this as well, about daylighting, and we feel that the way that, or I feel that the way that, wow, I'm in a room full of government people. Like, I feel that the way that local governments have approached green water and blue water infrastructure has not always been, protestations of community engagement notwithstanding, not always been really responsive to not just human communities, but also plant and animal communities and their intrinsic resilience. And so it's hard to support daylighting creek ideas without sort of a real engagement with this kind of relationship-based thinking, rather than necessarily just a sort of data, like how many cubic feet of stormwater are we going to move thinking. But I do think it has value, and I think it has value in more in a relational way necessarily than in a physical way, in reorienting the way that we as a community of residents and government employees and tech people of trying to at least to reorient the way we think about space and the way we think about our relationship to water, and having that be sort of maybe a little bit more reciprocal rather than always about us. But I don't know whether that was really an answer or not, but we'll go with it.
Any other questions for Joe? All right. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to shout out to Jack Barshaw. Is he here, Jack? Jack's the guy that ran all this stuff. Really appreciate it. Alyssa Tawby has also had a lot to do with this, and J.C. Garrison. So thank you, folks. Really appreciate it. I've learned a lot today, so I hope everybody else did. This is the kind of thing that we're all working together. If please reach out to my office, any of the folks that spoke today. If you want more information, if we can work together some way, let us know. I would love to be able to work with everybody in this room in some point or other on making sure that we're dealing with stormwater and all the things we do as best we can. So thank you so much for being here, and I hope you have a great day.